throughout the year, the lively community of research groups at ICS organize different types of seminars, workshops, and conferences, three-day conferences on colonial issues. In resistance has just finished yesterday here at ICS. And most of our seminars, workshops, and conferences addressing topics which are at the heart of the research agenda of our institute. The ICS, the Institute of Social Sciences, is a lively and affluent institution, and ICS plays an indisputable role in knowledge production and diffusion in the fields of social sciences and history as well. ICS is a place of permanent dialogue and conversation, and this is why we are very much pleased to welcome you all in this conference. Within the diversity of events that are organized by the Institute of Social Sciences, there is, however, a special moment of the year when we join our efforts together to select a special theme deserving to be addressed in a challenging way by inviting a group of distinguished international scholars to respond in a convergent and collaborative way to research problems and issues considered to be particularly worth of our scholarly attention. This year, the ICS conference is on the topic of the ICS conference is migrations, contemporary migrations, a topic that is spelled in the program in 3 different lines with different subtitles in a quite innovative, though complex way, featuring as subtitles future movements, but also bodies, roots, technologies, and belongings. Marta, Vilar, Rosales, and Costa, Lopes were the conveners and the organizers of this year's conference, and I'm sure that they will have a sound explanation for you to explain these 3 titles in one title. Thank you, Marta, thank you, Rui, thank you very much for the excellent work you have done, at least so far, for the organization of the conference. We are most grateful for your collaboration and for your dedication to it. ICS is most grateful to all the speakers who accepted to address this topic of migrations today, coming from different roots and from different disciplinary belongings. It is curious to note, and I guess this is not a mere coincidence, that the invited scholars come from a diversity of scientific disciplines which very much correspond to the diversity of scientific disciplines at ICS and also correspond to ICS DNA. Social anthropology, social psychology, sociology, human geography, political science, and communication science. The presence of 2 biologists is also a sign of our willingness to break away with the traditional boundaries of interdisciplinary science. The program looks great, and the worst thing that can happen in such a promising conference is to have to listen to the dean more than the time that is reasonably expected. I will stop now and give the floor to Marta and to Rui, but let me once again thank you, all of you, for joining us, and I hope you will enjoy the conference, and I hope this will be a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much for coming.
Good morning to you all, and welcome again to our annual conference here at the ICS, which is devoted this year to highly debated and visible theme, present and future migrations and their global impacts, experiences, and trends. Although our conference is particularly focused on present-day and future realities and experiences, migration hardly constitutes a novelty in the history of humanity. People have always moved for multiple reasons, following diverse routes towards more or less distant territories. movement was unease ingrained in social and cultural life, adopting contours more or less visible and more or less structural, depending on the historical, political, and cultural context that shaped them. And like stasis, it needs to be contextualized and discussed within a broader frame. Migrations are profoundly shaped by the obstacles and opportunities faced by those who migrate. But they are also influenced by class, gender, age, religion, and by the positioning strategies migrants design and negotiate. The reasons beyond migration movements were in the past and are in the present always multiple and complex, as they are the outcomes in terms of gains, losses, and impacts. They necessarily imply expectations and aspirations and mobilize significant collective and individual resources, strategies, and efforts. Moreover, they are often the outcome of concerted actions that brings together individuals, families, groups, and societies. Migrations promote new and old encounters, which normally stress the differences, ambivalences, and fears in terms of collective values and goals of societies, as well as their capacity to accommodate new inputs and negotiate innovation and change. However, these encounters have also the potential to bring light into the shared aspects and the common features of people's lives, as well as the principles and ideas that guide them. Even if highly scrutinized during this century and the last one, this year's conference theme continues to challenge all social sciences by posing crucial interrogations, exposing new angles and unexplored dimensions to be analyzed and discussed. And its relevance is always acknowledged outside the academy as well, and permeates many of the most significant contemporary political and economic debates on a global scale. We hope that this conference and the debate it will generate contributes to foster these debates in a creative and a plural fashion. The presentations will cover a wide range of topics and will illustrate the plurality and theoretical approaches, methodologies, and agendas which permeates today's research. They will also seek to promote a dialogue between diverse social sciences and the social sciences with other fields of scientific knowledge, and to explore the dialogue with invited biologists and evolutionary biologists and immunologists to join. That's why we invite you to join the debate. We wish you all a very productive and participated conference, and we look forward to your inputs to enhance the debate, and that's why we have to thank you just now. And before we start, I have to also thank the following people that we are really in depth, because they were crucial to the organization of this conference. So the director of ICS, Rosales, of course, and the former deputy directors, Angela Barreto-Xavier and Olivia Binia, who really supported this project and the team that we are discussing here today. And we would also like to thank Margarida Bernardo and João Silva, and all, of course, our invited speakers that we welcome here again. Thank you.
Good morning. Marta already explained the purpose of this conference, so I shall be brief. I would just like to add some quick notes about what's also taking place in the room next door. So the core of this conference will obviously take place here with our prestigious speakers and our stimulating talks. But we wanted to add something to this conference. And when we thought about how we could do that, we thought about two dimensions. So on the one hand, migrations is obviously a fundamental topic for our institute. And not only do we have a mass of researchers that are devoted to this topic, we also have doctoral programs that directly and indirectly address this issue. With that in mind, we wanted to have some contributions from the PhD students of these programs. And so in the next door room, we present to you contributions from two of these students, João Bahia and Joana Ariosa Feio, to whom I thank for their collaboration. These contributions are pictures that were taken by them, by these students, and these pictures represent research objects that are related with migrations. The pictures will be projected in that room with the proper background explanation. On the other hand, we also wanted to make sure that, at least to some extent, we keep a connection with reality. In fact, here we are an entire day in a room with air conditioning, with food waiting for us outside, in a city and a country with no war, knowing where we will be sleeping tonight. And this is not the case for the populations that are often the object of our research. And to remind us of what these individuals go through in their lives, we also have in that same room posters with drawings of maps. These maps that were made by a group of artists from Serbia are illustrations based on real stories told by real migrants and asylum seekers that were escaping from war, conflict, or in general in search of a better life. We do hope that you take the opportunity to appreciate also these outputs. We welcome you to this conference and sincerely hope that you have an interesting day. Thank you. Ms. Jen?
We will immediately start with our first panel.
Okay, great. It is on its already. Shall I? Shall we just sit here? Or would you guys from the okay. Yeah, I might. Okay. That's that.
Marta, quanto tempo? Podem falar 25 minutos?
Okay, decide to speak from.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Yes. I'm understood. Okay.
Right.
Can you tell me that it is 10 minutes and 5 minutes?
Yeah. So, welcome again. I have the honor of chairing the first session, and I'm going to immediately pass the word to my colleague Mirka Madianu. Mirka comes from the University of London, from the Goldsmiths College, and will start the conference by addressing one of the most contemporary issues, the use of digital technologies and media, and its impacts on migration and transnational relations. So Mirka, the floor is yours, and I'll have you warned 10 minutes before the deadline. Okay.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to our discussions on future movements. I can't actually think of a more urgent moment to really be discussing this notion of movement and mobility in the European context. There are all sorts of parallel and overlapping crises unfolding at the moment, and obviously this conversation is very important. So I want to start with a vignette from my research, just to give you an idea about the context and the kind of people I'm working with. So I'll start with the story of Donna, who is a Filipina migrant worker in London, and she works in a care home. She arrived in the UK in 2008 when her two boys were 7 and 9 years old, and her baby daughter was just 6 weeks old, and she's still in the UK. Can you hear me? I thought there was some whisper, sorry. So every evening, Donna, every evening at 10 o'clock UK time, Donna sits in front of her laptop and Skypes her children. It's 6 a.m. in the Philippines, so her boys are getting ready to go to school, and this is her favorite moment in the day, she tells me. She admires them wearing their school uniforms. It's the moment also she helps them with their homework and sort of catches up with what has happened the previous the previous day, or what the plans are for the day ahead. And now that her daughter is a bit older, she also listens to her daughter read her first words, and they also play games together. In the past, they used to sing lullabies, and so this goes on for about an hour sometimes, and then the thought of the early morning shift forces her to switch off, and then the moment she wakes up in the morning, the first thing she does is to look at her smartphone for notifications from her children, and this continues pretty much intermittently throughout the day. Her smartphone is always in her pocket, so she will check for updates maybe every few minutes, sometimes several times an hour. She will also be texting or sending messages to her son to take his medication, and all this communicative activity culminates in the weekends when the family leave on the webcam on for hours, almost achieving a sense of co-presence. So Donna is one of the 9 million Filipino migrants globally, and the Philippines has come to exemplify transnational mothering, as most of recent migrants are women who often leave children behind. As these mothers, women seek employment in countries like the UK, what we often call the global north. There are 9 million or more than 9 million children in the Philippines who grow up without one or both their parents. And this phenomenon is often described in very stark terms as the social cost developing nations have to pay in return for the remittances which keep their economies afloat. It's also referred to as the hidden injury of globalization. And this generation of children growing up without one or both their parents are often also referred to as the orphans of globalization. But what really are the contours of this distant parenting? We don't really have enough evidence about what actually happens to these families, and sort of opinion is rather divided. Now, parallel to these developments in transnational families, which of course have existed for years, this is not a new phenomenon, as I'm sure you all know, but I think this is a qualitative shift, this kind of separation at that core level, and sort of the feminization of migration as well. That's really also relatively new. So parallel to these developments in transnational families, we have also seen in the last 10 years an explosion of opportunities for communicating at a distance. And of course, we need to also remember there is a long history of communicating at a distance, and there's the classic book by Thomas and Znaniecki about letters and letter writing, and we also saw in our research about the prevalence of cassette tapes and other sort of written forms of communication over the years. But what we've seen in the last 10 years is an explosion of opportunities, each with each platform sort of bringing different qualities to this kind of communication. So a migrant mother can now use Skype, instant messaging, a variety of social media from Facebook to other platforms. She can call and so on. And I think this creates a new environment through which relationships can be conducted. And there is a lot of optimism about what these technologies can achieve. But again, there is very little evidence about what actually happens in practice. So this has been really the focus of my research since 2007. And it all started with a project that was funded by the UK Social and Economic Research Council. So that was a funded project that I was leading as PI that ended in 2011. But this has become a very important research for me. And in a way, even though I have moved on also to other projects, I have continued working with some of these families that I met back in 2007. So I'm going to be talking today about this research that in a way has been taking place for almost 10 years. So it's a very long-term project for me. And that early research, the ESRC-funded study, was written up as a book called Migration and New Media, Transnational Families and Polymedia, that was published in 2012 with Danny Miller. So the book has focused on Filipino migration to the UK and left behind families. And it was a multi-sided ethnography taking place in London, but also Cambridge, which has a very strong Philippine community, but then also in the Philippines, in Manila and the surrounding provinces, tracing the families and the children of the women whom we had interviewed in London. So this is a project that drew and draws on participant observation, hundreds of interviews, and also online ethnography. And I don't think in the context of this talk today I'm going to give you much I won't discuss methodology very much, but I'm very happy to take any questions at the end if anyone's interested. And I've already mentioned sort of the long-term nature of this research. Why the Philippines? I've already hinted that the Philippines is a very intensely migrant society. Over 10% of the population works abroad. And since 2006, deployment exceeds 1 million a year, and that was a clear government target. That's very interesting. I'll return to that point in a second. Now, the remittances are very important for the Philippine economy. In 2012, remittances exceeded $24 billion US, and so the Philippines is and continues to be the third top receiving remittance country globally after China and India, which are significantly bigger countries in terms of population. And this, the volume of remittances really explains why migration is clear economic policy in the Philippines. And I think that's a particularly interesting factor here, that in the Philippines, migration is state-sponsored. The government regulates, but also sponsors and promotes migration. It surveys the global field of labor and creates signs bilateral contracts with countries, especially in the Middle East, but elsewhere as well, like Hong Kong and Singapore, to send migrant workers. And many of these workers are women, explaining this recent feminization of migration, partly also because there is a huge demand for care work in countries like the UK, but also elsewhere. So a lot of these new migrants are women, often with children left behind, often on short-term contracts. There's this notion that this migration is short-term and that migrants will return to the Philippines after usually 2-year contracts. The UK kind of exemplifies a lot of these trends. It is one of the most popular EU destinations, a very feminized migration with very large nursing population because of the recruitment by the National Health Service. But there's also a strong domestic labor, presence of domestic labor. Now, I don't want to say too much about transnational families because I assume most of you will be familiar, but I should say a few things just to contextualize some of the findings that I will discuss with you, and also kind of the broader consequence I want to tease out at the end of my talk. So the dominant paradigm in the analysis of transnational mothering has been the care chain approach, and this approach, as you probably know, is really emphasizing the connections that people form globally based on paid or unpaid relationships of care. So you have an example of a woman in the Philippines who migrates to London to look after the children of some other woman so that she can work, and the original mother will delegate childcare to somebody else, and that person might also have to delegate childcare, and therefore you create a chain that really emphasizes the political economy of global care and the structural relations and these asymmetrical relations really in the provision of care in the context of globalization. So there's an emphasis of the structural inequalities in these care chains that are formed globally. And this has been a hugely valuable and important approach, but I think what is lacking here is a recognition of the agency of women themselves, who are really also dealing with these complexities and contradictions of both migration but also motherhood, since we're talking a lot about women here. And so I think it's important really to put the migrant experience at the heart of the analysis, which is, I think, what you can do only if you take this ethnographic approach, which is very much the approach I have taken in this research. So it's really to recognize this notion of agency and also, of course, the conditions of power within which these women are situated. The other important, really, I think, acknowledgement here is to be sensitive to the local idioms of parenting, which, of course, are very different in the Philippines than they might be in countries like, Portugal, where we are now, or the UK, where part of this research was conducted. So motherhood, of course, is very culturally specific, but we also found in our research a very strong influence of Western sort of ideas and norms about what constitutes being a proper mother. And I think this kind of contradiction and ambivalence around motherhood, I think, was really central to how we, understood some of the narratives we came across. And again, the ethnographic perspective enables that to take place. Final point here about the idea that transnational families really exemplify this notion that families are not static entities, but really sets of practices. Families are constituted through what their family members do. It's this notion of doing family, referring to Morgan's theorization of family as sets of practices. And so really, in the absence of physical co-presence, transnational family members do family through daily actions, which are typically mediated by communication technologies. And you need to remember here that I'm working with people who, on average, don't meet face-to-face. On average, they meet just over 2 years. So every 2.4 years, they will have a meeting. And the longest period of separation in our sample was 13 years. And that was for legal, visa issues. So especially for migrants who might be undocumented, these periods of separation are very long. So they create this very strong dependency on communication technologies, without which you wouldn't really have this kind of constant contact. And I think this dependency highlights the need to really understand and theorize communication technologies, not to really take for granted what they might be doing. And that, to me, is also kind of marking the surprise that technology hasn't really been theorized very much in relation to migration. The final point here to highlight about technology is that we need to also remember technologies are not neutral things. They have very specific qualities, what we call affordances, the opportunities for action that they might enable, which are really important to really understand and tease out, because they can then help us understand what exactly happens when somebody uses Skype as opposed to, let's say, writes a letter or sends an instant message. So that's perhaps what I wanted to say in terms of background. I will now move on to discuss some of the findings from this project. I'll do that inevitably rather briefly, given the time constraints. And I'll start by contrasting the perspective of mothers and children before I then tease out two broader sort of consequences that we can sort of take from this research that help us understand this intersection of technology and transnational families. So when we look at the narratives of migrant mothers, I think what is really striking is the enthusiasm with which migrant women have embraced communication technologies. And digital media facilitate what I call intensive mothering at a distance. And this intensive mothering at a distance takes place in different ways depending on the age of children. So for women with young children, like Donna, with whom I opened my talk, Skype is particularly relevant because it is for her a way through which she gets reassured about how her children are developing, especially when they're very young. Skype also seems to be working very well with really young children, like infants or toddlers, who engage much better with the visuality of the medium compared to the disembodied voice on the phone. This is not to say Skype doesn't have problems, but just to observe that there is something about the visuality of the particular platform that helps in that kind of relationship. I think there's another important element here when it comes to Skype and mothering, especially with women and young children, is that Skype enables women to reconstitute their identities as mothers. And we can only understand that when we contrast this situation to the period of letter writing, which is not actually that long ago, even in the 1990s, that was really very much the dominant medium. And women would describe that period very often in very ambivalent terms, and they were often very upset when they went back to the Philippines after a period of absence, let's say 3 or 4 years, and they found that their children did no longer recognize them, and they would call them auntie. Whereas Skype and the visuality, again, of this particular platform allows women to feel, and it's important to say that they feel that they are recognized as the mother, that the child can point to the screen and say, that's my mom, it's not somebody else. And that matters a lot to these, to the women I've worked with. So, but as children grow older, a range of other platforms are introduced, and it's interesting how each platform almost acquires a niche for different purposes. So, you know, there is a popularity, for example, of instant messaging when it comes to help with homework, or Skype also is very much used for cooking. And there is generally a very strong sense of micromanaging the household and trying to be in control of the household. I mean, women really do take on the caregiving duties as in addition to the breadwinning duties that they already perform by sending remittances. But that is not necessarily resented. I mean, that was interesting. I was expecting a sense of burden as a result of this double shift, essentially. But there was also a sense of being more in control, a more complete experience of mothering. And again, that's contrasted to the period of letter writing, whereby women would say, I've come back to the Philippines to find that the roof hadn't been repaired, my children were wearing clothes with holes in them, and now I know exactly what's happening, and I can always know where the money has been spent, I can make shopping lists, and that was the level of detail people were aware of. They knew exactly what was being spent, they knew the weekly menu, and so on and so forth. Now, I don't want to romanticize things. There are strong structural limitations. Many women are not able to use all these technologies seamlessly. There are what we call digital divides at play. I can't really pitch map onto care divides, but I can't elaborate on this. And there is also a sense of burden. You know, the proliferation of requests from help, especially from other relatives, are often experienced in a negative way. There is also a sense that conflict and issues that have in the past been concealed, kind of brushed under the carpet, are coming now to the surface. And of course, a sense that sometimes constant communication is a reminder of physical absence, which I think is why many Skype calls often end in tears. And there is a very poignant moment there. Now, how does all this compare with the perspective of the children who are left behind? Well, if mothers are very enthusiastic about technology, children are often a lot more ambivalent about the consequences of transnational communication with their parents. And here I have a quote by a young man called Ricardo, who for many years lived without his parents. His parents left when he was 3 years old. He was brought up by his Lola, his grandmother, and he for years used the monthly letter with his parents and the very occasional phone calls because they were so expensive. And then his mother got a mobile phone in the mid-90s, and then she bought him a mobile phone, and then she started calling him. So the quote comes from that time where he actually reflects what happened in that shift from letter writing to phone calls. I think what's really interesting here is that this possibility that the mother can call any time, they could call you wherever you were, and was experienced as a form of intrusion. It was experienced as something that he had to control. He had essentially lost the control that he had through letter writing, where he was able to really manage the relationship by writing. You know, it's interesting also when we reflect on letter writing, letters had this very strong cultural norm. There was a sense of almost like, you know, many of the kids described them as homework. They had to sit down with their grandparents and they had to write how they did at school, and there was a specific sequence as to how they would order the news, and they would never report any bad news. You would never complain in a letter. And so that's why a lot of the problems were brushed under the carpet. And so suddenly, the ability of the mother to call and reconstitute her identity as a mother and impose her presence was resented by the teenager. And similarly, another quote here from a young woman who also sort of shares a similar life history, also expresses this disappointment as to how this constant communication is not necessarily bringing the emotional richness that she would have hoped, but is actually perhaps much more about practical concerns. The more instrumental uses of communication. Are the bills being paid? So there's a clear split in our sample. Half of our participants were ambivalent like these young participants, and the other half were actually very positive, and they were often describing a situation whereby their relationship even improved when the parents went abroad, especially when the mother went abroad. And that was very often the case when it came to girls whose mothers went abroad when they were already teenagers. So if we, again, I'm summarizing because I know we're running out of time. There are factors which play a role in determining the success of transnational parenting and transnational communication. And these factors are the age of the child during the children's migration. So the older the child, usually better the outcomes, it seems. The quality of the pre-existing relationship, the caregiving arrangements, who looks after the children and what kind of relationships and arrangements are there in place, and the technologies that are available for communication. So again, that's important because when mothers went abroad without an ability to communicate frequently, there seems to have been a gap in place that was not really easy to sort of overcome once technologies became available. So what does this mean then? It's clearly obvious that we can't say that communication technologies solve problems like transnational separation. And of course, technologies will never solve problems that are social, right? I think that's the biggest myth about what technologies might achieve. But I think it would be equally problematic to say that then technologies do nothing, because technologies do obviously important things. And one thing they do is that they become integral, almost constitutive to the way transnational relationships are experienced. So even if they don't solve problems, they become the ways through which people express their emotions. They become ways through which people manage their relationships. I think it's really important here to notice the shift in my proposition. It's not just people working with technologies, but sometimes in the technology, especially in the absence of physical, co-presence, of physical contact. And in that context, we developed this notion of polymedia, theory of polymedia, to really try to understand media as environments of converging communicative opportunities. And that really, at one level, really refers to this notion that media is an integrated environment through which are defined relationally by those who use them. So we don't really understand media as discrete technologies, discrete platforms, Skype or Facebook or texting, but rather how people immerse themselves in this environment and try to navigate it and choose between platforms. And then choosing platforms really is not random. It's very much linked to what people want to express and how they want to manage their relationships. Of course, assuming that cost issues are not important, and I have to really acknowledge that there are issues around digital divide, cost and access, and I'm taking that into account. So that's one argument here, that the technology becomes constitutive in how the relationship is experienced. And if we go back to Ricardo's example a minute ago, who was feeling that his mother was intrusive when she was calling, what did he do? He started emailing her. So he missed some calls, because you can't do that all the time. It's not really culturally acceptable. But what he did is that he would wait until the next day before he would email and say, oh, I saw there was a missed call. And in a way, what he was doing was he was returning to the medium, if you want, of writing, which gave him a lot more control, because writing and email has a different temporal structure than calling, which is immediate, it's synchronous, and it allows you to perform and respond right there and then. So in a way, that's interesting that the whole relationship and power management was conducted through technology, and what the technology was doing, it was also signifying something. It wasn't just what was said in those phone calls and what was said in those letters or in those texts. It was also the fact that that particular medium had been used. That had emotional significance. It was also revealing something about the relationship and the emotional intent. So that's one consequence. The other consequence I'd like to kind of share with you is a broader issue, which refers really to the cumulative consequences of new communication technologies for migration as a whole. And I think that what is really important here is that I'm arguing here that there is a consequence in terms of how migration decisions are shaped, and this is very much linked to this presence of communication technologies and the fact that they are taken for granted. And from the early stages of this research, a persistent question kept coming up. Why did our participants not return to the Philippines after their key economic motivations that propelled them to migrate had been actually dealt with? They had built their house, they had put their kids through education. So why were they still in London when they had explicitly said, I'm only coming here for 2 years to solve this particular problem? And I think to understand this issue, of course, we need to go back to the narratives of women, why they came to the UK in the first place. And it's always interesting how the economic concerns are inevitably interrelated with the very personal concerns. You know, there are very personal motivations why women migrate in the first place. And I think what's really interesting is that through migration, despite its difficulties and exploitation and abuse that many women feel, they also acquire a new sense of personhood. Migration for many of my participants was an empowering experience. Despite the difficulties, there was a sense of becoming empowered by becoming a breadwinner. Interesting that many women told me, now that I'm sending money back home, they can hear my voice. It's the first time I got respect back home because I started sending remittances. And this relates to gender structures in the Philippines, and I can say a lot about that. I don't have time. But I think what's important here is that by returning to the Philippines, women would lose this sense of autonomy, this sense of respect and sense of identity, this new sense of personhood. So they decide to stay abroad. And the way they can justify this decision is by saying that they are now also able to perform their duties as mothers, which is also culturally expected in the Philippines. And so you see a quote here by one of my participants who says that for me it's the right decision as long as I can support my family and as long as I keep calling them. So as long as I am essentially a mother through my performance of mothering in technology, through technology, I can justify this decision of staying abroad, even though the reasons are very different. I think that's a really important observation to make, because it's not really saying that it's technology that causes something, but that technology becomes legitimate certain social decisions and certain personal decisions. And I think it's interesting then that these personal narratives intersect with official discourse, policy discourse in the Philippines. This is a quote from a pre-departure orientation workshop which I attended while I was in Manila in 2009, which is obligatory, mandatory for all migrants. You have to go through this training before you can get your documents to go abroad in the first place. And the idea here is that now that you can call, now that you can Skype, it's okay to go abroad. Don't worry that you're leaving your children behind. So we have an official government discourse. We have this discourse also present in advertising about mobile phones and other technologies. And of course, this is also present in people's narratives. I don't want to say which causes what. That's not the point. The point is that there is increasingly this acceptance of technology as a good justification for these more difficult and controversial decisions around migration, which of course may serve other policies and interests. So I think I'll stop here by reflecting on that media are more than channels for communication. They are clearly here doing also something else. They are acquiring a much broader role in this process of transnational communication. Of course, transnational communication is very important. It's in a way the first level that sustains perhaps this second level account of social change that I have tried to suggest in the second part of my talk. I think the structural changes that are made possible through these micro processes of transnational, very intimate communication, these practices of polymedia are really then contributing to the wider processes of migration and social change that we're also seeing in the context of migration. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this stimulating opening talk. And as programmed, we're going to have the discussion after the two papers. So now it's my honor to introduce Bazak Bilishan, coming from the Sociology Department of... Bazak Bilishan from Bielefeld, yes. Bazak has been working recently on the mobility of Asian students in Europe, and her presentation is going to be transnational networks and mobility. Yes. Would you like me to time you the same way? 10 minutes? Yes. 55 minutes, okay, thank you.
10 minutes. Well, I will also be using here. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, I work in Bielefeld. I did a lot about international student mobility, and then I worked as a postdoctoral researcher at our Collaborative Research Center, From Heterogeneities to Inequalities, which officially ended today. So I think it's a very great talk that I can conclude what we have been doing for the past 4 years in Bielefeld. And in general, I'm interested in migration, social networks, social inequalities, and of course, transnational relations. And I have been investigating social networks of migrants and the protective resources that they have, and and what kind of meanings they attach to such relations. So today I'm going to talk about an empirical research that we did. So what my main questions were: how do migrants protect themselves against social risks, such as poverty and unemployment, on when they obtain basic necessities such as medicine, care, and information on jobs? How is it that they do so? These are important questions in the sociology of migration, I would argue, particularly if we were to understand migrants' life worlds and social inequalities they're facing with. Social protection is a key field in which social inequalities become visible precisely because it is meant to decrease insecurity and increase the life chances. And there is a vast and scattered literature on social inequalities, and very quickly I understand them as referring to unequal distribution and access to material and symbolic resources, social status and power, where power between groups made up or split along a variety of markers of heterogeneities, including ethnicity, gender, class, age, life worlds, or worldview. Although international comparative studies are increasing, and sociology of inequality focused on inequalities, usually within one nation state. But we were warned against that, not to conduct or not to have such methodological nationalism in our research. However, and also mobile populations cannot be located in only one nation state. Labor markets, cultural capital, reciprocal relations, they have become transnational, going beyond nation state borders. So are inequalities. So the opportunity structures of the nation states, strategies and activities of actors, as well as the meaning patterns actors ascribe to both the structures and strategies needs to be further analyzed. And focusing on social protection negotiations of migrants within their networks reveals a different perspective on social inequalities, and it is on that perspective I'm going to also talk about today. So, yes, I use the term social protection. Perhaps you are wondering, okay, what is she talking about? So the social protection, I refer to all tangible and intangible resources against social risks in the fields such as employment, healthcare, and education, which might impede the realization of life chances. So it has two components, formal and informal social protection. Formal meaning that generally considered to involve publicly funded formal state regulations, which are reinforced by laws, statutes, and regulations, institutionalized in policy and legislation, and conveyed in the form of supranational frames and eligibility criteria, usually meaning the citizenship. And informal social protection I refer here as being provided by social networks, encompassing all activities that take place outside of formally and organizationally codified regulatory frameworks. So the social networks, which I'm much more interested in, I'm going to talk about today. So what is novel in this understanding, very briefly, is that in this project we conceptualize both realms of formal and informal as an assemblage rather than treating those two
are separate, which is usually done. So our argument was like that they come together in different ways, and not necessarily when there is no formal scheme, so that the informal would come, rather than this assuming this causal and direct relationship. We were considering it much more dynamic, and I'm going to show a little bit to you because yes. So, but also there are many other people working on similar topics, and I want to also tell a little bit about them, so that it has been widely acknowledged that personal networks are crucial for migrants' social protection. Previous studies highlighted that supporting each other across nation states is possible and actually frequently done, as also my colleague before me showed how then parents or mothers are supporting the children left behind. And also there are, like Balthasar and Merla, analyzing the circulation of care in transnational families. And they argue that despite the geographical separation, families support each other emotionally, and particularly during extraordinary cases such as serious illness, surgeries, and childbirth. Another strand of research interested in the social networks and resources and advantageous positions. So this interest stems from the fact that people with better networks have been shown to have greater success at finding jobs, greater ability to cope with poverty, greater facility at dealing with everyday tasks, greater access to economic resources, and better health conditions. And it's increasingly apparent that life outcomes are shaped by access to social networks, and differences in personal networks may be an important cause of inequalities in both access and distribution of resources. What is not clear, however, is how the structure and composition of migrants' networks are important in their life chances. So in order to address those issues, we have conducted an empirical study with migrants in Germany in a mixed method, multi-sited research design. So I'm going to briefly introduce the research design and we can talk about it. Okay. I'm not... Okay. Yes, okay. So we conducted semi-structured interviews with migrants and their significant others in the countries of origin as well, in a matched sample. We did expert interviews, document analysis, participant observation, and egocentric network analysis, which I'm going to talk about more today. So how we do an egocentric network analysis with migrants, which have been done also by previous researchers, but not like this. What we did, very briefly, we gave them a so we gave them one paper with concentric circles, and then told them, okay, you are in the middle, and you will understand in a second, I guess, better. So then 4 circles surrounding you, from very important to unimportant. Please consider this following question. From time to time, most people need assistance, be it in the form of smaller or bigger tasks or favors. Within the past 1 year, who are the people with whom you usually exchange such assistance? So we made them think about those people with whom they perceive they are exchanging such resources. So, and we didn't tell them what important is meant, but rather than ask them, could you please then tell us how did you put those persons in those circles? How did you interpret importance? And well, I can say it with a confidence of 97, 98% that they all said it's about emotional closeness. And then we asked a more structured question about informal social protection in 3 different realms. You cannot see the third one here, but financial exchanges, care relations, and information exchanges. So, okay, my slides are a bit different here than, okay. Well, very briefly, also in which context we did the research. So we chose 3 different transnational social spaces, Germany, Turkey, And in this space, there are mainly labor migrants and asylum seekers. And Germany, Poland, mainly EU migrants, circular migration, circular movements. And Germany, Kazakhstan are usually ethnic resettlers coming to Germany. And in those three different realms, we have conducted 100 network maps with those migrants. And today I'm going to talk about the Turkish case, as I've collected all the data myself. But if you're interested, you can also ask me about the two other cases. I'm happy to talk about. So I have a difference. Because I think I use a Mac, and sometimes it happens. I'm very sorry about that. Okay, so but let me tell you a little bit about this 100 cases that 51 female and 49 individuals participated in our study, which yielded us around roughly 1,000 significant others, alteri. And 48% of those alteri are family members, and 53 are friends. And they are rather dense networks, meaning that with an average of 0.7, which really indicates that the higher proportion of the connectedness within the significant others that they gave us. And 68% were in the very important section, and then 26% are important, 4 less important, and less than 1% were unimportant. And, well, sometimes people are a bit frustrated when I ask them about unimportant, and they were saying, why would I have a person in my life whom I think unimportant to me? We can discuss that as well. So, yes, 56% are those who are named as in the very important section are family members, and 43% were friends. And approximately 60% of all alters live in Germany. 36 live in Turkey, and the remaining 3 were scattered around Europe. So we did not give them any template about where those people were, but rather we asked later on questions about their significant others, like what's the gender, the nationality, where does this people live, what's the education level, what's the income level. So we gave them a hard time, actually. But then today, let me talk two ideal typical cases that in this Turkish sample we have. The first one is about Mustafa. Of course, all names are pseudonyms. Okay, here is the concentric circles that I'm talking about. The person in the middle is our ego, our respondent, and the concentric circles. But later on, I draw this geographical dimension, Turkey, Germany, and Sweden. They were only exposed to the circles when they were given this in a paper and pencil form. So the blues indicate that they are family members, and the orange indicates that they are friends. And you cannot see very well that, but there are some. Let me go briefly. That there are some arrows here, and the arrows indicate that the red one is about information exchange, the black one is about care relations, and the green one is about financial exchanges. You cannot see it very well because nothing happened much. The more the person exchanges, then the arrows get thicker. But Mustafa, who came as an asylum seeker in Germany in 1996, it was a family decision. So the parents said, now you have to go with your sister, you have to escape. And then in 3.5 years later of waiting, his case was rejected by the German authorities. And then he went to Amnesty International, and with their help, his status was recognized as a refugee. And later on, he was involved in some criminal cases, but it took him a very long time. But at the end, he acquired German citizenship. And then when I asked, okay, what kind of protection are you receiving? And he said, yes, I am receiving benefits. And he was unemployed. He really had so difficult times for finding employment. saying that, and also he was saying, of course, it might also have to do with my education background, which he only has a basic basic 5-year education from Turkey and not in Germany. And he also had the chance to go through some further education in Germany. And he was so happy, so very much satisfied with the formal structures he is receiving, like the benefits, unemployment benefits, and so on. However, he was saying, you know, I should have gone to Sweden. I'm like, okay, what makes you think that? Because he says in Sweden he has one brother and one sister who are much better off, who have jobs, very stable, and their status in the whole extended family, also the ones who are left in Turkey and also the ones in Germany. He also has brothers and sisters in Germany, apparently. There are 14 siblings. So, but he thinks he's the one who is the most marginalized in the family, although he has the citizenship and access to all the formal resources. But he's like, but they are there together with a better status, with a better job, and I am I'm living on welfare. So he was resenting that it happened in that way. Okay, so that's what I wanted to tell, that because as a man in his family, and also the gender hierarchies, okay, in Turkey, and the gender, the way that it was been thought in the family, he really felt very much marginalized. But, I mean, not all the cases are like this. Of course, there are people who are, so to say, winners of this transnational, being embedded in a transnational network. For example, another case I have here is Aylin, again a pseudonym. I don't have my notes, but it's okay. So Aylin came to Germany as a family. Her husband came to Germany before her with the guest worker agreement in 1961, and later on they got married and she joined him in Germany. And again, it's the same, where the blue ones are family ties and the orange ones are the friendship ties. But if you can see, the lines are thicker in Aylin's case, because there has been a lot of exchange, a lot of protection going on informally, although she doesn't have citizenship from Germany, and she doesn't feel marginalized at all. And she is a housewife. She received, again, the basic 5-year education in Turkey, but she feels that she's attached to Turkey much more than in Germany, although there is kind of a, I would say, in terms of family members, there is kind of an equal kind of distribution in both geographies. But still she feels much more oriented towards Turkey. And if you see that she's always sending remittances back to Turkey, whereas she's receiving much more information from her friends who are in Germany. But then later on, during my participant observations, I have discovered something else that would not be possible only by doing a very standardized network analysis. This one is semi-standardized, but perhaps some network analysts would disagree with me because they see it as a holistic methodology. It doesn't matter qualitative and quantitative divide. But if we wouldn't have done it so in a flexible way, we wouldn't have known the following. So Aylin is very much embedded in the friendship circle, because when I realized there's this information exchange, what do you meet or what do you do? And then I realized that they form a group, and every month they get together in one of the women's houses. And actually, what is not in this one, perhaps she forgot to tell me, that they exchange financial resources. So it is a form of rotating a savings and credit association, where everyone puts a pot of 50 or 100 euros, and one month the organizer of this event gets the whole pot. So if you're 10 people, then 1 month you receive 1,200 euros. So, but without using such a mixed methods in that way, I wouldn't be able to find out that they are engaged and they are informally protecting each other, those women groups. Yes, so conclusions. Well, we can talk about it a bit more if you like to. So what I wanted to show you that those hierarchies formed also by unequal distribution of social protection, like in the case of Mustafa, for example. He was saying, yeah, but they are getting much more protection and in terms of informally and also formally, although he also had the access. So there are hierarchies being formed in interpersonal networks, and it is also important how actors then perceive those. And yes, and I would argue that inequalities are transnationalized, because it's not only that when migrants change their nation state, where they live, it's not only about who are left behind, but what we have seen again in the case of Mustafa, that there are also other perhaps family members or also friends that they live in also other countries, and their frame of references change. So then the perceived inequalities change. And again, as I said, that the protection strategies are also embedded in gendered related systems of classifications, where hierarchies, yes, are formed by unequal distribution. And yes, and mixed methods design, as I also said, that without doing the, if I wouldn't have done like this, the network study, I wouldn't be able to know what kind of meanings then people ascribe to which kind of relationships that they're having to, and what kind of other strategies they are much more engaged in. That I only thought about those financial care and information realms, but perhaps there are much more, and this is how then was possible to unearth those. Well, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Bazak. And now we have a table with the perfect marriage of anthropology and sociology to discuss migration and transnationalism. I'm opening for questions, and I'll take 2 or 3 at a time. Okay, we've got 2. Anna? Anna? Yeah, gentleman after you. What's your name, please? As. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Follow an approach introducing the agency of women and of children. What children that you mentioned there were, I think, now young adults, okay? So my first question would be, did you interview or work with children in present and that are the children of those mothers at distance? And do you have some data on the way that in which they build their family as well in the country of the origins of the mothers? The second is most a comment. Do you think that this intensive mothering paradigm is an exclusive experience of migrant women? Because what we know from the Western society is there are, especially well-off families and high-qualified women with intense job careers, this kind type of intensive mothering using new ICTs. So they have exactly the same purpose of managing their daily routine in the family with their children, sometimes with their husbands, and so that they contribute to the production of a networked family. So do you have any comment on this?
Okay. Next question, please.
Asaf Abush from Vilar University. Yeah, I have two questions. The first question, how do you respond then to cases where, for various reasons, family disputes or case of war,
Thank you.
cases of war where there is no whatsoever any kind of transnationalism, so to say, with the sending country, where people create sort of an idea that, you know, it's something of the past, I don't have any contact anymore. So how do you, transnationalism, then respond to this particular ambiguity? The second question then, in terms of inequality and poverty in migration studies, what about people who don't want to have connections with the sending country because they sort of fail, they couldn't make it, and they sort of they just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to be associated with the sending country. So how do then you respond to those ambivalences, so to say?
Thank you very much. There's one question right behind you. Do you mind sitting there? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for both speakers. My question would go to Bashak presentation. I was very interested in this Mustafa case. I found it very, very interesting and intriguing. And particularly the way you presented him as being the most marginalized member in the family network. And yet he was also sent by the family there. So you would expect that maybe the family thought of him as, you know, having a high potential of being successful once arriving at destination. So my question was, how do you explain this marginalized position in an extensive community of almost 16 siblings, if I remember well? How did the others reach Europe? Through which channels? Through which network? And maybe, I guess my question here is about the getting more information about the trajectory of Mustafa, you know. And maybe on a theoretical level, my question would be, how do you connect this mapping of resources of a transnational social protection to more diachronical variables that explain why, in the end, these people are more or less marginalized or more or less connected to networks? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We already have people lined up for the next round, but I'm going to give the microphone to the
Okay,
speakers.
thanks very much. Briefly, I mean, I didn't really go through the methodology, but perhaps I should have said that we didn't actually interview anyone who was younger than 16. We did, however, meet people who were younger than that as part of the sort of ethnographic encounter, because we visited people's homes, we had lunch and dinner and spent time. So, so there was that kind of wider content, but we, for various reasons, did not interview young children. So I can't really say very much about the agency of children. I think in a way that's a separate project requiring very different methodologies that are sensitive to the age of children. We interviewed young adults, and the young adults we found were able to reflect on their trajectory from childhood, because many of them had been separated from a young age, others had been separated only for 2 or 3 years. And so most of our participants would be in their late teens or early 20s. And because I'm still in touch with these people, I mean, some are now a lot older than that and have children of their own. And of course, in many occasions we interviewed the eldest sibling, and there were 2 or 3 younger siblings whom we didn't interview, but we had a sort of I think we had a sense of their sort of the context of their lives, but I wouldn't say I can talk about agency when it comes to 6- and 7-year-old children. The question of the networked family, I think, is really interesting. And there was, in a way, a sense of networked family. And it's interesting, many families will have their WhatsApp groups. And very interesting that the fathers were very often absent in this research. I don't want to generalize. I don't think this is a situation about all transnational families. But in this particular study, fathers were very absent. And in fact, that was one of the reasons why women migrated in the first place. It's because it was sort of the result of the collapse of a relationship. Their husband had left the home, the family, to start another family sometimes. And mothers found themselves in a situation where they had to go abroad because they needed to really become the breadwinners. Or sometimes they went abroad to escape the stigma associated with being abandoned and not being able to be divorced, because you may not know, but you can still not get divorced in the Philippines. It's not allowed legally. So there are all these very important structural reasons. In other cases, the relationship collapsed after migration, and so the fathers were generally not involved. But there was a sense of other family members being involved, especially uncles and aunts and the grandparents. And they were essentially very often catalyzing the communication. And I have the comment about migration as failure, but I will let you address the issues, and only if we have time I might return to that.
Okay. Well, thank you. No, thank you. People who do not have relations, I really want to address that one as well, because I've also conducted a network map and an interview with the sister of Mustafa, and she is the one like saying, I escaped Turkey, so I do not want to have any relations. But I have a mother living, so only with the mother, but not anything at all related to Turkey. She doesn't want to hear anything about it. So, and apparently there is not so much relation there except for the mother, which is then constituted by the phone and not a new, and as she's much older, only by phone she's reachable. So yes, the Mustafa's case, well, thank you for asking. I also think that, I mean, I do not depict him as the researcher as the most marginalized, but he was telling me that in the family I was chosen to send to Europe and to have a future there because my parents thought it is better for me and the sister. Those two were younger, so they were sent together, so he would also take care of the sister on the way. But the others apparently who went to Sweden are much older and they went on their own. But it was his own perception that he's marginalized in terms of protection and supportive resources in his network. When he realized, when he looked at the map, and he's like, yeah, I wish that I would be like my brother. But perhaps thinking from the perspective of the researcher, perhaps it was not his own decision at the first place, but the family decision. Perhaps it might have had a role in his understanding of being marginalized, that it was not his decision. He didn't want to leave the country at the first instance, but he knew that the things were getting worse against those people who are living in the southeastern part of the country. Yes, okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Maria de Souza, please.
Thank you both for the two presentations. And I must say, I'm an immunologist and a grandmother, and therefore I was more sensitive to your presentation than to yours, because in your presentation there are no fathers, no grandmothers, no nothing. I mean, so one has the feeling, a non-social scientist like myself has the feeling that the mother just goes and leaves the child in the street in Manila. And that is absolutely unlikely. There must be a social network of some sort. Therefore, I was more sensitive to the social network presentation, and enjoyed both presentations very much, but yours I found it very puzzling because there must be something missing. I mean, a woman is not an ergo, how do you call it, completely isolated piece here. She probably goes with the father, or I don't know where the father is. There are no fathers in there. There are no men. There are no grandmothers, as I say, and I was a little surprised. in your case, but because I didn't quite get it. But it's something that I'm very interested in because of my knowing a little bit what's going on in Sweden. I didn't understand the difference between the choice or the feeling relative to Germany and Sweden, and it's just a matter of clarification. If you could clarify.
Okay, next question. Nina, please. Nina Glickschiller, João, there.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for these lovely presentations. I just wanted to push a little further in terms of how to take our network research, because from the beginning of transnational studies, we were emphasizing that networks and family networks were key to understanding how people experience migration. But what we weren't looking at enough, and I'm wondering if you're continuing this problem, is to look at both the differentials of space and time. So, and class in terms of any differences of inequality. So I was just wondering, in terms of, first of all, the networks in the UK, if it mattered where the mothers were and how they were in place. Cambridge is not London, and being a nurse is not being a domestic. In terms of access to your time, access to resources, and access to various kinds of local emplacements that might influence how you monitor your children, how you perceive the children, and families. So that's one issue. And then time in terms of actually all the reaction and the border surveillance and the changing legal regimes, and how that actually changes the possibilities for transnational family interactions, and whether it's from sending money to visiting, and from being illegal to being able to legalize status. So that's one question. And then the questions in terms of Germany are similar, because if we don't have a sense of changing migration regimes, then the question of a younger brother looking at older brothers, he might see it in terms of Sweden was better, but really he may also be talking about a different time in Sweden, and we have to step out of that. So just one final thought. That means that when we, rather than just critiquing the care chain research, we have to say we need a political economy and an agency, and if we go in one direction or the other, we really can't theorize this. So I'd like to your thoughts on it.
Thank you, Nina. Marta? Could you wait for the...
Thank you again. Thank you for two very inspiring presentations. I have a question to Marta. Did you came across situations where Philippine mothers were being experiencing some kind of oppressive control from their kins and children out of the use of these technologies? Because we came often across with situations where migrants are actually relieved, experiencing some freedom when they lose or their phones are stolen, and they don't have access to internet, or because the pressure coming from both children and other kids are too much to deal with. So I would like to ask you if you already had theorized about this.
Okay, thank you, Martin.
Great question. So thank you all. I'll start in reverse order, just simply because I remember the more recent ones. Absolutely, you're right. I mean, there was a moment in my presentation where I spoke about the burden of constant communication, which is very much felt amongst mothers in terms of the requests that they have for help. That is actually a huge pressure on women. I mean, at one point I had calculated how much women would spend on these very small amounts that they would send to, let's say, to 14, 15 relatives. And these requests can never be refused because it's really cutting the network. It's really saying no to family, and it's impossible culturally to do that. So that's one form of burden. There is also another form of sort of more social surveillance that is going on. And that's not just the mobile phone, really. These days, this is completely sort of pervasive because of the ubiquitous nature of digital media technology. So I've developed that in a notion called ambient compresence. And what I mean by that is that what you have now is a peripheral sense of others, which is very often the result of indirect communication. So somebody's status symbol going on Skype, and that signifies they have returned home or they have woken up, especially if these are patterns in family life. So in a way, I interpret some of these activities, which are not sort of intended communication to somebody, you don't send them a message, but these are kind of the cues that you leave, your digital traces, that in a way become the fragments of everyday transnational life, and they become the ways in which families do family. And there is a very strong monitoring and surveillance element there, which is the source of great conflict sometimes. Because it's then how do you manage this relationship and this, this tethering that is constantly taking place. So you have the mothers trying to monitor children, but of course it's the other way around too, because, to return to your question, there is obviously a wider network. I mean, I was focusing here on a very specific issue, which was the relationship between mothers and children, but the children are not growing up on their own. There is a network, usually the maternal network of grandparents and uncles and aunties, and I did say one of the factors that determines the outcome is the quality of the caregiving arrangement. So who looks after the children? And of course, it's the other relatives who initiate this communication when the children are very young. Therefore, it is absolutely central to what is going on here. And that was also there in my answer about the networked family. It's just that the parents happen to be absent in this particular setting. But there are even surveys in the Philippines, I haven't done this kind of research myself, which actually show that the outcomes for these left behind children sometimes are even better than the children without, with both parents present. And I guess the explanation would be that these children would have access to private tuition, very good schooling, because the OFW families have a lot of a higher income. But the caregiving arrangements are hugely important, and it was sort of the context behind this research. The question of inequality, hugely important. Again, I did gloss over. I mentioned at some point that there are important care divides. And these map onto employment differences, especially between nurses and domestic workers. A nurse usually has her own, or his own, because there are some male nurses too, apartments, they will have their own internet connection. If you're a living domestic, the situation is very different. I think that's where I've seen a shift from a situation where I first met women who would only go to an internet cafe once a week, and to Skype or to send messages, to a situation where they now have smartphones, and the smartphone in a way becomes that integrated communicative environment where a lot of these platforms can be found, and through which, through your smartphone you can launch all these different possibilities. I'm not saying smartphones correct inequalities, because even that is asymmetrically distributed, but there is a slight shift. But clearly there are care divides. And the other divide, of course, is where the family is in the Philippines. It's not so much between Cambridge and London, but if you're in Manila and the peri-urban area, then the family is very likely to have good broadband connection. But if you're in a province further out, you're likely not to have that good connection. So the divide really more is in the Philippines, and it's transnational rather than it is within the UK. But there is still an employment issue there. The temporality question, fascinating. I could speak about that for hours. I think it's really important. I think there is something interesting here about the materiality of older media technologies and how, in a way, they kind of provide archives of migration, the letters, the cassette tapes that are never thrown away. They're always kept in a shoebox. And they're often used as evidence, right? When people go to apply for visas or legalization, and they show that the kind of tangible evidence of their presence in the host country, or sometimes the family in the Philippines use that evidence to apply to come and join the mother, whether successfully or unsuccessfully. So it's interesting how the family history and the migration history kind of are told through the materiality of the media, but also through digital media, which are also in many ways providing tangible evidence for what is going on. And I mean, I could say a lot more, but I think that's just one dimension which I'm very interested in, and I think is really productive area to explore more. So I'll pass over to you.
Well, thank you. Now, very briefly about the difference between feeling and choice of Germany in comparison to Sweden. So my point was there that Mustafa was sent by his parents, but to Europe, so wherever in Europe, he didn't also know. He wanted to go to Sweden at some point, but he couldn't. He was basically arrested and he had to claim asylum. But his brother, he went to Sweden and he did it by himself. He was not sent by the family. So that's why, and he was lucky to get a job in Sweden, but as Nina pointed out, perhaps when he left the country, he had perhaps more opportunities to find a job in Sweden, whereas Mustafa left in the 1990s to Germany. Perhaps the labor market was not good or ready for Mustafa to have an employment. But again, it was this feeling of being marginalized in the family in comparison to other family members who are well off in another country, but he is still satisfied that he could live with dignity and he was not homeless. So he was receiving some benefits, of course, but he was not doing well, so he was at some point perhaps thinking, I cannot send something back home to my parents. They had so much high hopes for me, but that's why he's marginalized. That's the idea. But I really think that, yes, the network research will continue in the migration studies, and I'm really much of a fan of doing network analysis. I will continue to do so, but you are absolutely right that about time, it is only one snapshot of this time with this interviewee. And if we do another interview in a week or in another day, I'm sure it will look differently. But it is I think it is also the issue of any other method. Like if you do another qualitative interview with another person, he or she might say something else as well. But how can we overcome this? Perhaps we can do a bit more longitudinal analysis with people. I mean, we can take a look at the biographies, but also meeting them at several different points in time and then see how the networks evolve. Because networks, I mean, there is a huge literature about how networks help to facilitate mobility at the first place. And the networks have a role when the migrant is in the country. But they might also have other, and the networks who then keep us stay in touch with the countries of origin. So I think we need to continue to do, but to keep in mind that space and time are very much important in our methods.
Okay, we have one last question from Pedro, and we still have time. We're running. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Please, if I didn't see you, I apologize, and I'm sure Pedro will leave it for. Okay.
Thank you both for the very interesting talks. My question is mostly to Mirka. Do you see an impact on policies of migration of these socially innovative uses of communication technologies, especially for receiving countries? You mentioned already the Filipino administration. And also, if there is a tangible impact on gender roles, that seems to be more systematic than simply the absence of males from the picture.
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay.
question? Thanks. This is, of course, very interesting, but where are we going to? I mean, is this consolidated? Is this, yes, is this kind of, new ways of personal relationship consolidated? So we're heading to a future where this will be embodied in the kind of migrations we have in the world. So this, I mean, this is a question that worries us in many areas, and not just in this area. For example, we also have more media in academia, and this changes the way we are producing our work. So I think this is a general question, but there's a way of looking at the future somehow, is to understand whether there are people who are leaving this kind of social relationship, the people that are leaving these interactions. I mean, people who are not using this media, the migrants who are not using, who are avoiding this kind of contact, and which are giving more importance of having short migration terms and going back as soon as possible. So that, okay, so thanks.
Okay. Right, briefly. The policy issue, in the Philippines, as I already said, yes, but not so much in the UK. I can't speak about other contexts, but I think there are various NGOs and advocacy groups who will talk about the welfare of migrants, and that they need to have access to these technologies, or that we need to develop digital literacy because it's a vital issue for their well-being. But it hasn't really, it's not enshrined in policy. So that's not really there yet, even though there have been some recommendations. I think what might interest policymakers more is sort of how that kind of second level consequence, which might be how that might then become implicated with decisions around settlement or return. I think that might be something that might have some kind of policy implications too, but it's not really there yet. Gender, I think, is really interesting. I mean, I didn't have time to talk, but because I have done this long-term work for 9 years now, and it will be ongoing despite other projects that are also kind of taking place. I have had a sort of an understanding of the wider context of the families, and not just about the questions of parenting, which I focused on today. So I've become very interested in, for example, the romantic relationships of my participants. So gender is really important there, and it's really interesting how having long-distance relationship also at a romantic level, not necessarily with the father of the children, but with other men, might be quite common. And so it's really interesting to see the interactions at that level, and again, how technology is very central. It's very interesting that when I started this research, I went to some cultural centers in London, which, amongst other things, offered English language classes and IT classes. So they helped women learn how to use email those days. We're talking about 2007, or Skype, or Yahoo Messenger. Those were the platforms. And I met women who were attending these classes who were in their 60s and their 50s. So there was a very strong drive to actually engage with technology. Mm-hmm. Now, there are digital literacy issues. I did come across women, not necessarily my participants, but I did come across women who were dictating their emails to somebody back in 2007. So there was an issue. But I feel that there has been generally this very strong drive, because there has been this very strong dependency. And I have often given talks about migration and migrants being at the forefront of technological developments, very often contrary to perceptions of migrants as being perennially destitute and so on. And we've seen it again now with refugees crossing, the Aegean Sea, and we're saying, oh, they have smartphones. Oh my God, this is a shock, they should be carrying, I don't know, something really old with them. But actually no, because for them it's much more vital to have a smartphone which has sort of your family album and all your contacts and emergency phones and copies of letters and scanned documents that you will need to cross borders. And it's a vital resource in many ways that is a lot more than it is for me. Now, I can't really comment about the implications of technology in all spheres of life. Obviously, this is happening. There are other issues there. We can talk about spillovers between work and life for everyone in this room, I guess, and I can see it also with my participants. But I want to kind of refrain from taking a very pessimistic dystopian view that the relationship is kind of declining because it is mediated on technology. I think what I'm finding here is that the relationship has been ambivalent and productive or ridden with conflict, like all relationships, whether it is mediated or unmediated. And what technologies do is that they simply extend or provide another way through which one can conduct it. But it doesn't mean that they necessarily that technology constitutes a form of impoverishment. I wouldn't accept that argument. I think technology simply provides another parallel world and medium through which you can conduct interpersonal communication. So a more nuanced approach, I guess.
Thank you, and thank you to a great audience. We can go now for coffee.
Good morning. Thank you, Maria and Nuno, for coming and for your collaboration in this conference of the ICS. In this panel, we will have the contribution of two biologists and of two biologists, Maria de Souza and Nuno Ferran. I'm sure that the presentations of Maria de Souza and Nuno Ferran will contribute to open the frontiers of our debate about migrations in contemporary societies. This panel aims to improve the dialogue between different disciplinary perspectives and methodologies in order to create new questions about migrations, a domain that shapes our lives at different levels of analysis. And now I will introduce Maria de Souza. As we know, Maria de Souza is a professor emeritus at the University of Oporto. She studied medicine in the University of Lisbon. She got a PhD in immunology by the University of Glasgow, and she was professor at the Sloan Institute for Cancer Research, and later full professor at the Institute Abel Salazar of the University of Oporto. She is presently part of the David Linden Research Group at the Weill Cornell Medical Center. The contributions of Maria in the field of immunology are diverse and recognized across the international scientific community. For instance, the contributions of Maria to the knowledge about shared migrations of lymphocytes and tumor cells. Maria de Souza was director of the PhD program on biology at the University of Porto during about 20 years, and she is a member of the Conselho de Escola of our institute. Nuno Ferran is professor of evolutionary and conservation biology at the University of Oporto. He is director of the PhD program on biodiversity and director of the CBio Research Center of the University of Oporto. His main research interests are related to the understanding of the origins and maintenance of biological diversity at the global level, including current strategies leading to the sustainability of our planet. The title of this panel is complex and interesting: migrations of donkeys, rabbits, cells, and men, an approach from two biologies. And I will ask Maria to start. And after the presentation of Maria, we will have a short discussion. Then, after the discussion, we will have the presentation of Nuno Ferran, followed by a documentary about rabbits, and a final discussion about these two important contributions. So, Maria.
Okay, well, thank you for the introduction, George, but above all, I really want to thank you for this invitation, because as a member of the school council of this institute, I really have very many times pointed out the importance of getting together across disciplines, not for you, but for us. I mean, for the biologists, and in fact, our two areas, social sciences and basic biology, which is what I represent, have a very, very narrow overlap, and then we are miles apart elsewhere. But on the other hand, I think we biologists will benefit enormously from your questions and from seeing if your questions could be relevant to what we do. And in fact, I feel like a kind of a little root that is giving rise to a tree of questions, and so please don't think that I'm going to say anything of great significance or importance. On the contrary, I'm just going to, whatever I'm saying is going to reflect and to represent my questions, or how your questions, your own questions, and the way you approach things. And in that respect, Nuno came to my rescue, because in evolutionary biology they also approach things in a different way from basic biology. And so this is for me a very important occasion. And thank you very much to you all, to the school, and to Marta, and to Rui, and to you, and to all of you for really having me, because I have very little to say. And what I have to say actually is the work. I decided that, I'm not very good at talking about things I don't know much about. And so I'm talking about work that I'm doing with my graduate student at Cornell Medical College in New York. And he's doing a PhD in David Ladden's lab with a co-supervision between me and David. And David's lab, the concern in David's lab is precisely the migration of tumor cells. And the graduate student, as is actually doing the work, is Gonçalo, and that's his picture there. And this just gives you an idea of the problems that people working in cancer research have. So you have the tumor on your right-hand side, and then the tumor cells leave the original tumor and start circulating. And they circulate all over the place, in principle. But then they seem to prefer distinct organs of destination. And this first slide gives you an idea that the cells are all over the place. And the next slide tells you that some cells go to the liver, which is this little organ here at the bottom. Then other cells go to the lung, and some other cells go to the brain, which is really a mysterious destination. And so people working in cancer research look at cells going to places as if cells know how to go to places, know that they go to places. And in fact, in David's lab, the research has been to demonstrate that there are particular molecules that help the direction, which they call tropism, organ tropism of the cells, of the tumor cells. And so there are lung tropic cells that go and settle in the lung. There are cells that go to the liver. They are liver tropic cells, and the mysterious destination, and the last destination in a way, is the brain. And Gonçalo, this student of mine, is actually doing work on trying to understand why cells get to the brain. And when I say there is a narrow overlap between our two areas, is the overlap of social networks, because in fact, as you will see, cells behave very much like migrants to Sweden or to Germany they don't use cell phones, but they do communicate. And And the difference, one difference in our case, is the tools that basic biology has developed. So we know, Anna was joking about, was I going to talk about rats and mice? I'm going to show you some mice and rats. Those are mice, and the mice on the right just show you how far we've gone in terms of tools. So you can inject cells at one point, and then you can follow them to the brain. So you know, in vivo. So you can actually see where the cells go, because there are ways of lighting up the places where the cells go. And here, for example, there are a number of brains that have been injected with brain-tropic cells. And this blue here on the brain of this mouse is precisely the indication that cells have got there. And this mouse in particular, poor mouse, had lost the capacity to walk and so on, and was very sick. And then what their contribution is currently is that there are small particles inside the tumor cells, which are shown, those little round things with the black arrows, and with the gray and the orange arrows. Those small particles, they have a name. They're called exosomes, as you see there. And so they are nanoparticles. Their diameter is between 90 to 120 nanometers. And these little particles leave the tumor, the primary tumor, and then they go, they travel, and then they actually get to places. And in the case of Gonçalo's work, they are the yellow, they're represented here by the yellow, and they actually get into the vessels that are in the brain. And you can see them by doing sections of brain from mice, in vivo mice, or you can actually see them from ex vivo slices of brains. And here you have, so those nanoparticles, those very small particles, get to a place, get to the vessels, and actually are capable of doing two things: of activating genes that makes the number of vessels increase. So when the tumor cells circulate, they actually have more roads to go in, and then they modify the roads in such a way that the cells settle and they start dividing and they form the metastasis. So anyhow, the great advances in basic biology is to understand how things happen. And we don't have the luxury, like you have, of asking the question, why? I think this morning, and I think every presentation during the day will tell us why people migrate, why they stay there, why, and we don't know why cells leave the tumor. I mean, they do leave the tumor, but why do they leave the tumor? You can think about it, but we don't really know why. And in evolutionary biology, you will see also rats, or not rats, I don't think he works in rats, but mice and donkeys and so on, you know why they go. And so this fundamental difference between our disciplines in the nature of the questions, I think it should be a very interesting topic for discussion. And finally, I just wanted to say that what does happen is the question of asking why. Basic biology does not have that luxury. We don't know whether cells or molecules or indeed genes experience the equivalent of animal fear. So we don't know. We know that in your case fear is one important weight in the balance of decisions for migrating. And I was joking with myself. Imagine that one day somebody discovers that when people experience fear, some gene turns on a light in the brain, as is very popular to do these days, and that one day we're going to find that that same gene lights up in cells. We don't know. We don't ask those. There are questions that we don't ask, and there are questions that we should be asking, perhaps, and questions that you ask. And that's why I'm here, is to learn what are your questions. And one question that Nuno will mention, and that has to do very much with his work, is the question of domestication. Domestication is a terribly important thing in evolutionary biology. And as you also know, in cancer research, the paradigm has been to kill the cancer cells. So here it is a cancer, and every head works to kill that as a magic bullet, and it's something of the beginning of the last century, and the idea is to have magic bullets. And the pharmaceutical companies work on magic bullets, and we think on magic bullets. And now, let us suppose that one day the interesting thing will be not to kill the tumor cell, but to domesticate it. I mean, but we don't even ask. I would dare, perhaps I would dare not ask this question in a cancer research meeting, because they would throw me out. And at least you are kind enough not only not to throw me out, but to let me in. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have now some time to discuss this presentation of Maria. Very stimulating.
Thank you very much. As for the why and how, primarily with regard to institutions, and one very big important institution in these discussions about migration is the institution of the state and national borders and border control. So maybe to follow up your discussion about how we should find ways to converge in our framing the questions, my question would be what could we learn from your research in your field about how to overcome this big narrative and constraints we face with the nation state and all the institutions that are very, very powerful when it comes to preventing people to move? How cells, what would be the equivalent in your biological universe, for example, that we could compare with our institutions that are very bad with migrants? And how cells could also inspire us in finding ways to get more enfranchised and be more empowered to overcome all these limitations that have to do with the objective institutions of the nation state, but also the subjective dimension of these, like xenophobic fears and all sorts of nationalistic exclusion that the migrants we are talking about in our field are facing. So how we could find more converging metaphors to find similar ways to discuss these things.
Sure. Well, one border we have in the morning is time, not space. So I cannot. You see, that is really a very interesting and a very important question, and it has really to do with the fact that there are. In the case of the tumor cell, one of the things the tumor cell obviously doesn't do is respect borders, but somehow it respects environments, and not respects, it goes to particular environments, but it does not respect borders. And my own earlier interest was indeed, as George mentioned, the circulation of lymphocytes. And from that, I think we have really a lot to learn. And I think knowing biology of the lymphocyte circulation would be extremely important because, again, there are no borders, and the important thing is the equilibrium of the whole. And the moment you start really separating and creating borders, only by creating the borders you are creating problems. I mean, and we are living in I think we are living in a very special time, because it's not a time of this year or last year or 2 years ago or 2 years to come. I know this has been around for at least the middle of the last century, and we haven't made progress. We made some progress, but as you can see, with what is happening right now in Europe, for example, this return to nationalism is incomprehensible to people who were and assisted at the change in borders. So we are, in a way, going back again. So the answer is with you. I mean, obviously, my generation, our generation has failed, obviously, or at least has succeeded in some countries. This is why I like New York. I mean, the reason why I like New York is if you manage to be in a city with the population of Portugal, where there are yellows and greens and blacks and whites and as riscas, there are all these, and people survive and in harmony. I consider New York a city of hope because there is hope that it can happen, but it obviously doesn't happen universally. And we thought it would happen universally when people started talking of the planet as a home and blah, 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 last century, and see how. So it's going to go backwards and forwards. But what biology says is that borders are not a very good idea. The whole is the maintenance and the homeostasis, that is the great, the word, the key word, is what you people, we people, because we all should be a little bit not of a knowledgeable in depth of social science, but we all should be very much sensitive to social science. We should remember that what biology tells us is that there is harmony between all those organs.
Yes, Lydia, thank you very much for your presentation. And I have to find my question basic or even stupid, but I would like to know your views on this. Does gender matter in these tumor cell migrations? And put the question more broadly, did you find or are you exploring any patterns of this choice of destination along or following social variables or social divides, for example, gender, education, lifestyles, social classes, or ethnicities? Do you compare men and women of these different social types?
No, yes and no. Yes, because people have done that, and of course there is no gender difference. There does not seem, the gender difference will have to do with the organ. I mean, because women have breasts and it's more common, although there is cancer of the breast in men, it's more common, of course, in women. So the organ of origin is gender related, of course. But the differences have more to do with habits, you know, and unfortunately smoking comes up all the time. But if you say, but why exactly does smoking come up all the time? I tell you that perhaps one doesn't quite know. So habits come, but they are common to both genders. So gender differences have not been found. Yeah. Where differences now have been found and identified is in the molecules that seem to be related and responsible for some cells going to the liver, some cells going to the lung, some cells going to the... And that is, I can give you a paper, it's a paper that was published at the end of last year, and it's a very interesting paper, because they came, in David Leiden's lab, they came to that conclusion.
Maria, thank you very much. You mentioned that you would be kicked out of a cancer research meeting if you came up with a different suggestion other than killing the cells, the tumor cells. My question is, well, it's not the case that there hasn't been people saying different things, both in cancer research and in infectious disease research, and not getting to the top. But in infectious disease research, there has been some change in the approach to the magic bullets in different circumstances. It goes back and forth depending on factors that we cannot analyze right now. So my question is, if there is clinical massive evidence of a different approach working or other strengths, factors to be allowed to speak differently in a cancer research setting, is it viable, according to you, to change the way you will look at the approach to cancer?
Can't they ask simple questions? I mean, okay, so I'm afraid, Christiana, the answer would be a very long answer again, and something that I'm very sensitive to because of history, you know, and the history places us in the magic bullet field, as you know, very well, and therefore, let me put it this way. Okay, there is a guy that thinks that there is someone at the back that really wanted to ask a question, and he's been trying. Yes. No, it's okay. Anyhow, so that starts, okay? That starts. And then, of course, the first thing that appears in the history is the antibodies, and the antibodies go as... and then comes the antibiotics, and the antibiotics... okay, so, and they work with infection. So then the minds are set for, in cancer also, the cancer cell being treated as an infectious agent. And that is true in some rare types of tumors that are really related to viruses, as you've heard with the papilloma virus now and so on. So where there is infection related to the cancer cell, the magic bullet thing works, okay, because we know there is a target for that. And then something else has to come through other than the magic bullet, in my opinion. And now what is on right now is immunotherapy. Right now, immunotherapy is what is working, and it probably will work for a while. I don't know whether it's going to work for a long time, and so on. You know, there is so I consider to... I was very attracted to the idea of the domestication. I think to live with, I mean, a rabbit, as you will show, you can come to not to fear the rabbit, and the rabbit comes not to fear the host, and the tumor. Suppose that the tumor cell can be domesticated, and you live with it instead of killing it, and you can live with it. For example, so that would be a great challenge, I think. But as I say, I wish they would ask simple questions.
Thomas.
There is one at the back.
Be relieved, I will not ask a question. It's more a comment than a question.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
so it's okay.
Oh, and it's a silent comment?
Yeah.
No.
In fact, there is a long history of relations between the natural sciences and the social sciences. And since the natural sciences came first, for historical and for social reasons, the social sciences have been subjugated. Their methods, their paradigms, and all that. And we can think of the School of Chicago and its human ecology that tried to find the explanations through biology. We are a century later than that, and we should be very cautious of rebiologizing the social sciences, and there is a tendency in the last years of doing that. And this is not the way that actually we should try to find synergies between our different fields. And especially with the example today of migrating tumor cells, imagine the impact on European extreme right parties' agendas of having on a comparative basis migrating people and tumor cells. They could make a propaganda party out of it. So we should be very cautious of how we bring together social science questions and biology questions, because through essentialization, we can really kill what we want.
I just want to stress that if you listened carefully, I said exactly the reverse, that it's the biologist that has to learn from the social sciences, the other way around. That's my position, my personal position. Then the example, then whatever people can make of examples is something else. And therefore that's why we should all be very well educated, and it should be very clear that I said exactly the reverse. I think biology has to learn from the social sciences, and you are absolutely right. And what is happening in biology itself is also scary as far as I'm concerned, because we are giving a lot of importance to genes, and genes alone are not sufficient, are not going to be sufficient to explain everything. You know, the environment is important, the social interactions the social networks are going to be important. So we have a lot to learn from you, the other way around. So, but thank you very much for the comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
José Luís.
My question replicates a bit Thomas' question. And it's about your overlapping issue, the small overlapping between the biologist and the social scientists. Because most of the time, we social scientists deal with this overlapping through analogies, through metaphors, and using concepts that were first built for the other sciences, not for the social sciences. And my point and my question is, you, Maria, you say that you are willing and available to learn from us, of course, but my question is, are the hard sciences and the life sciences and biologists ready to adapt and to use also through analogy and through metaphors and through concepts that we develop this dialogue and this conversation? Because if we think in concepts, for instance, circulation, one of these, and it was blood circulation that was at the beginning of the notions of circulation in economics and in thinking society. But the concepts that we have imported have gained a new meaning. And the point is that this new meaning can also feedback and go back to the original science and give also a different meaning. So my point is, are you prepared to report?
I am, I guess. That's why I'm here. But that's why we are just two, and you are, and there is no other. So the answer to your question is, in general, there is no opening, there is no tradition, and that's why you as an institute, in a university, have an enormous responsibility. I know people, for example, in Oporto are making a tremendous effort to bring mathematics and biology together, and it's really being difficult because you can always bring change with younger people, like the one that asked that first question. You have to trust that they are going to be educated. So our graduate and postgraduate education, I think, is critical. So we teach, I don't like the expression teaching, but I mean, we bring to younger people attention the importance of bringing together different areas of knowledge, and I think that's the only hope, because my answer to your question is, in general, is a negative answer. But I am prepared, of course. That's why I'm here, and that's why I like to be associated with your institute.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yes.
Thank you. It was not possible to me to put my question. So I choose.
I'd like first to acknowledge the challenge to be here today. In first place, to Professor Maria de Souza, that initially challenged me to come here for this meeting on migrations, and also for Marta and Rui for accepting me today. And I must say that the fault is entire my fault for being here. So these are the bad news about that, is that I accepted this challenge. So I really feel I'm sort of in the middle of two worlds, because I really was very much impressed with the two first talks this morning, and again outside with these two amazing exhibitions. The migration maps are really amazing and tell us a lot about people, about our world, about what we have today. And then seeing the presentation by Professor Maria de Souza talking about the evolution of our understanding of cancer and how important is what they are really doing. Well, I feel like I'm a dilettante. I feel like I'm not sure if this is the proper English word to translate, but I really feel I'm a dilettante. I do evolutionary biology. Well, I should rephrase it. I am a dilettante, and I've been a dilettante for all my life. So I like to be a dilettante. So my contribution will be about this, what I think in this field of biology. And again, I really feel Professor Maria de Souza is absolutely right in saying that in biology, in my particular biology, the biology I am doing, I really need your input. I really need the input of social science. It's very, very, very much important. And when we think at the global level about the sustainability of the planet and the sustainability of our use of natural resources, we really need your input. It is absolutely necessary to do the bridges between the two fields. So, the topic today is about migrations, and I do a lot of research in migration, so it's movement of animal and plants. And so in biology, we always think about two things, dispersal and migration, which are different, as you know. We don't talk about tree migration or plant migration. Plants don't migrate, they disperse. All organisms disperse, but only animals later in evolution come to migrate. And so the idea is that all organisms disperse and migrate because of two major things, and we know this from evolutionary biology. First, because we need to move if we want to persist. We need to move if we want to adapt to a world that changes much faster than we can do in biological terms. So we are always on the move. So we are always trying to follow the environment that changes in a much faster way than any biological organisms can respond. And that's the origin of one of the main reasons to explain dispersal and migration in all organisms. The second is inbreeding, so it's relatedness. So we need to evolve mechanisms to disperse and to migrate to avoid staying in the same place and to avoid inbreeding. And so these are a sort of exogenous and endogenous reasons to explain this. And of course, so I will try to do a very short trip before we will see the documentary. And about migration. So of course, all of you know about this. So humans have been always on the move. So all organisms have been always on the move. And before modern humans, and this is a representation of the colonization routes and the timing of the colonization of our planet by humans that we all know very well. Previous species have done exactly the same. So most of our ancestors were born in Africa, as you know, and always trying to disperse and doing to this dispersal and movement outside of Africa. And today we know this very, very well with all the consequences for the diversity of our species. And we know that, most of the genetic diversity is in Africa. And all other populations outside of Africa are a very small subset of the genetic diversity that we found still today in Africa. The same for the ethno-linguistic diversity, which is much higher in Africa than outside Africa. So we can represent this in different ways, and we have this very much well done today. Is a very, very strong result of many different disciplines that go from genetics to linguistics, and that fit very, very, very well together today. So again, humans have been always on the move, and for example, much more recent than those movements were, for example, the so-called Bantu expansions in Africa. That's sort of homogenize that yellow area that you see, which is completely different from all the other populations in Africa, because about 5,000 years ago, for reasons that we still don't know completely, there was this movement from the region of the Gulf of Guinea to the southern Africa that we call this Bantu expansions, and that's another of many other moments in our history that promoted this kind of expansions and movements. But of course, we needed more. And the more was the beginning of civilization. It was the domestication of animals and plants. The invention of domestication was, of course, a major breakthrough, and we have been starting in many different places. About 10,000 years ago, we started to invent how to transform a wild plant in a domestic plant, how to transform a wild animal into a domesticated animal. We have been learning a lot about domestication. And one of the interesting things is that all animal species that have been domesticated are social species, are species that have a strong social structure. And we were able to sort of invade that social structure that we also have, to have these animals together with us for a variety of reasons. As you know, our first domesticate is the dog. And this it's very, very interesting, because it was not an obvious need. It was not for food. It was not for transport. It was an emotional bond. And so that's why humans started to a relationship with wolves and transformed wolves in dogs. And today we have more than 1 billion dogs in our planet that we care, that are part of our worlds, that are part of our families. But this was just the very, 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 very beginning. And actually, later, one of the most important forces was domesticating animals for transport. Look at this. I'm not sure if I have a pointer here, maybe. Yes. So we have donkeys everywhere. The donkeys were a big revolution about 6,000 years ago because they completely transformed our ability to move, to migrate. And at that time, I can assure you that the invention of donkeys had a much higher impact than iPhones today. Because we then could communicate everywhere. And look at this everywhere, and look at this donkey there, already benefiting from a new technology revolution today, somewhere in the Middle East. So this is very, very, very important. Why? Because that was really a revolution, and we spread donkeys all over the world. When we studied donkeys all over the world in my lab, and again, other animals were domesticated, like camels or like horses. Because of this, we have a very, very nice, lots of different remains and archaeological data that support the whole history. Trade, of course, was promoted, the very fast expansion of the donkeys. And when we did the genetic analysis of donkeys all over the world, they are all the same. There are not a single difference in any population because it was so important. It was such an innovation in technology and in transport that the donkeys were immediately spread all over the world. And they don't have any specific differences between all those populations. So we still have wild populations, contrary, for example, to horses. There are no more wild horses. Wild horses are extinct. We don't have it anymore. Or aurochs that gave us our bovines and cattle. They exist no more, so they went extinct. But still, we still have some donkeys there here in this region of Africa, and we have been studying this to answer this first important question in domestication, which is the geography of domestication. Where were humans able to transform a wild donkey in a domesticated donkey? And genetics, together with archaeology, helped us to solve this problem. And we know very well today that our domesticated donkey comes from the Somalian wild donkey, from that region of Africa. It was the single mammalian domestication in Africa, but one of major importance because of transport and the beginnings of what we call today globalization. So this was really a very important thing, and so we appropriated this animal by domesticating it, by including the animal in our lives for transport, for contact, for migration, for accelerating migration and movement of humans across the planet. Well, this is a very nice painting by someone that probably you know very well, Jacques Audubon. It was one of the most amazing painters and illustrators in history, an American illustrator that is very well known for his book, The Birds of America, which is among the most expensive books today. And this is an illustration of rabbits, which is another example that I will talk. A very nice gift from Professor Maria de Souza. And, well, this is another invention that we did. So after inventing the species that would help us to move, we need to move with us the species to have food. And so one of those species is the rabbit. The rabbit is a very, very, very good species. It's just a very nice 1 kilogram of meat, so it fits perfectly. But there is there is a problem. The problem was that the rabbit is a prey for dozens of species. So it's such a perfect prey that there are dozens of animals preying upon rabbits. So it's lynxes, it's foxes, it's wolves, it's eagles, everything. So it's about 40 different species. So the rabbit evolved in Iberia for millions of years and is the perfect machine, the perfect alert machine to detect predators. So, and it's very social, as you know. So they evolved the way to detect the predators and to communicate between them with tails and with every kind of signs to, and so they evolved this fear of the predators, including of humans, and they are extremely, almost perfect machines, perfect alert machines against the possibility of predation. Well, so we had this problem, but the fact is that and this is again very interesting because it's the single animal domestication in Europe. In fact, it's the single domestication in Europe, and it happened in southern France. It is the last domestication. The rabbit was domesticated only 500 years ago, and is today one of the most popular domesticated animals in the planet. So you can see, for example, these remarkable bone sculptures that were found in Portugal about 4,000 years ago or so in here close to Lisbon. And these are most probably symbols of fertility, because rabbits were considered the symbols of fertility because of their extraordinary capacity of reproduction. Much later, in medieval France, you see that rabbits start to become appropriated by humans, and they were the game species for women, while men went to hunt the big beasts like bears and like other big animals. So women stayed at home and they hunted just rabbits with ferrets, etc. And finally, you know this of course, this painter by Tiziano, a very famous, one of the most famous painters by Tiziano in the Louvre Museum, in the same room of the Gioconda. And it's the first time that in modern art you can see a rabbit. But look how different is this rabbit. The rabbit looks to the Virgin with complete trust. It lost fear. There's no more fear there. So this is the first representation. This is the achievement of rabbit domestication. Now rabbit, it's domesticated, lost the fear. Rabbit can be transported everywhere by humans. And so that's how we did it with rabbits. Today genetics can inform us very well. We know very well everything. Look at all this diversity of different forms, colors, shapes, all kinds of rabbits with ears like this or with ears just like that. But look how different the rabbit is today. These guys are completely different. In a functional point of view, in 500 years, we completely transformed one of the most amazing alert machine, biological alert machine, to a guy that does not understand the world. And so, has no fear anymore. Has no reaction with any predator. If I will show this rabbit a lynx or a wolf or something, he will look like he's crazy. And the interesting thing is that last year we did a complete full genome analysis of wild and domesticated rabbits. And do you know what we found? We found a very strong representation of genes that in humans are associated to autism. So domesticated rabbits are autists. So they don't understand the world. They have a strong decline of environmental appreciation. But still, they are much better in reproducing, much better in having, in reproducing all year long, in having much bigger litter size. So it's exactly what we did. So now we can move these guys, and now you have rabbits all around the world. It's just perfect for small families that have their exploitations, that have their family animals, etc., 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 and we did it. So again, we did a different type of transformation that again promoted the capacity that we have, human societies, to live everywhere in the planet. And this is an extraordinary and unique example that can inform us, for example, about what is autism? What is the neurobiology of domestication? And we will do it very soon. I will finish with a final example that, again, this is one of the most amazing illustrations by Audubon. And this is the osprey. The osprey, you may know this bird. In Portugal, this bird is guincho. We have here, for example, this, the beach of Guincho, very close to this. And the beach of Guincho is because there was a couple of these birds about 100 years ago or so. And so the question in biological terms is that, can we manipulate migration? Because many animal species migrate. This means that they have regular movements from one place to another, and they repeat it all year round. So many years ago, so 20 years ago or so, we lost this species in Portugal. So the species went extinct. And in Europe, there were two populations, one in the southern Europe that is sedentary, and another in northern Europe that is migratory. So we lost this population that was sedentary. This was the last couple 20 years ago. Well, this species is very common in northern Europe. It's very common in Finland, in Sweden. But the problem is that they migrate. So they nest in northern Europe, but then in winter, because it's so cold there, they move into Guinea-Bissau and Senegal, where they stay for the winter, and they do that. So what we thought is that, well, let's try to change this. Let's try to invent a system and be able to reintroduce the species back to us by changing this ability. And we did it. So, for example, this is my collaborator, Jorge Safara, that took this picture, looked at the animal is marked, and we did it, and this is not the sea, this is the Alqueva Dam. So these guys, after 10 years of work, they are now nesting for the first time in the Alqueva. How were we able to do this? Because we found that if you go into Sweden and Norway and Finland and bring the youngs from the nest at the age about 40 days, you bring them to the Alqueva, and you raise them in the last for the last few days in the Alqueva Dam, and you show them the Alqueva. Well, when they migrate to Africa, they go to Africa in winter again, because they have this kind. But when they come back, they do not go to the north, and they are starting to nest and have their families in the Alqueva. This was 2 weeks ago, and this is a very nice couple. It's our first transnational family of ospreys in Portugal. Look, this is a very happy Finnish male that has a very nice Swedish female. So they established themselves in the Alqueva, and we were able to transform migration, to manipulate migration, to try to restore our biological diversity in Portugal. And I would like to finish with this. This is also from my lab about 3 years ago. This was the cover of a major journal in genetics. And again, it's something that we are understanding more and more, something that is, I think it's very symbolic and important for what we are discussing here today, because we are finally understanding the evolution and the molecular reasons for the variation in human skin and eye color, for the variation in human skin pigmentation and eye pigmentation. How were we able to do it? Because this is the Cape Verdes. The Cape Verdes are just an amazing population, because they resulted from migrations of humans coming from Europe and from Africa. Voluntary migrations or voluntary movements from Portuguese people into the Cape Verde, and forced movements from the slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, of course. But the thing is that they were able to mix. So they mixed from the very beginning, and they really mixed. It's not what you found in Brazil, not even, or even less in African Americans. But in Cape Verdes, this is the perfect biological hybrid. The Cape Verdeans are 50% of European origin and 50% of African origin. That's why you have all these amazing phenotypes in skin color and eye color. And by putting all the pieces together, as you see in the cover of that journal, we are understanding or using human movements and human migrations to understand some of the most fundamental biological characteristics of our species. And so we are this kind of puzzle. We are this kind of puzzle everywhere. We will be in the future, much more, this kind of putting the pieces together. And so that's amazing. How I feel the evolution of our species is, and how I saw the maps, the migration maps outside, and what we are living today. So that was, thank you very much. So I can, yeah, pode. So we will see, so if you feel reasonable. So I will just, yeah. So, because I was also again challenged by, I think this is very much related to social science. This history of credit domestication is rather unique, and this extraordinarily tied up with our species. And so for the last, because I'm a dilettante, as I told you, for the last 5 years I've been doing many other things, and I've been doing a series of documentaries for the Portuguese TV, for the Portuguese televisions. The good news is that this series of documentaries will come out starting this Sunday for 3 months. And so this new series is called the New Philosophical Voyages. The good news again is that we will be in exhibition in the main Portuguese public channel, substituting Sir David Attenborough. So this, I'm very proud of doing this. And we call it the New Philosophical Voyages because you may know that in the 18th century, Portugal, the Portuguese crown, organized a very important series of voyages all over the world. In America, because we had the dream to divide America with the Spanish, and so divide and understand the world in South America and have the nice, good borders dividing South America with the Spanish people, the same with English and the French in Africa. And so we send lots of different explorers to do these voyages, the philosophical voyages. We needed to understand the world. What animals, what natural resources, what people, what kind of cultures, what were the people living from? And so more than 2 centuries ago, we think, well, we have this kind of idea that we didn't want to have these typical programs of BBC Wildlife or so, but have a more deep understanding about our world. And so we call it the New Philosophical Voyages because of this. And one of the episodes with one of the documentaries is this one that tells us the history of the rabbits and how we were able to transform such an amazing alert machine into the most autist animal that we can imagine. So that's the reason for it.
Since the video is in Portuguese.
Yes, so I will.
Maybe you will.
Yes, I will do. Yeah. Okay. Okay, bye.
Estes são coelhos franceses. Vivem numa quinta fechados em pequenos compartimentos onde se alimentam e se reproduzem continuamente. Não fogem de nós. Não estão habituados a correr. São grandes, pesados e não têm medo de pessoas. Numa dúzia de coelheiras podem estar dezenas de animais. Para comer, para exibir ou vender em feiras. Dessas onde encontramos coelhos pretos, dourados, peludos, coelhos com orelhas tombadas e até coelhos que fazem o pino. As espécie é uma só. Como são possíveis tantas diferenças? Esta é a história da domesticação do coelho. A mais recente e mais bem documentada história da domesticação. Tudo começou aqui. A Península Ibérica terá sido a primeira casa dos coelhos.
So this is Spain,
Os fósseis encontrados no
maybe you know that
do sul
Spain
de Portugal e de
means
Espanha
the land of
fazem
rabbits.
crer que os coelhos andam por aqui há
Hispania
pelo menos
comes
2
from,
milhões de anos.
Means the land of rabbits. It was a name that was given by the Phoenicians when they arrived from the Lebanon and Syria to Iberia. And they were so surprised by so many rabbits everywhere in the south.
Terras de Castilha-La Mancha que começa a contá-la.
Há cerca de 2 milhões de anos inicia-se período que se estende até hoje.
This is very embarrassing to show a document.
Alterações climáticas e nomeadamente pela existência daquilo que nós chamamos períodos glaciares muito compridos, muito prolongados no tempo. Esses períodos glaciares fazem com que, ou fizeram com que grande parte da Península Ibérica, e nomeadamente a sua região norte e central, ficasse inóspita para a existência desta espécie, que é uma espécie claramente mediterrânica.
Ou seja, apenas no sul da península os coelhos resistiram. Durante um longo período glaciar, sobreviveram confinados a 2 locais, 2 vales, o do rio Ebro.
So rabbits have been persisting in Iberia for millions of years, but mostly in these 2 refugia in the south, where the ice and the very cold periods during the ice ages could not affect them. They are very Mediterranean.
Pelo frio ao longo de centenas de milhares de anos, os 2 grupos de coelhos só voltariam a encontrar-se nos tempos interglaciares, quando temperaturas amenas permitiram que se expandissem de novo a partir dos 2 refúgios. Mas nessas alturas havia já diferenças consideráveis entre os 2 grupos, diferenças que as longas glaciações foram acentuando. É por isso que, há alguns milhares de anos apenas, quando a nossa história começa realmente, tudo está já alterado e não se pode falar simplesmente dos coelhos da península.
Havia 2 subespécies de coelho na Península Ibérica, uma distribuída no sudoeste, confinada ao sudoeste da Península Ibérica, e outra no nordeste. É essa subespécie que vai poder expandir-se depois da última glaciação para o arco mediterrâneo francês, que vai conseguir passar a barreira constituída pela cadeia dos Pirineus e, portanto, colonizar todo o sul de França. So the last glaciation peak was only 20,000 years
Para a
ago.
frente, para terras de França, segue a
And then
subespécie
when the climate ameliorated, so the rabbit expanded naturally, they were able to cross the Pyrenees and enter France
não há dúvidas
by
da sua
natural
proveniência.
reasons.
Todos são descendentes dos que saíram do vale do rio Ebro pelos Pirineus Orientais. Foi assim que, a partir da Ibéria, colonizaram a França. Fizemos a viagem. Em Villeneuve-les-Béziers, no sul, juntámos-nos a Guillaume Canet.
Southern France
Há
now,
quase 20 anos que trabalha com
to
a
understand
genética dos
how the
coelhos.
rabbits were domesticated in France and not in Iberia, as
Pelos estragos
was
visíveis na
thought for
agricultura.
many years.
É difícil pensar que houve aqui um tempo sem coelhos. Mas houve. Muito tempo e depois alguns tempos mais.
Il y a des traces historiques claires qui indiquent qu'il y avait du lapin il y a plusieurs centaines de milliers d'années, plusieurs dizaines de milliers d'années dans le sud de la France, au niveau des Pyrénées ou dans le sud méditerranéen. Mais en tout cas, l'information génétique qu'on observe dans le génome des lapins à l'heure actuelle, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de trace de cette diversité de ces populations ancestrales en quelque sorte du sud de la France. Donc probablement que ces populations elles ont disparu avec la dernière glaciation.
Ou seja, é verdade que os coelhos chegaram aqui há mais de 100 mil anos, mas também é verdade que esses não deixaram descendência. Ou outra vez o frio acabou com quase tudo e extinguiu também as populações para cá dos Pirineus. Os coelhos que existem hoje por toda a França são o resultado de uma colonização muito mais recente, com cerca de 10 mil anos. Isto é, posterior à última glaciação.
So using genetics, we can trace them very well and we can date the movements of the populations invading France.
Estes são coelhos bravos, mas o caminho da domesticação passou por eles. Nesse percurso é que Nuno e Guillaume vêm trabalhando há anos. E a história que reconstituíram não deixa de ser como que um afunilamento nas características iniciais dos coelhos peninsulares.
Donc il y a eu un premier niveau de perte de diversité génétique. Ensuite, l'homme a déplacé le lapin vers le nord de la France en le maintenant dans des enclos, dans des garennes, donc en semi-liberté, donc à nouveau une perte de diversité génétique. Et après, des lapins ont été isolés de ces garennes, de ces enclos, pour la domestication. Et à nouveau, on a réduit la diversité génétique.
Mas esse é um longo caminho que vai durar milhares de anos. Antes disso, os franceses ainda haviam de domesticar o próprio nome do coelho.
O coelho é uma espécie que desde tempos históricos está associado à sexualidade feminina. As primeiras manifestações aparecem por causa da sua célebre fertilidade e aparecem de muitas formas e em muitos locais, e depois aparecem também relacionado com os seus hábitos e nomeadamente a sua capacidade de fazer luras, de fazer covas, e que está, portanto, no seu próprio nome, Orictolagus cluniculus, quer dizer uma forma de coelho que é capaz de fazer buracos da terra onde se esconde. E, portanto, para além da sua fertilidade verdadeiramente excepcional que os homens perceberam há muitos milénios atrás, o nome depois toma uma conotação que é sexualmente muito mais óbvia, muito mais explícita e, portanto, mais uma vez associada ao sexo feminino. E, portanto, a partir de uma determinada altura, o nome francês, que é Conan, acaba por vir a ser alterado para um nome mais suave, Lapin, e associado à prática da sua expansão.
Porque a domesticação do coelho é muito recente se comparada com a de outros animais e mesmo de plantas. O trabalho de investigação de Nuno pôde valer-se não só das evidências genéticas, mas também de documentos históricos. Assim foi ganhando mais e mais sentido a viagem da transformação da espécie. Na rota que há mais de 1000 anos os homens traçaram para os coelhos, avançámos umas centenas de quilómetros para norte. Os mais antigos documentos escritos que se conhecem trazem a história para aqui, para a região de Limoges. O Basine é um mosteiro da Ordem de Cister. Foi fundado no século XII e depressa cresceu.
So these are the medieval abbeys
que logo se construiu canal
in
de
France.
irrigação capaz de o abastecer.
And it was exactly in the medieval abbeys in France that the rabbit was finally transformed from a wild into a domesticated animal. Because the monks used the rabbits as a regular source of meat.
É aí que entram os coelhos. Pelas cartas enviadas de umas abadias para as outras, sabemos hoje que se trocavam coelhos entre os mosteiros desta região. Ao que parece, seria um alimento importante para os monges. Delimitando no mapa uma zona para a domesticação do coelho, a equipa de Nuno Ferran chegou mais longe do que foi até agora possível para todas as outras domesticações.
Isso contrasta imenso com as outras espécies que nós conhecemos, que foram domesticadas múltiplas vezes, de maneira independente e em locais geográficos distintos, complicando, portanto, a reconstrução da sua história. Em segundo lugar, porque as populações que deram origem a todas as raças domésticas de coelho existem ainda hoje, as populações do sul de França, quando, em relação a várias das outras espécies domesticadas, como por exemplo o gado bovino que resultou da domesticação do auroch, ou os cavalos que resultaram das populações selvagens de cavalo, essas populações ancestrais já se extinguiram e, portanto, não permitem fazer uma análise comparativa como nós podemos fazer hoje com os coelhos.
A verdade é que, numa escala alargada como a que aqui temos de considerar, tudo isto foi há pouquíssimo tempo. Aubazine é uma das paragens possíveis neste caminho ao princípio da domesticação. A próxima, Nuno diz que pode bem ser o início de tudo.
There is a very important part in this history that is
fica apenas 100 km
at
a
some
norte.
point in the 6th
A igreja
century,
parece conduzir
the
a nossa
Pope
história.
made a decree
Ajustados os
where
calendários, é
he
do ano
said
de 632
that
a
monks
doação destas
could
terras para a
use
construção de um mosteiro.
the fetuses and the newborns of the rabbit as no meat. They were considered to be fish. And so this promoted enormously the use of the rabbit as a source of meat that was considered to be fish by the church at that time and for centuries. And so they were exchanging this source of allowed meat to be eaten on Fridays everywhere
É do
in
tempo
Europe.
da fundação dos anos de 600.
And we have the letters, we have the correspondence letters by the responsibles for the abbeys saying, describing this very, very well and exchanging rabbits all over in Europe.
Porquê? Simplesmente para serem desclassificados da categoria carne e poderem assim ser comidos sem pecado durante a quaresma. A partir daqui, é fácil perceber como coelhos e mosteiros vão andar tão ligados ao longo dos séculos. Porque são séculos que vai demorar a transformação do coelho selvagem num
We
animal
had a
doméstico.
complete different representation of the world at that time that allowed this to
São
happen.
muito
So they
diferentes
were
dos que no
already
milénio
within
passado
us.
serviam de petisco aos monges franceses.
Aquilo que nós observamos é, em primeiro lugar, uma alteração na
Also
sua
sort of a
morfologia.
delicatessen
Os
at
coelhos
times, something
domésticos
like
são
this.
muito maiores, em geral, do que os coelhos bravos. Portanto, eles foram domesticados no sentido de fornecer mais carne e, portanto, no sentido de
I need the guy from It will be short.
Sim, eu sem uma... Pode ser. Veja se tem conexão.
Vamos aproveitar this technical incident will lead us to the discussion
So we have time now to discuss the presentation of Vilar, but also to integrate this presentation with the presentation of Maria Souza, and so discuss these all contributions of biologists and biologists to our topic migrations. So please.
Thank you. I very much appreciated your presentation. I learned a lot about rabbits and donkeys. But I was troubled by your last slide about people, and I speak as an anthropologist. We warned with the Professor de Sousa's discussion that we really have to be careful not to move from biological models to social models, but we also have to be careful that we do not take political divisions and think they're biological. So when you talk about the Cape Verdean population as a combination, a perfect combination of the African and European population, I would suggest that's using a political conception of biology rather than what we actually now know about human genetics, where there is not a racial European, there is not a racial African. We cannot speak about the populations in that way. We certainly cannot speak about skin color as if those genes are divided into a black race and a white race, or a European race and an African race. And it's increasingly the case, that, particularly in medicine, that at least in the United States, that people are asked about their race as if these are biological categories, as if these are fixed and bounded categories, rather than a distribution of concentrations of genes that do not follow the bounded units like that. So I wondered why you did that. Knowing that even rabbits are a single population, Homo sapiens is surely a single population. In fact, we have some Neanderthal genes, so we don't even know what to do with the idea of genus, no less species. And, yes.
Absolutely, but I fully agree with you, and so I apologize if my message was not well asked, or if I did something wrong. But the thing is that skin pigmentation and dye pigmentation and hair pigmentation are among the most important and conspicuous characteristics of us humans. Okay, and so that's and so understanding this variation is fundamental for ourselves to know our own species, and so. The work that has been done in the last few years is just a work that is moved by, of course, scientific curiosity. And the great news about this is we now understand the biological basis, the molecular basis of this variation in human populations. They were essentially molded by natural selection. And so that's the slide that I showed is not my slide, as I told you, it's the cover of that journal. They chose to do it, and I think it was a very
happy one because it's a perfect deconstruction of racism. Because actually, what we are talking about here is about biology. It is about understanding our characteristics. Is understanding diversity. I'm not talking about differentiation because, as you said, we have basically a single big human population that is exchanging more and more genes, and at the very beginning of the accumulation of differences are just disappearing. What I was talking about is about diversity, and this is the message of
But maybe I'm not being clear, but first of all, skin color and eye color are not related to other issues in any way that's politically meaningful. So to say this is a very important question about our identity is to accept that there's some correlation between skin color and eye color and anything else. So I question that statement, but also even the idea that we're now exchanging more than ever has the idea that there were these fixed populations that now are only coming together. There's always been mobility, there's always been migration, there's always been change. Humans wouldn't be a single species if we didn't continue, and I know you know this. I just think that slide speaks against what you actually want to say. I think once we take, let me just emphasize again, to talk about an African and a European population, to talk about the Cape Verdeans as coming together in this way, picks up on political ideas that do not correlate with the science that I know you're disseminating.
Yeah, I may disagree, but okay, I don't think.
Christian. I think my question is similar to what was already said. I think there is a temptation to take biology as given without actually questioning some of the statements, especially when you talk about genes and all that stuff, which in migration studies for the last 10 years has been a strong movement in terms of essentialized biology. There are two books that I can think of, The Bailey Curve, or...
Yeah, but this I know this very well. This is just
let me finish for a moment.
Yeah, sure.
And Sarrazin in Germany wrote a similar book again, arguing for this sort of idea, using strong genes to define who belongs, who doesn't belong. So I guess my question is, how do you decentralize biology? I guess for social science becomes very difficult because we work in different paradigms where we question things rather than just accept them as given. But in your presentation was very much lots of strong statements as if there was sort of exact, where we would say, wait a minute, what are you actually saying? There was not any probability, so to say, where you could say, okay, probably, or it was just like, okay, this is given, we cannot question. And I guess that's where the tension comes, where we're saying, hey, wait a moment, we are not really buying into many of statements. Sorry.
Yeah, it's maybe it's again differences of schools of communication. Maybe this is this result. This is my science, and I do this everywhere in the world. So the thing is that about the research in biology, and especially talking about human issues, is that what has been done in the last few years, and it will be done in the years to come, is of course the importance of genomics, of understanding finally having the tools to understand what organisms and species are, what diversity is, how a species transforms in another species, how evolution occurs, okay? So, what I'm saying is that biology is today a hard science, as physics and chemistry were in previous centuries, and it will be like this. I think there is an extraordinary fascination of using these tools, because biology finally has the equivalent tools as physics and chemistry had before, to understand the nature of diversity, to understand biology, to understand evolution. And this is curiosity-driven. And this is just understanding why there are these characteristics and what are the mechanisms that were at the origin of those characteristics. So I'm not afraid of the rest. I do this as a scientist, as a researcher, and I'm not afraid of anything, but except the correct interpretation of the data that is, of course, open to discussion by other groups that will say, well, probably you overlook this and that and that and that. But then we are talking here about two different things. One is the strict scientific analysis of biological data, okay? And so, and then the problems of interpretations and misinterpretations about what the data has in itself. You were just mentioning a book that is, we all know what this book is about, okay? So, it's not correct to say that there are not differences between human populations. There are differences. There are differences because for many, many generations, and I'm talking about hundreds of generations, human groups were small and isolated, scattered all over the planet. And so they have been, because of isolation first, and because of natural selection second, there are differences between humans. We cannot say the contrary. It's the reality. Okay. Now, so this is like this. The question then is, as we do for all other species, is that important? So the fraction of genetic diversity in the whole human population is important, is significant? And the answer is very clear. No, it is not. No, it is not. So the differences that have been accumulating during evolution by natural processes and that made or were responsible for those differences that are still obvious today are not at all, and we know that, is a result, a very strong result of evolutionary biology, of evolutionary genomics, of anthropology, that those differences are not important in definition of what is, of anything, okay, as answering your question. So, no, it's not. So, that's what we see today. And I think that it's very important that we are not afraid of this, because we will answer many of those questions that are of most interest to social scientists, having no fear of our differences.
Cristiana?
You gave the floor. I think this discussion is a very difficult discussion, obviously.
Yes.
Maybe one reason, of course, one obvious reason is that we don't speak about the same thing, despite the fact that we are using the same words and notions. So these words and notions do not travel easily around the disciplines, and that makes a very difficult discussion. So I'm not, I wouldn't say that we can decide what side is the best side. Of course, I have more sympathy for this side of the room as far as we're discussing this, but maybe there is the solution would stand in another framing of this discussion maybe. And maybe if this discussion between biologists and social scientists is so difficult, is also because we are in this discussion facing a same third party. And this third party is the political and ideological uses, abuses, and misuses of both the categories biologists can use when they study diversity, but also the categories and notions we develop as part of the social and political sciences discourse. And you have many xenophobic discourses that are using some knowledge that have been produced by historians or social scientists who have been working on migration also. So maybe if there is a difficulty here, this is not only because we're not discussing exactly the same thing, despite, so there is a misunderstanding maybe among us, but also because we are facing this challenge of not having our knowledge produced in our disciplines, our knowledge used and misused and abused by political discourses and narratives. And therefore, maybe here, one solution would be to reframe a bit this discussion and to ask how, through such a discussion between biologists and social science and political scientists, we could find ways to make progress in fighting and resisting against how political narratives and political interests and the organization of domination in our societies use what we try to make sense of. So maybe that's another way to frame this very difficult discussion.
I fully agree. I think that if we really understand in depth what we are talking about when we talk about biological differences between individuals, between populations, and between population groups, then our communication will be much facilitated, and then at the end, I don't think that there will be space for any reasonable discordance. I don't think so. I really don't think so. But it's my view from a biological perspective.
Okay. No. As much as I would like to go on into this discussion because it's really important, I have a question about animals. No, so I want to go back to your subject. Okay, so animals became a major subject of attention to a part of anthropology that's been done recently. And among those researches, there are some being done on the rewilding of Europe. Including which include experiences maybe like the one you were involved in, and with a large amount of buying lands, changing the economic structure of vast amounts of territory in order to support the coming back of some wild species. Now, what are your thoughts on that? And what's happening with the coming back of some animals that are feared by farmers and populations?
Again, I don't think so. This movement, which is a world movement that we call rewilding or rewilding Europe or rewilding America, has its roots not on biology. We are profiting from this, but in fact, the trigger of this is the end of a world that is the rural world. Okay, so because for many centuries or thousands of years, we had this sort of existence or subsistence of rural populations that many of us still think, mostly in urban areas, that it's very, very beautiful and very nice. But no, it's not. It's terrible. So we have this kind of romantic view about the rural world. But I can assure you that the people that lived in those conditions for hundreds of thousands of years didn't think like this. And so what we see is a complete revolution of many of our world in technological terms, in the way we migrate into urban areas. So the world is now more populated in urban areas than it's in the rural world, and it will be like that in a very accelerated way. And we will not stop this. So it is this movement, the abandonment of a subsistence agriculture, and the end of what we call the rural communities into cities, that opened the opportunity for what we call this kind of new balance that we maybe, again, in a romantic way, described as rewilding something, okay? So, again, I think it's my view that this is a good opportunity for us, in the first place, for the well-being of human societies, for the well-being of all of us, and for the planet, for the sustainability of our planet. If we accept that we are together with very, very revolutionary technologies that will transform agriculture. So we need to accept this, okay? So agriculture will change, and it's changing at a very fast pace, because we need a more productive agriculture to feed people in this planet. Don't forget that we are 7 billion, but we will be 9 in 40 years, and we need to feed all these people and increase our well-being in the planet. So I think we are in the right way, but don't forget that, because I'm not sure what you think about the genetic modification of our food, but it's what will happen, because there is no other way, again. So it's, and I know exactly, it's my field, I know exactly what I'm talking about, and as you know, there is a lot of controversy in this field, and most of it, I would say all of it, exists because of ignorance, because of lack of information, because we don't know what we are talking about. And so when I see those guys in Portugal and everywhere talking about against this in television, I say, well, my God, this is completely, how can we be so unable to explain to these people what's going on? This will happen, and that's great, because it's the only, because at the same time we will have much less inequality. We can distribute much better our resources across the planet, and we will have the planet, not only for us, but as you were saying, for many of other species, and for all the biological diversity, all the exuberance of the biological diversity that we have in the planet. So that's why I think it's so important to increase the dialogue between the new biology and the social and human sciences.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Nuno. I think that this panel was an important contribution to the dialogue between social science and biologies, and perhaps a process of mutual domestication.
Very good. Next time you better have politicians to be educated. What comes out of what they said.
Yes. That's right.
afternoon, everybody. Hope that the lunch was good. Thank you for being here for this second part of the conference. We have started in the morning with a very vivid interdisciplinary discussion, and particularly on the second part of the first session, it was particularly vivid because it was really interdisciplinary. Now we will return to our old familiar social sciences. I have the pleasure to share a session with two social scientists, both coming from human geography. I will give the floor first to Professor Carlos Teixeira. Professor Carlos Teixeira is a professor of the University of British Columbia at Canada, but he has a Portuguese origin. He comes originally from Açores. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Carlos. So the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Too much energy. Thanks, João. First of all, I would like to thank Marta and Rui for inviting me. I never said no to a Portuguese invitation. I was born in the Azores Islands. My parents live in the Azores. In 1 month, in less than 1 month, I will spend again a beautiful month in the island of San Miguel, where I was born. So I have mentioned that several times. I don't sleep when I'm traveling from Canada. I just arrived from the other side. João, this time doesn't count, please. I just came from Vancouver, 5 hours. It takes approximately 5 hours to Toronto, Lisbon. It takes me a good day to readjust, so I may not have the energy that I usually have. But I am extremely, extremely happy to be here again. And today my presentation will deal with internationalization of Canadian cities and suburbs. How many people here in this room went at least once to Canada? Okay, how many went to Vancouver? Jesus, I cannot lie to these people. I have to be very serious here, providing the right data and information. So welcome aboard to all of those who went to Canada, or at least visited Canada at least once. It's a great country. It's a country of immigrants. It's a country, you have a map with you. It's a country with only 32,800, close to 33 million people, no more than that. We are the second largest country in the world. We are a country with approximately 7 million immigrants born outside Canada, which represents approximately 21% of all Canadian population. And later on I will show you some maps. So you go to Toronto, you feel at home if you are an immigrant, because more than 50% of the population were born outside Canada. Vancouver is around 40%. So another characteristic of Canada, I just need that. I forgot completely. This is a bad sign. I'm getting too excited in less than. Let me see that. How it works. Okay. Okay, let's start here. You will forgive me. I have to put things in context. So my presentation will be divided in 2 parts. I know that I have only 25 minutes. So the first part, I will provide you with some background about Canadian cities, how diverse they are. And I will start by sharing with you some information about Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. We call the MTV. Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, the MTV. Because 2/3 of all immigrants arriving in Canada, they go to Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. Some pictures briefly, some maps to put things in context, and then I will move to the core of my presentation, which is the result of a summer that I spent in the suburbs of Vancouver, studying the suburbs of Vancouver. Why I fell in love with the suburbs of Vancouver. To start with, my PhD dealt with the suburbs of Toronto. I was one of the first geographers in the early 90s to look at the suburbs. Because for decades, most of the studies dealt with the cities itself. You know, they didn't look at the suburbs. Why people move to the suburbs? Are they integrating? Are they resegregating? And so on. So just to let you know that when I moved to British Columbia, I fell in love with the suburbs of Vancouver. So 2 different parts. Part C, I guarantee you I don't have time to touch this issue. It's guaranteed because I know my problem. I know my weaknesses. So if you have questions concerning policy implications, please let me know. So basically that's the way I will be working. So let's start with the map of Canada from coast to coast to coast. I am one of those Canadians. I think I deserve a Canadian passport. I lived 8 years in Montreal. French was my first language. I spent 22 years in Toronto, and now I am living in Vancouver. So finally, I have one of those passports. You know the population of Canada, you know that we have 7 million people, 21%, and you see on these circles that most of these people concentrate in Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. Another thing I want to emphasize here today is the fact that approximately 20% of those immigrants, they are members of visible minorities. I don't like too much the way Stats Canada define visible minorities, but they came with this category, visible minorities. In other words, visible minorities means all non-Caucasian. So blacks, Asians, and I have to explain that because when I go to US, where they use categories like blacks, Hispanics, and so on, what the heck is going on with you guys in Canada with that category, visible minorities? Sorry, it's not my category. This comes from Stats Canada. So it gives you an idea of how big this country is. If you have questions about the Portuguese, in fact, I started my career talking about the Portuguese. I have published extensively about the Portuguese community. If you have questions, I would be delighted. Just to let you know, we have 500,000 Portuguese in Canada, most concentrated in Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. It's not the goal of my study today is not to talk about the Portuguese, but if you have questions at the end, please feel free. Just to put things also in context, in terms of research, I would like to let you know that until the 60s, most immigrants arriving in Canada, they came from Europe. So most immigrants were white, settling in Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. However, since the 60s, we opened our doors to immigrants from all over the world. So more and more we are receiving immigrants from Asia, particularly China, Africa, and Latin American. So the racial and the ethnic composition of the Canadian population changed tremendously. For a person who looks at housing issues, access to housing, this is very important to understand the role and impact of race as well as ethnicity. Assimilation no longer dominates the discourse in terms of immigration research in Canada. Also, the policy of multiculturalism, you have heard so much about this policy. It was created by Canadians. And the father of this policy was Pierre Elliott Trudeau. By coincidence, his son is our prime minister. And Monsieur Pierre Elliott Trudeau, he was bilingual, as you know, he was born in Montreal. He was a little bit fed up with his French and English tensions in the case of Canada, and he said, let's create some balance here, let's put the immigrants in the middle, that's a long story, and we created the policy of multiculturalism in 1971. You are familiar with this policy. It's a policy, I personally, I like to tell people if I am biased or not. I am biased, I like the policy of multiculturalism. It allows me to speak my own language, it allows my community to concentrate to form a little Portugal, it allows me to get grants from the government and to publish about the Portuguese again. I'm just giving you a broad picture of what is the policy of multiculturalism. However, I have colleagues and we have fights about that. This is é muito saudável quando acontece these big fights, quote unquote, among academics. I have colleagues that simply say, Carlos, the policy of multiculturalism is outdated, it makes no sense. What it does is it encourages immigrant groups to live together, to segregate, not to integrate. I said, look, I had a PhD for 22 years. I lived in the core of Little Portugal. I went to the Portuguese Mass. I had Portuguese queijada de nata, and I felt Canadian. I felt Portuguese. But on the other side, my mother-in-law was there for 33 years. She never learned one word in English. So you have two ways to look at the role and impact of the policy of multiculturalism. There is a huge debate there, still today in Canada. When the economy is working, great. Immigrants are doing a good job. When the economy doesn't work, we are fed up with this policy. Let's have more strict policies in terms of accepting immigrant groups. So the policy of multiculturalism is there. And last but not least, this issue of transnationalism. We had good, very interesting presentations this morning. We have more and more immigrants, and a good case study is the case of immigrants from Hong Kong, Chinese from Hong Kong. When they left, they arrived particularly in Vancouver, and we have these transnational, we call the astronaut kids, the astronaut families. The words are not mine, are from scholars from UBC that studied extensively the role and the impact of, you know, parents staying in Hong Kong, mothers and sons and daughters staying in Canada, and so on and so on. But that's another topic this one of transnational connections, which are becoming more and more complex. It's not only people from China today, but also from East Asia and other countries. This is just to put things in context with regard to the literature in Canada. With regard, this map is interesting. It comes from one of my colleagues really in the United States of America. We published a special issue dealing with transnationalism. And in the introduction of our chapter, we have this map showing cities with 100,000, 250,000, and 1 million foreign immigrants. And you can see that in the case of Canada, other than Montreal, Toronto, we have Vancouver and certainly Calgary and Edmonton. These are the most important reception areas for immigrants today. Toronto, for those who never went to Toronto, Toronto is an interesting case. It's the economic engine of Canada. Until 1971, it was Quebec, it was Montreal in Quebec, that was the economic engine. By 1971, Montreal had already 1.3 million people, and then suddenly, in part because of political instability, because as you know, Quebec aspires to become one day a country within Canada. They had already 2 referendums. It's here we are talking about referendums in UK where they don't know where they are going. I had a good laugh when I saw some of these people. Oh, I'm not sure where we are going, the consequences and so on. So we almost lost Quebec, which is a different story, but I'm not in a position. What I can tell you is that my Canada includes Quebec. I cannot be more open than that. I love so much Montreal that the last thing I would like to see is Quebec leaving us. But the last word belongs to them one day. But just to let you know that Toronto became the economic engine of Canada, this mega city, and probably one day will become one of the world cities only after 1976. Today is really the economic engine, is a city with 54% of its population being born outside Canada. And I feel so good because I speak English, I have a French accent, everybody accepts me. I am a full professor, whether I am from a Portuguese background, born in Corvo, in Azores. Nobody asks me, they don't know to start with where is the Azores Islands, most people. But that's the good thing about Canada. And I have no problem sharing my feelings vis-a-vis that. Toronto, briefly, if you have questions about Toronto, please let me know. Vancouver, this is the city where I live now. It's a beautiful city. For those who went to Vancouver, our campus is just in this part. It's a city with approximately 2 million people and grew tremendously in terms of immigrants in the last 2 decades. So we are receiving now more immigrants than Montreal. And concerning Montreal, I will not spend too much time there. What I would like to emphasize here, let me see, in terms of percentages, this table is interesting. It shows you briefly how Toronto, Canada, fits within this picture. 44%, now it's 46%. Now is not Toronto. I have the data here. Those numbers didn't change too much in the last 3 or 4 years. So you have 44.9%. Now the percentage is 46%, and in Vancouver there it's around 40%. It changed a little bit. So just to let you know that when we talk about cultural diversity, Toronto and Vancouver really represent this diversity. In terms of segregation index, geographers probably already heard about that, and those who are against the policy of multiculturalism, when they look at tables like this for Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, the index of segregation varies from 0 to 100. The closest it is to 100 means the group are more segregated. One thing that makes Toronto, in my opinion, unique, as well as Vancouver and Montreal to a certain degree, is those ethnic neighborhoods. And I am biased here because I spent part of my life studying the structure and the evolution of those ethnic neighborhoods, which is fascinating for me, including the move to the suburbs of immigrants. But you find that groups like the Jews, the South Asians, the Chinese, the Caribbeans, the African blacks, Italians, including the Portuguese who are not there, some of those groups, they are highly segregated and they form enclaves. They built ethnic economies, they built what we call institutional conflict communities. But again, there are some people that raise a lot of questions about that. This is a map of Toronto. This is the city of Toronto, and these are the suburbs of Toronto. And what you see here is two maps, one showing immigrants who arrived between 65 and 71, and you find that most of those immigrants, they choose the city of Toronto. And they choose the city of Toronto because housing was affordable, accessibility to public transportation, jobs were there, etc., etc. However, when you look at the same map, different scale, you find that most immigrants arriving in Canada, in this case of Toronto, and the same applies to Vancouver, I will show you in a few seconds, they are moving to the suburbs, old suburbs of Toronto and the new suburbs of Toronto. And the question is why? Different forces, among them the issues of gentrification, very expensive housing markets, etc., etc. Because my study deals with the suburbanization of immigrants. You know, so what we are seeing today is immigrants bypassing the inner cities, and only now the rich and famous live in the core of the city of Toronto, or live in the core, going too fast, live in the core of those major cities. This is a classic example of Chinatowns, of little Italy's. That's what multiculturalism allows us. Little Portugal with stores, housing, etc., etc. So what we have seen until 1980 was immigrants arriving in the cities, settling, building ethnic communities, and only later on they moved to the suburbs. You have heard about the spatial assimilation model. You arrive first, you learn the language, you get some money, and you buy the Canadian dream and the American dream in the suburbs. This was what the spatial assimilation model, okay, we go back to the Chicago school, told us. However, today is a totally different story. And I will just show you the last map of Vancouver. When I show this map to my colleagues, geographers in the US, they say, I don't understand that because blacks are highly concentrated in most American cities, from Detroit to Chicago, to Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, etc. Blacks are highly concentrated, and the reasons behind black concentration in the United States is due to structure/culture forces and also discriminatory forces. But in the case of Canada, this is the classic example where blacks are dispersed almost all over the city. Here you have the city of Vancouver, and here you have the suburbs of Vancouver. So this is if you have questions about this, certainly I will have time to expand. I'm just putting things in context before I go to the core of my paper. Oh, Jesus. I will have an heart attack every time I come to Lisbon. João, you should have done that first. Jesus, I traveled from so long. You know, I never get an exception. Oh my gosh. How do I go to part B of my PowerPoint? João, my heart is stopping. 8 minutes? Okay. So, very, very briefly, this was just to put things in context. Otherwise, you would say, what is Carlos doing here with the suburbs of Vancouver? So, I just provided some, em português, algumas pinceladas para vocês compreenderem tudo isso. E agora, em 8 minutos, Jesus, this is fantastic. Just to let you know that all my career was done, you know, when we talk about the integration of immigrants, an immigrant to integrate, he needs to have access to some of those important components. One of those is certainly access to a comfortable neighborhood, the issue of social networks, services, housing, adequate, suitable and affordable housing, as well as education, employment and income. I have spent all my career around these two components. All my publications and research revolves around access to affordable housing, access to good and welcoming neighborhoods. My paper today, I will not tell you, we don't have, unfortunately, we can count the number of studies that have looked at the suburbs, at the suburbanization of immigrants. Unfortunately, I have no time to go there. Just to let you know that I had some key questions and I will read it. If I speak too fast, please let me know. I will slow down a little bit. So I had several key questions in my long questionnaire survey, and one of the questions is, what are the socio-demographic profiles of immigrants that go to the suburbs? What about their levels of education? What about their age? What about their marital status? Does available housing matters in the decision to go to the suburbs? Forget the word outer now. We have inner suburbs and outer suburbs. It's not important now. The third question was, what housing services exist to support immigrants who have problems with the language, who just arrived recently in Canada? Another key question guiding my study is what is their current housing situation and what barriers do they face? Does race and ethnicity matter? Does the color of your skin matter when you are looking for a rental housing? Are immigrants at risk of Eden homelessness? You hear about homelessness. Eden homelessness is an example, for example, is couch surfing, where you share a room with a friend and a relative. We don't have statistics to prove that, because you are not sleeping on the street. We only count the ones who are sleeping on the street. What do we know about Eden homelessness? And part of my research deals with that component. What else? What integrative role, if any, does a welcoming community? Look, I still think I live in the greatest country in the world. I was born in my matria, Azoch. God is my patria. I am there for 40 years, 4-0. And I think I choose the greatest country in this planet. But discrimination exists. This is a topic for another conversation. Everywhere it exists. Not probably to the same extent as in the United States of America, my neighbor, okay, where race plays a very important role. But I have paid a lot of attention also to this issue in my studies when I look at housing. And last but not least, this is for next year, what are the policy changes recommendations? No time to go through this. Just to let you know that I choose 2 study areas which are quite unique in Canada. So I decided to look at the suburbs to understand how that happened. How recent immigrants from the most diverse backgrounds, some with low incomes, and now they are bypassing the inner cities and are going to the suburbs. Do they have money to buy? Can they rent? How they are integrating, and so on and so on. In the case of Surrey and Richmond, please look at this. 46% of the population in Surrey are members of visible minorities. Here you have the most important groups. And in the case of Richmond, is unique in Canada. 65%, 2/3 of the population are members of visible minorities. Jesus, it's like in the Azores, right? In my town, everybody's white, is Catholic, Costa Benfica, Costa Sporting, you know. And here you are seeing this complexity in terms of study population. This is my study area. You have a map there. I will not comment on this. This is the city of Surrey. As you know, it's a city that grew tremendously. Surrey is the 4th largest municipality in Canada, and it's not easy to do research during summertime. John Sardin is here. He's from BC in Surrey with a bad public transportation system. And this is the city of Richmond, where the airport of Vancouver is located. You can see the city of Vancouver there. And what happens is most immigrants arrive, they cannot afford to come to Vancouver. Vancouver has the most expensive real estate market in Canada, one of the most expensive real estate markets in North America, one of the most expensive real estate markets in the world. I used 3 times the most expensive, just to emphasize you will not forget. So immigrants cannot. They don't have anymore the reception area that they used to have in the core of Vancouver. The Portuguese arrived in Vancouver, they went to Commercial Street, where housing was affordable. It's a crazy housing market. And that's what I try to prove here. In terms of data collection, I spent 2 summers in Vancouver. This material was already published. I did focus groups. I interviewed key informants. This was already published in the Canadian Geographer. Please send me an email. I will forward to you the paper. Marta, you are lucky to a certain degree, because when I collected this data, I became involved in 2 books. One with Oxford University Press, published, one with University of Toronto Press. I put that in a box. Finally, I went on a cruise with my wife for 20 days. You know that. I just arrived from a cruise, Panama Canal. Then Marta says, Carlos, do you want to do a study? It's still virgin. It's still there. So my work deals with the questionnaire survey. That will be part of your work. But you just came at the right time, because after those 2 books, no time to talk about that. With 2 or 3 minutes, I will not comment who are my population. The demographic characteristics of these people are, in 2 or 3 words, recent immigrants. I was interested in looking at recent immigrants, people that arrived in Canada 10 years. I was not interested on those that are in Canada for 20 years, they are integrated, they already bought 2 or 3 houses. I wanted to see to what extent someone speaks the language or doesn't speak the language, relied on government services or not, if they are happy with their neighborhood, if they are satisfied with their housing, if they have plans of moving in the future, etc., etc. So again, I apologize for that. I have different from employment. Another characteristic of this group is high levels of education. High levels of education, as you see, that's another characteristic of immigrants arriving in Canada. The Portuguese, when they went into Canada, the Greeks, the Italians, they were low blue collars, low levels of education, and so on. And what we are seeing now in Canada, in the case of Vancouver, 2/3 of this population had an university degree. However, there is not a positive correlation between jobs they do and levels of education, because sometimes the credentials are not recognized, and they are disappointed because they are doing low jobs, they have low incomes, and so on. And another characteristic here is the fact that, not in this one, but probably moving to the next one. One thing that I would like to emphasize here, okay, you get lost when you are here. The other point I want to emphasize in this group is 50%, 50, we're spending more than 50%, 50% of their income in housing. Can you imagine that? According to CMHC, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, in Canada, if you spend 30% of your income in housing, you are in trouble. If you spend 50%, 50, of your income in housing, you are at risk of homelessness. So are you seeing the people I'm working with? When you have close to 52% of this population, but they survive. They survive with 2 minutes to go, means they overcrowding, renting basements, sharing housing with different members of the family, relying on ethnic networks of contact from friends and relatives, and due to language problems, they don't even know the services that we have to help them. One of the main conclusions from this study is that they don't rely on government sources. So they only 1 year, 2 years later, they discover that we have government and non-government services to help them. And one thing that I have fought very hard throughout time is to educate immigrants as well as the government. Because I have a job, so I don't depend on governments, I don't depend on my community, and it's our job in terms of policy implications to identify the barriers and the challenges and to come with policy implications. I have a series of recommendations to the government. They have heard me to a large degree. They see me, I share with them with all my passion and say we need to improve things because immigrants are facing huge problems. Some are facing huge problems in integrating in the suburbs of Canada because they have low incomes, because they have language problems, and or ignorance vis-a-vis the services that are available. And I think, João, before you say, Carlos, you are out, I will say, finally I went to Lisbon and I took charge and control of my destination by stopping my conversation. If you have questions, certainly that I can expand on that. That's basically it. Thank you.
Sorry. So, first of all, I am very, very sorry to have interrupted this exciting presentation. I am very sorry for this. So you are invited to come in the short term again to Portugal to complete your presentation. you gave us the introduction, so we will wait for the proper presentation. So the second presentation is from Professor Thomas Maloutas from Orokop University in Athens, Greece. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I cannot follow the tempo of Jose because I won't make it through the end of the presentation. It's a biological issue. So the paper I'm presenting on discussion of the notion of diversity, I first presented it 2 years ago here in Lisbon. And in the meantime, I had some opportunity of redrafting it, but it's not very, very different from what it was. Anyway, and I thank the organizers, of course, for inviting me. So as a social and political notion, diversity varies highly among different contexts. And Vertovec uses diversity interchangeably with multiculturalism, echoing mainly what happens in the Anglophone world. In fact, diversity mostly makes sense in respect to the melting pot notion in the new Anglophone world and to the tolerated juxtaposition of difference
at the core of the post-colonial Commonwealth. It would make much less sense in the assimilationist context of the French republicanism or during the West German Gastarbeiter period. Diversity varies also over time. Vertovec again proposed super diversity in 2007 as a notion that updates the context of diversity so that it covers the multidimensionality produced by the new dynamics of migration. More recently, Tazan Kok and the late Ronald van Kempen and others involved in the project Diverse Cities proposed alternatively the notion of hyperdiversity as a way to go beyond migration-based diversity and embrace also other possible dimensions of diversity like class inequalities, age differences, gender, sexual preferences, and all that in a spirit not so different from intersectionality approaches. These all are certainly pertinent remarks on the inadequacies and limitations of the multiculturals approach of diversity. But in this paper, I would mainly like to take the discussion a bit further by questioning the ways the content of this notion evolves in parallel with important socioeconomic and political changes. And my main argument is that approaches of diversity that emphasize its increasing complexity and the increasing difficulties of its management tend to overshadow issues of inequality and discrimination. And in the following, I will be looking at diversity through 4 different angles, while trying to preserve the focus on inequality and discrimination as a common thread that reveals the actual social and political content of diversity. The first angle is to place diversity in a genealogy of concepts which describe and in fact assess urban societies. By the way each of these concepts describes urban societies, they reveal implicitly or explicitly the issues on which they focus and thus are putting on the agenda. Several years ago, in a paper about urban governance and social cohesion with Maro Pandelidou, we tried to show that social cohesion is a rather vague concept, which denotes, however, a significant change in the content of social and political agendas. The more egalitarian goals of bridging social distances and the rather explicit terms that express them, reduction of inequalities, narrowing the gaps and all that, were replaced by less encompassing goals of social justice, expressed by new terms like inclusion and social cohesion. These new terms slightly signify holding society together and avoiding the exclusion of groups at its lower socioeconomic echelons, from the fiction of excluding them from a fiction of a prospering mainstream society. This transition from rather explicit egalitarian goals to more vague and limited social goals and terms is concomitant with the transition from a period of welfare state growth to the gradual domination of neoliberal ideas and policies. Diversity may be considered a further step down this line of concepts and notions. Diversity, describing a city as unequal, implies immediately policies that should bridge the gaps. A city described as socially fragmented, where exclusion appears as an imminent danger, implies the need for policies promoting social cohesion. And a city described as diverse implies the need to manage this diversity without specifying the social and political objectives of this management. This narrative about diversity is to a large extent Eurocentric. If we look at the other side of the Atlantic, the genealogy of diversity would be different, but I can't go into that now. Diversity is therefore, first of all, a way of perceiving and describing societies which focuses on difference rather than on inequality. We need therefore to turn to particular interpretation of what diversity means that are numerous and often contradictory in order to give the term a specific social and political content. So the second angle through which I would like to reconsider diversity is its relation to equality and social justice. François Dubé has published a book in 2010 where he stresses the difference between the two major forms of social inequality, unequal positions and unequal opportunities, and investigates their relation to social justice. He shows that claiming equal opportunities for social justice is closer to liberal ideological principles, while defending the minimization of distances among social positions is closer to socialist principles. In fact, both forms of equality are essential for social justice, and one-sided attention to either one creates injustices. Focusing exclusively on distances among class positions usually leaves out those who are not securely inserted in the class position systems, while by focusing exclusively on opportunities, we underestimate the fact that equal opportunities to unequal individuals lead to unequal outcomes in a systematic way. Therefore, even though both forms of equality need one another, equal positions are a priority for a solid egalitarian project and, in fact, a prerequisite for opportunities if they are to be effectively equal. If diversity is considered the crucial social feature of urban societies and social justice issues are addressed mainly in respect of diversity, then we come closer to equal opportunity principles than to positional equality. Differences among individuals and groups appear as the major separating element affecting the just redistribution of resources rather than among their positions within some hierarchical system. Capitalist globalization and the domination of neoliberal policies have weakened considerably the position of labor in the capital-labor relation and eventually curtailed the resources labor is receiving through redistribution. This weakening process was certainly supported by the diversification of identities in the camp of labor that made a specific commodity, the labor force, to be treated differently and traded unequally following certain characteristics of its holders, like gender or ethnicity, that are usually irrelevant to its quality, but are closely related to entitlements associated to such characteristics. Entitlements may be legally bound, as those related to nationality and citizenship, or related to established practices like gender practices in the labor market that form glass ceilings and gender gaps in the remuneration and the like. The long-term reproduction of discrimination according to such different characteristics contributes to their essentialization and hence to reinforcing sexism and racism and to consolidating their effect on inequality. Thus, discrimination on the basis of the essentialized characteristics of all individuals takes currently precedence over inequality amongst positions held by some of these individuals within class systems where they are more or less integrated. Diversity may therefore be considered a notion that conveys primarily the incommensurability of individuals. It downplays class positions and the issue of inequality among them by bringing to the fore all other attributes whose social importance is to a large extent tautological, since it derives from the discriminating impact of their essentialized nature. nature. On the whole, the postmodern condition weakens the foundation of social justice on inequality of positions within inclusive class systems, which it tends to disintegrate, and favors turning to the equality of opportunities, undermining by that the egalitarian social project. To a large extent, it does this through the general increase of mobility, and it is the unequal role and the participation and the unequal participation of capital and labor to this increased mobility that enhances the tension between diversity and inequality. Equality. How long?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So I have to choose what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to go over the third angle, which is mobility, in a very brief way, which is by saying nothing. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the fourth angle, which derives a bit about from the increased, the unequal increased mobility of capital and labor, and this, if I had the time to introduce it properly, would bring us to the question of relations between diversity and democracy. And I want to stay more on democracy because it's the part of the paper that was remodeled in a more fundamental way since the last time. Diversity is the opposite of homogeneity or sameness, and this opposition may be understood in different ways. In societies largely organized as nation states, homogeneity is usually considered as important positive asset and understood as the basis of social cohesion in terms of attributes like language and culture related to a common national origin. This creates a clear us and them, and otherness has to be dealt with by assimilation, exclusion, or domination usually. Tensions appear between individual social and political rights and collective minority rights, as well as between individual identities and feelings of belonging and minority communities' representation. The same dipole of diversity homogeneity may alternatively be understood in a different pluralist way when diversity is portrayed as a positive asset. The us and them continue to be established on the same separating foundation, but otherness is dealt with as the tolerated or even celebrated in a more optimistic visions like Waltz's or like José's and Canada's. So like the tolerated juxtaposition of equally immanent and stereotyped identities because it is presumed to be leading to a mutually beneficial and synergistic cohabitation. Within and cutting across such homogeneous groups, other important differences, mainly class positions, re-emerge and recreate different types of us and them. These differences are founded on inequality among similar subjects rather than on other forms of dissimilarity. But since we are dealing with unequal and inequality-yielding capitalist society, all forms of diversity become eventually the subject of some kind of social ranking. And this systematic social ranking of diversity is a problem for democracy. unless democracy is understood simply as a set of political procedures and management policies. But if democratic theory is involved, the tension between democracy and socially ranked diversity becomes clearer. Democracy, perceived in a more or less broad way, is a watchword for a variety of notions and aspirations that go far beyond the issues raised by liberal democracy and the mere possession of political rights. Diversity, on the other hand, as a hierarchy of particularities that negates universality, raises problems even for the most narrow notion of democracy. At the level of attribution of rights, democracy, and especially contemporary theories of participatory democracy, presuppose a perception and management of diversity that leads not only to equality in the possession of rights, but also to the possibility of their equal exercise. Questions of social equality and non-discrimination re-emerge thus, since they are intrinsically linked to effectively implementing democracy and promoting the democratic project. According to Bourdieu, it is a never-ending effort to make social relations less arbitrary, institutions less unjust, distributions of resources and options less imbalanced. The internal contradictions of liberal democracy, being indeed what they are, make it impossible for democracy to deliver what it promises, because it tries to produce equal political subjects out of unequal social subjects. The coexistence of political equality and social inequality is the basic weakness of democracy. The key issue is universal citizenship, and according to Iris Marion-Young, universal citizenship is defined as general as opposed to particular, in the sense of what citizens have in common. That means their human nature, and not in what they differ. At the same time, universal citizenship is also defined as same treatment by laws and rules that should be blind to individual and group differences. Inequality and essentialized or otherwise socially ranked diversity are therefore curtailing universality and make it incompatible with democracy. Democracy requires the possession of political rights as well as the conditions that make these rights effectively exercised by all. This means that democracy requires not only political but effective social rights as well. Free and equal citizens are a prerequisite for democracy to function. Since they do not really exist, democracy has to create them. In this sense, diversity in a general period climate of welfare provisions, optimism, and belief in a better future for all can coexist with democracy as expected plurality, and can even be seen as the reason for which democracy is needed. On the contrary, in conditions of neoliberal ideological hegemony, the promotion of fixed identities that are excluding each other, the idea of boundaries that are insurmountable and fixed once and for all, are by definition contradictory with democracy. It is a fact that although democracy presupposes the rejection of strictly defined and opposed identities so that it may function for all with no exclusions, at the same time aiming at the maximization of the participation by all and their effective social inclusion, it is necessary to promote the assertion of specific identities for the institutionalization of measures for equality. This contradiction forms an additional difficulty for the substantial democratic transformation of political and social relations, while the way it is handled determines the kind of coexistence promoted. This contradiction furthermore makes it obvious that on a certain level, especially in policy formation, it seems unfeasible for the time being not to view the subjects of democracy as agents of pre-existing and given identities and interests, which obviously is the common perception of the matter. Nevertheless, this constitutes the sole stance consistent in the long term with the constitutive principles of democracy. And as a way out of this impossibility of democracy in unequal societies, diversity may be given a content that promotes the democratic project if it is conceived as the accepted possibility of alternatives. Following Chantal Mouffe's conceptualization of agonistic politics, diversity can be related to the possibility of political space, which is strangled when the sociopolitically dominant we translates its hegemony to rationality and evicts alternative choice from political decisions. Neoliberal policies are clearly associated with the eviction of choice that makes democracy redundant and impossible, and Thatcher's "there is no alternative" could not express this eviction of choice any better. Diversity related to agonistic politics would therefore recognize adverse sociopolitical projects and the continuously reformed we's and them's related to these projects that struggle for hegemony in the democratic arena, rather than try to translate their transient hegemony to some overarching rationality that hollows out the democratic process by producing a rationalist we that leaves no space for the redundant them. And if you consider that this is too optimistic, I will come to some pessimistic conclusions. So as a concluding remark, I will argue that democracy is certainly not a problem in the way it is treated by neoliberal policies that try to hollow it out as much as possible. However, it is not a magic solution either for the egalitarian project, since notions of diversity and inequality are enmeshed in intricate ways in politico-ideological beliefs and discourses. In a recent paper, again with Maro Pantelidou, we pinpoint the complex and contradictory relation between supporting egalitarian ideas and accepting diversity as the foundation of particularistic rights. We use data from the European Social Survey, especially from the module on welfare attitudes that ran in 2008. In short, what we found out was that the largely majoritarian support for social equality, founded on the positive answers by almost 75% of throughout Europe of respondents to the questions: 1, governments should reduce differences in income levels. Yes, 75%. And for a fair society, differences in standards of living should be small. Yes, 75%. This positive attitude is seriously undermined in two ways. The first is the parallel support for traditional liberal or neoliberal interpretations of social justice. This varies throughout Europe, especially the UK and Ireland were much more affected by this contradiction. A considerable part of respondents who are within the large majority expressing egalitarian views in terms of income differences, at the same time consider large differences in standards of living acceptable if they are rewards of talent and effort, or consider social benefits too big a strain on the economy and business, or believe that social benefits breeds laziness and unwillingness to take responsibility, or consider that social order is more effectively maintained through a punitive rather than a welfare state. At the same time, people believing in equality in general have these kind of views at the same time. The second way, and most important for our discussion here, that support for egalitarian views and policies is undermined, is related to the mode and degree of accepting diversity as a parameter defining those who should and those who shouldn't benefit from egalitarian policies. The profile of those entitled to equality is restricted, and the participation, for example, of immigrants or women becomes conditional. For a very substantial percentage of respondents, immigrants receive more than they contribute, make the host country a worse place to live, and should acquire social rights under very strict conditions if they ever do. A smaller but still considerable proportion of respondents within the majority of those expressing egalitarian views perceives differently the rights of men and women, making egalitarian claims conditional for the latter. For example, limited right to employment for women when there are not enough jobs for men, on grounds of their stereotypic and subordinate social roles. So diversity is interesting, not only for the intricate ways this notion is effectively integrated in the social and economic structures and practices of urban societies, but also for the ambivalent ways its constitutive features are perceived. These constitutive features are perceived in ways that either do not affect the human nature of their holders as the source of equal social and political rights, or become essentialized and classify their holders in different categories of access to such rights. The considerable extent to which diversity is essentialized, even for supporters of egalitarian social projects, provides the basis of its political manipulation to further divide the camp of labor, and we see this acting very openly in European politics in the last years and in the last days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. So we had two very interesting and very contrasting presentations in style and content, although the theme is the same, diversity, urban diversity. We have half an hour for debate. The floor is yours. One question? Okay, let's start.
My question is to Professor José Teixeira. Don't you think the reason why migrants are hesitant to take welfare or take, for example, the time before they can access the welfare is because of the negative stigma that's associated with receiving welfare, or some other conditionalities? For example, I know in Germany, if you receive welfare and then you apply for citizenship later, and they check out certain qualities, and the welfare is one of them. So if you're a recipient of welfare, chances of getting citizenship are pretty much low. So don't you think is the case in Canada? So the second question is, you mentioned the fact that Canadian has got like a very high university student or qualified, skilled, so to say. Isn't because of the selective system that Canada has, hence maybe the fact that multiculturalism is work quite well there. So isn't that the case? So I guess I'm bringing also some of the aspects already that were mentioned, the whole idea of neoliberalism where people are not defined for being people, but are defined for how much they can contribute to the system. So don't you think those aspects play a significant role? Okay.
It's actually a question also for Professor José Teixeira. And it relates to one of your tables that we quickly see. And for me, it was puzzling to see that 70% of the interviewers were women. And I wonder if this was a methodology option or it reflects family unification or even a new flow to Canada, and whether this established a connection to your conclusions about the suburbs.
Oh, thank you. Hi, this is a question for Thomas. I also, I think those social surveys are very interesting, and the contradictions particularly. The question is, how should we read them and how pessimistic we should be? Now, is it possible that people hold multiple ideas at the same time means that they can be mobilized in different ways? So yes, and we've seen this, they can be mobilized in very reactionary ways, or it seems reactionary and they can be considered racist, but they may also be speaking to social aspirations for justice that the system is not responding to, and they haven't been given an alternative language to express.
Interesting, good questions. I will start with the last one, the sample. I have the methodology. My paper is done already. I don't know if Marta allows you to have access to it. So I have a section methodology. I was careful saying this is a small sample, this is not, you know that story, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's go to the point. In the suburbs, in both cities, most of the participants were recruited through local immigrant services agencies. I have a good relationship with this organization. For those who don't know SUR enrichment, those immigrants, most are highly dispersed, huge, large geographical area. So I strongly relied on immigrant servicing agencies. And most people that use those services are women. So this explains why 71.1% of the sample. But if you look back at some, you can do the search there, you will locate some of my publications. Most of the people that I have been interviewing, particularly in the suburbs, it varies from 60 to 70% are women. So this is one of the biases of the study. If you have another question concerning the methodology, let me know now because I can tackle it. No, okay, so that's the answer. Certainly we cannot generalize with these people. One thing I have to tell you is it becomes more and more difficult to interview people in the suburbs. Again, just to put things in context, these are recent immigrants. These are recent immigrants who arrived in the last 10 years in the suburbs. So that's the other point I want to emphasize. Going back to our colleague here concerning the welfare system, that's a very good question. What I found, studies going back to Montreal, to Toronto, where I did most of my studies, immigrants, this negative stigma that exists, that immigrants, they go to Canada and they feel offended when people say, oh, you are stealing our jobs, you are going to the welfare system, etc., etc. Immigrants, they work very hard. I have interviewed immigrants, and again, immigrants in different cities. They are in a situation of homelessness, and they don't look for help. They rely, one of the major conclusions, I didn't even have a chance to look to my conclusions and recommendations, is that these people rely extensively on ethnic friends, relatives, and a little bit on churches, okay? They don't know too much about the local help they can get from the government and NGOs, non-government agencies. And one of the reasons, in terms of recommendations that I have here, is the Canadian government should provide those immigrants with more information before they leave their own countries. Because it makes no sense to, we have great people working as in agencies and say, Carlos, we spend 1-2 years and then suddenly we have an immigrant with a major problem, say, oh, I didn't know you were here. We have the services, despite the fact that I concluded that some of those services are not culturally oriented. For example, with regard to housing, which is at the core of my research, I found they don't have housing specialists. So you have social services agents that can help you how to learn English as a second language, how to find a job, how to deal with this and that, but they are not ready. They don't have housing specialists because, as I mentioned on my graph, the integration of immigrants depends on different components. My colleague sociologists, they look at the labor force. Those in education, they look at the importance of language. I am only interested. I have to retire soon. I'm just joking. But I am interested on housing, access to affordable, suitable, and adequate housing. And if you spend more than 30%, you are at core housing need. If you spend more than 50%, you are at risk of homelessness. And even immigrants, they don't realize that. You see? So that stigma that is there, and we have a lot of immigrant groups, they are proud, they prefer to rely, quote unquote, on their informal networks of contact. So the issue of the refugees is a different story because we have programs to help them. We don't have this problem in Canada, okay? So that's question number one. Question number two is the levels of education. Again, you raise a very good question. If you look at immigration to Canada, until, let's put that way, the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, Canada wanted people, starting with the Portuguese immigration in the 50s, the Greek immigration in the 50s, the Italians, they are 2 generations. They wanted people to work in factories. They wanted people to go to the rural areas to work in the land, etc., etc. So the levels of education was not an issue. Why immigration from Portugal stopped completely, and particularly from the Azores? Because the majority of those Portuguese in Canada, they are from the Azores as well as the United States. Okay? Because that, now I will answer your question. Yes, we have very selective immigration policies now, which explains in part why the close to 2/3 of the people that I interviewed in the suburbs, they have an university degree. And again, if you do a search, if you look at the research I did in Toronto, 15 years ago, João knows it, he's familiar with this literature, or even in Montreal. When I was in Montreal, the levels of education was very low. So the immigration, the new immigration, we have programs to entrepreneurs. We have programs 2 years contract. If we have specialized people here in certain professions, and do I have somebody from the Canadian Embassy? Okay, my friend, thanks for coming, for joining Carlos. I have a gift for you, the book, The Portuguese in Canada, where I talk a lot about those issues. You are in a better position than me. Can you talk about the diversity of programs that we have, which in part is responsible for these levels of education? With authorization of Professor Peixoto, can she say a few words or not? Not now.
If there is time.
Okay, okay, but okay, at the end, you can describe, I don't have time to, we have different programs. You know, from 2 years program, the provincial nominee program is just one of those programs. Now they changed. Yes, we have, but education plays an important role. Your profession plays an important role. So you were just there. The reason for this is in part due to this immigration policies.
Okay. Okay.
Of course, I completely agree. This is a kind of conclusion bearing some exaggeration just to... in fact, it is as if, what I'm saying is as if egalitarian ideas and projects are there and are homogeneous and a block, and other projects are also insulated, and people follow either one or the other. Realities, social realities are complex, personal situations are complex, and ideas become also complex in the fight for hegemony between the different projects. So it's understandable that one has to face this contradictory beliefs within the same person that replies in a. But this could also lead to the question of how societies that do not differ very much, let's say the Greek and the Austrian, between in the percentages of xenophobia and negative perceptions of immigration, how in the recent refugee crisis they reacted completely differently. There you have the responsibility of political agents, which in the first case they promoted as a noble cause, giving hospitality to migrants, and so turned a society that is xenophobic, the Greek society is xenophobic, to surpass itself. In Austria, it was or in Hungary, even worse, it was the reverse. Yes, but they are a problem. They are, we build walls, and so I absolutely agree that I should not be so simplistic in saying that, and I promise to rewrite the conclusions in a more sophisticated way. It will be less funny, but
okay. I would say that this is for our friends from biology. When this last point reflects on the complexities of social sciences, our subjects, humans, sometimes they don't know what they think. So sometimes it depends on the agency of others, of elites, political elites, for example.
Sometimes the cells go nowhere. Not the brain, not the liver, nowhere.
Okay, we can go for a second round of questions. I'm sure that there are answers. I'm not sure if there will be questions, but answers I am sure that at least part of the papers that were not presented. Okay.
I don't know, I think it's more a comment than a question, but that's in order to follow up with the last point. I mean, why in the end with societies which are very similar in the level of xenophobia, such as Greece and Hungary, for example, you have different outcomes in terms of policy and politics. Of course, and I totally agree with what you said, but maybe there is even more complexity in that when you look at what happened concretely also on the border of Hungary and in the Budapest main train station last year at the highest of the so-called refugee crisis. You had a very intense, hostile, antagonist campaign by the Orban government, and yet thousands of Hungarians who didn't say anything but did things and went on the field and helped these refugees and resisted somehow. So it's not, so I totally agree, you have different projects and people draw from these different projects because political realities and contexts are very complex. But you also have an additional complexity, which is between beliefs and practices, which is when people have to do things, they will not testify about the kind of values they would cherish and or the fears they feel about the future of their societies, employment, etc., but they will draw on other values and do practical things. So I think just a comment to add on the top of that.
Okay. Does the Embassy of Canada wants to add something?
I don't really have anything to add, but if you are truly interested in coming to Canada, work or travel, sorry, did you hear, were you able, okay. You can come and talk to me so I can send you some links. Even if you're traveling, we have new legislation, so
yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So I will give the floor to José Carlos and Thomas for final comments, and then we can close.
Yes, if I can. It's interesting. The last 2 or 3 questions in my questionnaire survey, this is a very quote-unquote volatile population going through a lot of problems. They don't own a car. They have problems with public transportation, which I didn't have a chance to talk about. The last 2 questions is if they aspire to become homeowners, because the majority were renters, and 93% they aspire to own a house, despite all these difficulties. And when they said yes, I said, my gosh, looking at your salary, looking at the difficulties, the barriers you will face, it will take you forever before you can afford a house in the suburbs of Vancouver, where you have to pay $500,000, $600,000. And Joan, I'm talking about Langley, and Thomas was recently in Vancouver. I'm not talking in the city of Vancouver. Before I came here, I teach geography of housing. I love to collect things from the newspapers. First page, section on homes, a $1.5 million home. The owners from Asia, no surprise, they bought the house just to clean it, just for the land. And I am pessimistic. All these new immigrants with all those barriers, and we need them for demographic reasons. We have one of the lowest levels of fertility. Okay, we need immigrants for different reasons. Demographic reasons, economic reasons too, and in the case of Vancouver, is one of the most complex cities I see in North America because of the real estate market. That's my point, is when they're saying, yes, I want to buy a house, and the last question is, do you plan to stay in Canada or to return? And it's easy to fall in love with Canada. And basically everybody, with the exception of 2 or 3, said, I am undecided. And for me as an immigrant, this is amazing. You know, despite all these barriers, all these difficulties, including some discrimination in the housing market. If you look at my article published last year, it's very qualitative, because those immigrants, they face discrimination by landlords. And landlords will judge you based on 2 or 3 things. Welfare sometimes plays an important role. The other thing is your immigrant status, okay? The other one is gender. The other one is your income. So I describe all of those variables. So that's another issue, and one of my recommendations is, my friends, it's time to educate landlords about their own rights, and it's time also in those agencies to teach what are new immigrants, what are their own rights, because they don't know too much about what they are entitled to. I think that's, the other issue is those high levels of education, as I mentioned, are not recognized when they arrive, and they finish by doing jobs that do not correspond to their levels of education. Not in all cases. You know, there are, for example, the provincial nominee program played a very important role. We need a plumber educated with a university or a college degree. You will get a job for 2 years. If things work well, you will renew your contract and you finish by applying for resident, to become a resident in Canada. Canada is a country, is a very open country. After 3 years in Canada, you can apply to Canadian citizenship. You know, I don't know too many countries in the world. You just need 3 years. So there is the issue of government and non-government organizations that need to be more culturally oriented to immigrants. And I stop here. The other problem is most of those organizations, they exist in the core of the city of Toronto, in the core of the city of Montreal, and in the core of the city of Vancouver. But they didn't go to the suburbs. You see my point? We didn't invest enough in the suburbs. And since immigrants cannot afford housing in Vancouver, in the core of those cities, how to deal with this issue. So the policy implications are very important here. As I mentioned, my paper is done. Too bad I cannot share with you. Usually I share with people my papers, but this one, until it's accepted or rejected, because the Rui and Marta, they have the last word in our papers, I cannot share with you. But I strongly recommend you to look at the paper I published in the Canadian Geographer 2014, where you have a detailed series of recommendations there.
Thank you.
Just a word. To distinguish between hopeful futures and less hopeful futures. I would agree with Nina, if I interpret her well, that there is hope in the shared experiences of outcast migrants and the local precariats. But they are cornered, and it's not very easy to see how this can translate to a socio-political tomorrow. And so hope looks a little bit distant, and on the other hand, the pessimism looks right in front of us, with the major parties, at least in Europe, major conservative but also socialist parties, adopting parts of the extreme right agenda, and by that legitimating extreme right parties, and sometimes electorates vote the original and not the hesitant legitimizer. So I think we are in a kind of unstable situation, and Brexit is a very big warning sign. And I'm afraid we haven't seen the big part of the picture. And I hope, as always, that I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. So we will break for 15-20 minutes. We will reconvene at 4:20, right? That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
final panel with three presentations from consultants Serge Guimont and Ines Stewart. We'll have all three presentations in a row, and I will discuss after everybody has presented. I will immediately give the floor to Christoph. Christoph is the director of the Center of Migration and Citizenship, and his PhD is in political science, although he also identifies himself as a sociologist.
Yeah. yes, I do identify.
Can be puzzling sometimes.
Political sociologist. Thank you very much, Marta. Thank you, Henri, for your invitation. I won't talk much about migration, but of course the topic is related. My talk is about the meaning of French citizenship. It's about French citizenship as a cultural framework and about how meaningful this cultural framework can be for different people. So if you want, this is about integration and public philosophies of integration. As it will become clearer later in the paper, these people I will be talking about are members of institutions such as the French armed forces and French hospitals. And more particularly, there are people who are seen as Muslims by their colleagues and hierarchy. They can be practicing Muslims or not, but they are identified as Muslims by others, and this is part of the story I will be talking to you about. I said I want to question the meaning of French citizenship because when you want to know how to define the very French notion of citizenship, the French understanding of citizenship and national identity, the first reflex is to go to notions of a French political tradition of republicanism. This was mentioned earlier by Thomas, for example, in his paper. That is, by contrast to other models, such as the wonderful Canadian model, the approach to migration and cultural diversity in France would be best described in terms of assimilation or colorblind republicanism or laïcité, which is the French notion for secularism, and which is, by the way, more often than not understood in terms of a separation between the public and religions, which is, of course, more complicated than that. So this definition of the French model as, assimilationist, universalistic, and secular is very common. Is very common in different sets of discourses. The political discourse, of course, this is very central to the political debates we've been having in France for over 3 decades. This is also a way to describe French citizenship in the media and the public debate. And unfortunately, I would say, it's also very common to find this description of the French citizenship through the Republican model in the scholarship on immigrant integration and citizenship. The problem here, of course, is that the question about the meaning of French citizenship is much more complex than what the notion of a French model of integration can describe. And this for various reasons. The first reason why the model of French republicanism is far from enough or satisfying to describe what is at stake when we want to describe French citizenship in French context has to do with the historical dimension of these debates about immigrant integration. After all, the meaning of French citizenship in itself is a historical construct. If we had had our conference, not today, but let's say in the early 1970s, I think I would have not been discussing the notion of the meaning of French citizenship simply because the notion of French citizenship would have sounded like totally irrelevant, like making no sense at all, because by then the debates about what we are discussing today would have been framed in terms of class relations or an issue of labor. It's only in the mid-1980s that something you call French citizenship, universalism, laïcité, etc., started to make sense and to be used in these political debates about immigrant integration. So the discussion in itself has its own history, and we shouldn't go fast with this. But even, let's say, in the mid-90s, for example, which is a period of intense politicization of the question of immigrant integration in the French context and also about Muslims in the French society, with the Pasqua laws, for example, at that time, which were very restrictive immigration legislation in the context of electoral competition and the impact of the extreme right-wing Parti de Front National. Laïcité was an issue of the debate, but not about Muslims or immigrant integration. People would demonstrate. There was 1 million people demonstrating in the streets of France in '94 for laïcité, but then the issue was about not Muslims at all. It was about the defense of public schooling. It was a matter of a fight between Catholic schools and what you would call l'enseignement libre, free education, state-funded schools. And by then, as Jean Bobéro showed it very clearly, no one would have thought to use the notion of laïcité to discuss the issue of the integration of Muslims. You see? And now, it's very different. Since the early 2000s, no one would discuss about Muslims and immigrant integration without referring to the notion of laïcité. So my point here is very simple. The meaning of the notions is in itself shifting over time, because these are historical constructs and we can't assume too much about the content we should give to these notions. But there is, and this is what I would like to develop more in my presentation today, there is another reason why the French model, if you wish, is not enough to describe what French citizenship is about. This other reason has to do with the discrepancy between how the public debate describes the values and norms at stake with migrants, Muslims, Islam, etc., and the practical reasoning that people in context develop when they have to deal also with concrete things to do. With John Bowen and Jan Willem Duivendak, we described this aspect of practical reasoning in context in terms of practical schemas in a book we edited together last year or 2 years ago. The claim here is that the meaning attached by people to notions that are discussed in political and public debates is also, above all, a matter of practices. This is not an issue only of theories and concepts. This is an issue of practical thinking. Give you just an example of this discrepancy between how the public and the general debates frame the question of common belonging, laïcité, Islam, etc., and these practical schemas you find in particular context. Despite the notion of laïcité, France is the only Western country in the world that organizes a pilgrimage to Mecca for its Muslim soldiers. Not wonderful Canada, not the US, not British, which was once a member of the EU, nor the Netherlands have organized something similar. That is, that Republican, universalistic, assimilationist France is organizing a policy within the context of the military, which is far more accommodative than any of the so-called multicultural countries. I think this is puzzling. Another example to illustrate my point, in France you have 38 Muslim military chaplains in the armed forces compared to 2 in the Dutch forces. Okay? It's a relationship. You have 19 times more Muslim chaplains in France than you have in the Dutch context. I think this is puzzling. And this does not fit very well the traditional understanding of the French Republican model, right? So my claim in the paper is simply to say that if we want to make sense of this discrepancy between the public dominant understanding of the notions of universalistic assimilation and what you could find in particular context, institutions matter. And this is what I would like to show you now in the rest of the presentation. Okay. So, to summarize my point, if I want to explain why France is the only country in the Western world that organizes a pilgrimage of its soldiers to Mecca, we need to understand how social actors combine the dominant public meaning of laicity and integration with the practical schemas in context they produce. To put it differently, we need to understand how people connect what I call in the book, you see, I forgot, yeah, hop. Oh la la, okay, I lost track of the anyway, you followed me, right? Here is the cover of the book I'm talking about. In this book, I propose to look at how people connect what I call the world of models, le monde des modèles, so which implies very general definitions of laicity and integration as we usually describe them, and on the other hand, the world of actors, the sphere in which people need to do things in context. For example, nurses need to heal patients, teachers need to teach students, police people need to catch thieves, judges need to free innocent people, if any. And these are situations where social actors may have to deal with Muslims as patients, as students, as innocent people. But a general definition of laicity or integration or the Republican thinking will not be enough for them to help them do what they have to do, to heal people and to judge, etc. And these practical situations imply other types of judgments or evaluation repertoires about what makes a good medical treatment, about what makes a good pedagogical approach to students, or what makes an efficient police force, etc. So these are what I mention, what I have in mind when I want to emphasize the practical dimension of these things. A point here may be about, no, you skip the point. These are questions that are very important for cultural sociologists, but very strikingly, cultural sociologists have not been interested in institutional context that much. That was just a point I wanted to make in the paper. I don't have time anymore. To make sense of this discrepancy, this uniqueness of France organizing the pilgrimage to Mecca of the members of the armed forces, you have to look at the institution. That was my initial claim. Something happened with the military in France that has to do with the shift to professionalization, the loss of conscription. It happened in the mid-90s. In the mid-90s, the decision to shift from conscription to professionalization led the institution facing two challenges. The first challenge was the loss of conscripts, so the need to renew or find a new manpower. And this challenge, the forces tried to address it by finding in the less advantaged areas called the banlieue, the reservoir of manpower. And among these people, highly unemployed level, they found a lot of children of immigrant background. So they were looking for manpower, they found immigrants. But there was also a second challenge which was very important for the forces. Conscription had long been part of the national narrative of the modernization of the French society. Think about, Eugene Weber work on how the military in the late 19th century created the national modern definition of the French society. And that was a very strong narrative in how the military defined its own social function. The military was felt by military people as socially legitimate institution in France, thanks to the conscription, thanks to the fact that there was this strong narrative of integrating French society through conscription. All of a sudden, they had to renew this narrative. Since there was not this mechanism of one generation of male French nationals going through the military and being transformed into Frenchmen, they had to renew the narrative. In doing so, what was very interesting is that they looked for a solution. How could they succeed the professionalization transformation of the forces? So they looked in examples of successful professionalization of forces outside, other examples. These examples were first the US, second the UK. Okay? And what the French people in the French forces found in both examples is that the secret for the successful professionalization of both the US and British forces were the notion of social representation. If the army in the US and in Britain could shift from conscription to professionalization, it's because they gave a strong recognition and representation to members of minority groups. So the French people assumed that that was key to the successful professionalization of the forces, and they used the same tool. And they said, we will try to target minority groups. And this will be a very strong narrative to reconstruct our social legitimacy and relationship with the rest of the French society. So they did. And they did in very bizarre ways. Because this is France, right? They did it using many proxies, because we don't have statistics in France. This is forbidden by law. We don't have formal categories, so they used as a proxy the family name, or they used the picture of the candidates they wanted to recruit it in the application forms. They wanted to recruit Arabic-speaking people on the basis of the soundness of the family name. Of course, this was a very ill-conceived definition of who are the people in France, the second generation immigrants from northern African countries, because these people simply don't speak Arabic. They don't. So they recruited people on the basis of family name, and they ended up sending these people to the language schools of the military in Strasbourg. And in the end, you have the French armed forces targeting minority groups, but teaching Arabic to French people. They also tried to promote the notion of visible minority. And that was particularly important in the gendarmerie at the turn of the 2000s. This is the typical image used by the gendarmerie, which is one of the 4 armed forces in France, in its recruitment campaign. And, of course, all what I said about, the drama of losing both the manpower of the end of conscription and the need to renew the contact with the French society took this form. So, before, after. This was for a campaign in the overseas department of Martinique. This is also something interesting, a billboard, a project of a billboard for Martinique as well. But you see here you have a French guy, and the French guy, interestingly, has all the signs for being a military of the rank. Okay, he's not an officer, whereas the first guy is an officer. So it's one way to play with the race relations and reversing the social hierarchies with the uniforms. The one I like the best is that one, which is that was never used, actually. It was only a project by the people in charge of the recruitment policy. It was by the 2006-2007. That's a project of a flyer, and the flyer says, a parcours social différent, un avenir professionnel commun. That's a different social background, a common professional future. And here is the picture. It's United Color of Benetton. You see, each individual group is represented, stereotyped, essentialized in one way. This is an image that was used in the campaign for attracting these members of minority people to the school of gendarmerie officers. So I think there is here a shift which is very structural, very telling about how facing the challenge of recruiting the people they needed to go on functioning as the military should go on, but there is also a symbolic dimension to it, they simply adapted. Okay? And there was also a dimension that targeted, in this creation of a new narrative, that targeted Muslims per se, with the creation of a new military Muslim chaplaincy, with new chaplains, and in the end, with the pilgrimage to Mecca, which is only one pilgrimage among many pilgrimages organized in the French military, by the way, because laïcité is not a matter of a separation between religions and the state. Military people organize international pilgrimages to Lourdes, to Mont Saint-Michel, to Mont Saint-Odile. In the French military is a place full of different pilgrimages, despite the notion of laïcité. Of course, I was very ambitious because I wanted to do exactly the same about hospitals. You have the place of hospitals and Muslims and diversity in the public debate is very different to what people actually do on the field. And practices might differ according to the positions people in the hospitals hold. Directors of hospitals won't have the same approach than medical doctors, for example. Medical doctors will say, laïcité, we don't care about this because what we want to do is to care people, to take care of people, to heal people. Whereas directors of hospital will say, laïcité is very important to us because we have to fight against, to chase out headscarves. But in the end, there are, and I'm finishing with this, there are very smart bricolage that are developed in the context of the hospital practices. Of course, headscarves per se are forbidden for many reasons, but there are substitutes for headscarves, and the mop cap is the most diffused substitute for mop cap. You have many practicing Muslim nurses in French hospitals who wear a mop cap during the working hours as simply a substitute for the headscarf, with the knowledge of the entire institutions and the agreement by the direction. So you have lots of bricolage, lots of ways to do things which are far more complex than the formal, dominant, public and politicized conception of what it means being a member of the society and the French notion of citizenship. And this is the conclusion. Institutions are important settings if we want to study the processes by which a society organizes social hierarchies and symbolic boundaries. Institutions are a meso-level between micro-interactions and macro-level of, the politics and narratives, the grand narratives about this. But what I could not develop, but which is very important in the paper, is that in the end, those who are labeled as Muslims, those who are stigmatized as Muslims, are also members of the state. They are working in institutions such as the military, the police forces, schools, etc. And they are part of these discussions about how we can be veiled in a French institution, how we can be secular and still organize the pilgrimage to Mecca. They have their say, and they are contributing to the renewal of new reasoning about French citizenship and notions of republicanism. And yet, all what I described is also concerned by high levels of discrimination. These new members of institutions I very shortly described are facing today. They are members of the state, and yet they are not recognized as such by their hierarchy and their colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we'll give the floor to Professor Serge Guimont, a social psychologist from Université Blaise Pascal, who is a Canadian by birth, has been based in Europe for a long time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here to talk to you about some of the research we did on this question. Are there some national policies that are effective in fighting against prejudice and discrimination? We've been researching that for 10 years, funded by France, l'Agence nationale de la recherche, and we have clear answers. There are some policies that are effective and there are others that are not effective, and we are beginning to understand why. To look at this, we, from an approach in social psychology, we divide our interest is in understanding why people are prejudiced and why they discriminate. And we distinguish between two types of determinants: universal determinants, which operate in the same way across countries, and this is the focus of many theories in social psychology. But there are other culture-specific determinants, which are discussed a lot in many social science, but not a lot in social psychology. And particular immigration and integration policies are part of these cultural specific factors that play, we believe, a very important role as a determinant of intergroup relations. And these policies differ across countries. We develop a framework to distinguish the policies or the belief system on which there has been some research in social psychology. I don't have time to go into this, but we heard some speech, assimilation. You have some countries that have a policy of assimilation, and the aim of that policy is to reduce or eliminate diversity, is to make everybody as similar as possible in the belief that this is the best way to proceed. And there are evidence from sociologists that look at the policy in very different countries, which suggests that Germany is a good example of a country with that type of policy, and so on. So the question is, what is the effect of those policies? What are the processes that account for these effects? And one of the social psychological process that was studied, for example, by Rui, is the process of social categorization. And we now know, with this result and other evidence, that the fact that we categorize is the basis of prejudice and discrimination, but you can have, for example, a policy like multiculturalism that will come in and that will prevent social categorization from creating discrimination. And so the question that we are asking has been asked for a long time, but right now there is evidence coming out showing that the national policies have some impact. And one of the best evidence was published in 2013, showing that in 27 European countries, if you measure the type of policy that they have in 2006, it predicts the attitude of the population toward immigrants in 2009. And with this data, they tested two hypotheses. The group threat hypothesis. The more the policy is open and foster, for example, competition between groups, newcomers coming in, the more it would increase threat and prejudice. Their data does not support that hypothesis. Rather, their relationship support the intergroup norm hypothesis, which suggests that the more open and permissive or multicultural the integration policy is, the less prejudice, the less threat you have. Why would you get that relationship? And they tested the reverse, and the reverse is not confirmed. Why? They suggest that immigration integration policies shape the societal norms for what is considered appropriate in intergroup relation, and that way affect anti-immigrant prejudice. Very interesting, but they have absolutely no data on that. Our study was done at the same time. I didn't know about this research. And our study aimed to examine integration norms. And this is the first empirical test of the role of societal norms of integration in many different countries. So we selected 4 different countries, and we asked university students to answer a questionnaire. Why did we select these 4 countries? Because on an index of multiculturalism as a policy, they differ very much, whereas on other aspects they can be considered as similar countries. So on the multicultural policy index, which was developed independently, Germany is low, Canada is high. The UK and US are medium. So with that sample, we propose an explanation for the effect of the policy on prejudice. And the explanation, a bit as Schluter suggested, is that the policy will generate a norm in the society, and this norm will affect prejudice directly and indirectly. We can summarize that like this. So you have the country which, with a different a policy, will have an effect on the prejudice that you observe in the society, and this effect will be explained by the fact that the policy creates a norm and the norm affects prejudice. So to test that, we tried to measure the perceived norm of integration. So instead of focusing on personal attitude toward multiculturalism, we also measured the perceived norm with items like this. So the measure of personal attitude toward multiculturalism were used very often in the past. You have one statement like this. There were 3 different statements. To measure the norm, we simply added before that statement for Canadian, in Canada, people believe this. Do you agree or not? And we instructed the respondent that we were interested in knowing, in that case, not what they believe, but if they think these beliefs are widespread in the society. Our prediction is that the country with the strong diversity policy will be the highest on the perceived multicultural norm. Canada. The higher the score, the more people say Canadians are in favor of that point of view. We expected Germany to be the lowest because there has never been any national policy of multiculturalism in Germany. and it is the lowest. The other two countries are in the middle. Now look at the same pattern if you measure personal attitude toward multiculturalism. The German students are almost as favorable toward multiculturalism as the Canadian students. It is as if there's no effect of the policy. And during 40 years, researchers have been studying this. Whereas by considering the norm, the difference is that the German student, they favor multiculturalism, but they think the rest of the country is against it. Whereas Canadian, they have the support of all the country with their attitude. So we measure prejudice. And here we test the argument that we heard. What is the effect of the policy? If multiculturalism essentializes the groups, it may increase prejudice. What do we find? We measure the rating of different groups collapsed together in a measure of anti-Muslim prejudice. A low score is low prejudice. High score is hostility toward the groups. There is a significant difference. We do a test of significance. The country with the lowest amount of anti-Muslim prejudice is Canada. And it is English Canada, not Quebec. So this is English Canada, so this is Toronto, Ottawa. The sample is Central Canada. So I would not say this is the same all over Canada, but this is, and the policy of multiculturalism in Canada, it is Central Canada. The highest level of prejudice is found in Germany. Why do we have that? We tested a model that fits the data, and I won't go into that because it's a bit too. But the perceived norm play a significant role in predicting whether you're prejudiced or not. And the perceived norm comes from the policy, right? As we saw. So the policy shapes the norm, and the norm predicts prejudice, and these results, it's not a perfect study, but it's an attempt to compare the level of prejudice, and we find no support whatsoever for the claim that multiculturalism increased prejudice. It's the reverse, and there's many other studies like this. And the distinction that allowed to understand this was discussed in a certain way by an anthropologist in France, Sperber, who said we should distinguish between mental representations, the ideas that we all have in our head, with cultural representation, which are the ideas that we share with others, that we discuss with others, and at some point they become shared. This is not the same thing. Research so far on multiculturalism has only studied the mental representation. It's as if we know a lot in psychology about what's inside the head of Homer, but we know very little about a social psychology, which is when Homer discuss and share ideas with other people. Whereas this is the fundamental problem of social psychology. And perceived norms are a way to get at this. Because these perceived norms, our results show, are not the same as individual attitude. There is a difference. They can be very strongly correlated, but it's possible that in a society, a powerful minority will come in and say, multiculturalism is bad. Multiculturalism has failed, so that the people may come to believe that, whereas in fact, it's not true. This is what we found in France. This is a representative sample conducted in 2011. On the perceived norm, the French are perceived as in favor of assimilation against multiculturalism. When we ask, okay, but what do you think? All the French are in support of multiculturalism, against assimilation. So there is a total discrepancy between the perceived norm and the personal attitude. And we tested the hypothesis that if the perceived norm are shared, it means that they should vary less in the sample than the personal attitude. And this is what we found pretty much. Look at the perceived norm in France by political orientation. There's no difference, no significant effect whatsoever. Everybody, the extreme right and the extreme left, agrees that the French are against multiculturalism. Right? But this is not what the French believe. When we look at personal attitude, they vary completely. This is the personal attitude toward multiculturalism and assimilation by political orientation. The extreme left is in love with multiculturalism, but hates assimilation. The only group in France, the only group who is personally in favor of assimilation is a minority group. It is the extreme right. This is the only group that corresponds to the norm. So this minority group succeeded in convincing the French that every French people are against diversity. Whereas when you ask, what do you think about diversity, people are very much, even in various institutions, people in France are very much open to diversity, but they think they're not. So, so the model, we have other research in France on the French model. I'm almost, I think there is some role to play about a national policy. If the policy succeeds in creating a norm, a cultural norm or a social norm, it can have a big impact on what people think and even the way they act. We have other results where we measure discriminatory behavior, and we have some effect of these model on this behavior. So this shows that psychology can benefit from being sensitive to the social and political context. And we also, the evidence indicate the importance of distinguishing between personal attitude, personal support for a policy and the perceived social norm related to that policy. For example, in France, most French people in 2011, because I agree these things, the cultural specific aspect are variable across time. So this finding from 2011 show this, and they show that the extreme right in France is a powerful and influential minority. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we run our final presentation by Nina Tiller.
No, because we have the connections here. It's very difficult.
My microphone
very
is
difficult.
not
If you
here.
want, no, if you want, I can
And I
put your
can't.
chair.
I don't want to sit. That's the thing.
Do you help, Nina? Would you please sit down?
No, I don't want to sit down. I want to sit up.
Oh, you want to stand up? Okay. You want to use the podium? So we arrived at our final presentation by Nina Glick-Chiller. I think everybody knows Nina and her work.
This is the.
But for those who are not sure, she's emeritus professor of University of Manchester, UK, and she's presently associated with the Max Planck Institute in Germany.
Sorry.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marta, and I thank all the organizers and hosts. It's been a long day. We've listened to a lot. I'm going to try to stand up so I can stay awake and you can stay awake, and we can try to put some of this together. I've tried to outline my ideas on these PowerPoint slides because I knew it would be the end of the day. But basically, what I'm trying to do here is bring together and look critically at some of the assumptions we make about migration, mobility, and stasis that underline our theories. Sometimes that we don't question when we do our research. We go into our research, we apply for funds, we do our research, we go into our politics, and we don't think about some of the assumptions of our theories. So some of this, a lot of this I've said before, but in some of it I'm trying to build a more coherent framework, but the project is really a collective one of looking at our theories and also how we can address change, because very often when we're talking about our research or when we go into our research, we assume a stability of regimes of migration that just cannot be assumed. As the recent days of Brexit and the rise of Donald Trump in the US and different issues in terms of what's called rightist politics in different places remind us that we have to constantly look at who is shaping the norms, as we just heard, and what they are and how that actually is reflecting what's going on in the world. So that's the nature of the project. It builds very closely on what Christophe said about looking at history and what we just heard about norms. So the purpose of my talk then is to discuss the social construction of mobilities and stasis, and look at what I consider some of the dead ends of the kinds of theory that we've been using, to look then at a concept of changing historical conjunctures as a way of speaking about the change and transformation, that changes and transformations that influence both us, everyone around us, and our theories, and place some of migration studies within a conjunctural analysis of accumulation by dispossession and multiple forms of displacement, which I think is what's going on now and which we're not paying enough attention to in terms of its political potential, both for extreme reaction or possibly for transformative changes towards social justice. So we have to take it very, very seriously. So I just want to remind ourselves, I'm sure you all know this, and yet, even though we know it, somehow we leave it out in some of our discussions, that coincident with the fixing of national borders and boundaries in the late 19th and early 20th century was the construction of theories of stasis that normalized the social order and made migration a problem, that movement and mobility was not always seen politically or in terms of social theory as a problem. And that linked to this fixing of national borders and boundaries was a theory that I hear over and over again that is basic to a lot of our social and political thought, which is the idea of there's some kind of primal community, that once upon a time everyone lived in bounded communities, they had a sense of self, and the other was a stranger. And so, and from this comes ideas about toleration, there's about taking in the stranger. Much of the language that we're using in terms of current refugee policy comes from a social theory, that a binary social theory about self and other that is not actually part of the historical record and wasn't part of social theory at different times in history. And a lot of that replaced our knowledge of the ways in which all our intellectual projects, not just in the West, but all around the world, were linked projects in which people exchanged information. You know, we saw this in the biology of the donkey, you know, for example, in which unless you follow networks around the world, you can't understand how things were actually related to each other. And it's part of our history of science, art, literature, politics, economics, and yet instead we ended up with national colonial histories that only look within the boundaries to explain science or literature, and kept us from understanding these ideas. So many of the things that are accepted as common sense and ancient are actually linked to nation-state building projects. So I particularly in the study of human migration, studies since the 1920s then have replaced earlier diffusionist knowledge and started to look only at concepts of stasis, at least from the 1920s to the 1970s. Then there was a period of transnational migration studies, and now we're sort of in a return to stasis again, and I want to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But I'm not sure, because we come from different disciplines and different backgrounds, that you're all familiar with the debates about methodological nationalism, and I think it's a term that it's useful to have a language to talk about the orientation that in which our national sciences, our national histories, our national social psychologies developed, which assume, it's an orientation that assumes that national borders define the units of study and analysis, that equates society with the nation state, that conflates national interests with the purpose and central topics of social science, and obscures the differences in wealth and power within and across borders of nation states. Now, the critique of methodological nationalism does not deny the significance of states or state borders. It questions whether we should use them always for a unit of study and analysis in order to understand social processes. It says we have to study interconnections, mobility, and networks of power that stretch across borders, and then we have to understand the political project of states as well as the political power of institutions that are not states, such as World Bank and financial institutions. Now, I'd say this coming from a position in which I've struggled long and hard to develop a transnational migration studies that would challenge methodological nationalism and the stasis mobility binary. So in 1994, together with my colleagues Linda Blash and Christina Zanten-Blanc, we tried to offer a global perspective on migration. And we did this so that we could, we tried to note that individuals live within transnational social fields. We define that as networks of unequal power, including city, state, global, and financial institutions, and migrants and non-migrants. So in our descriptions of these networks and these political processes, we were looking at migrants as they were embedded in these larger networks of power. And we were also interested in the transformations of capitalism at the time, the processes of capital accumulation, which was becoming more flexible and challenging the restrictions of state borders and tariffs and boundaries. And we approach capital as a social relation based on the extraction of value directly at the point of production, but also indirectly through rents, property and housing, resources and debt. So that was the overall global perspective in which the transnational migration paradigm was situated. It was an attempt to challenge this mobility stasis binary that I've been talking about. However, transnational migration studies became a global, multidisciplinary industry, which I would argue abandoned the study of unequal power within mechanisms of capital accumulation and instead created units of study, whether they were communities, transnational communities, or family networks that were not linked to institutions of power. Okay. We've heard this morning two wonderful presentations that built on the study of transnational networks. But I argue, and I'm making this critique, because if those papers stay on the level of description, because unless we take those studies of individual agency and put them together with studies of structure, not as opposed to it, but together with studies of structure, so we link the personal networks to institutions. People connect through their networks to institutions of power, whether it's banks, social agencies, agencies of the state, all kinds of the police, the military. Unless we connect that, we can't actually look at the ways in which people both live their lives, the power that threatens them, and the power they try to transform. So I've emphasized here that we have to look at multiple networks of power and changing relations of power, and we cannot let them vanish from our analysis of transnational processes. I would say, therefore, without a global perspective on migration, such as I've outlined, studies lead into a number of what I would say are conceptual dead ends. Now, I'm not saying that this is bad research. There's wonderful research. The question is, what's the goal of the research? If the goal of the research is for us to create a framework to understand the transformations in the world, if the goal of your research has to do with social justice, then we have to say more about power than most of this research does, because either the research talks about transnational communities as if migrants lived within their own diasporic communities and cultures and institutions and didn't connect to the rest of the world. So we have these wonderful, rich descriptions of transnational processes. Or the research looks at integration, the ways in which people live in whether it's social housing, whether it's housing or businesses or neighborhoods, how people live their daily lives without looking at the way in which housing policies, as we heard this morning, are affected by global financial sectors that constantly revalue real estate, making it impossible for people to live in certain places, as well as instituting policies of discrimination and racism, and that these situate people globally in relationship to these networks of power, not just in their neighborhood. Or we look at people and their families within their migrant networks without looking again at structuration, at the way in which the opportunity structures in particular places vary according again to larger political and economic transformations that always take place differently in different places in time. We also heard that about Canada too. So the suburb is not the city center. Toronto is not Quebec. Quebec and Toronto is not the middle of nowhere. The middle of Canada in terms of social norms of multiculturalism might not be someplace else in Canada. All of this has to be taken into consideration and can't be if we only study migrant networks. Now, some people have dealt with this recently by saying, right, stasis was wrong. You know, our integration studies are very narrow. We don't want methodological nationalism. Let's have mobility studies. Okay. Mobility studies can highlight the mobility regimes and governmentalities of stasis and movement. It can help you step back and see the variation and see power, but very often these studies naturalize flow. Naturalize flow and don't really look at the dynamics of capital accumulation. Because if you're just saying people have always migrated, they naturally migrate, mobility is what people do, then you don't look at the fact that people also settle, and whether they can settle and whether they have to move or want to move is influenced by these larger structures of power. And that somehow goes away, just as it did with transnational migration studies, with mobility studies. So what do? We need conceptual tools to rethink the tension between theories of mobility and stasis. We need conceptual tools to think beyond binaries of difference, self and other, community, not community, migrant, non-migrant. The conceptual tools that I've been trying to work with others to develop, including my colleague Aisha Shalar, is a concept of conjuncture and conjunctural analysis, and really trying to delve into the ongoing restructuring of processes of accumulation, understanding that it's accumulation by dispossession all around the world that is leading to multiple forms of displacement, and to try to understand how those different forms of displacement are linked structurally together and how they could be confronted. Okay, so let me just define the word conjuncture. It's not a theory. It's a way to assess the intersection of forces, tendencies, forms of power, and relations of domination. This is John Clarke's definition. As they meet within specific place and time. This allows us to move beyond assuming one uniform crisis and its unfolding. And conjunctures therefore have no fixed length. We can't talk about just specific historical periods because their resolution is an outcome of the contentions between the multiple forces at work within multiple scalar relationships. So in other words, this is a theory that allows us to look at city, region, nation, nation-state, larger regions like Europe, and global forces as they all come together in a specific place and time. Multi-scalar networks are at the heart of conjunctural analysis. And it's once we start thinking about conjunctural analysis, then we start to think about how the processes of capital accumulation have been reconfigured over the last, 45 years, let's say, since the 1970s. So we need to talk about neoliberal capitalism. I can't read it. 5? We need to talk about neoliberal capitalism, but we need to talk about it in terms of how it itself changes and moves over time. I won't read this whole slide since time is short, but I just want to remind you it's not enough to just use the term. We have to look at these social processes as they came down, first in the Caribbean and Africa, and more recently Greece and Portugal, and in different places. It looks different, but it's part of the same process of accumulation. So the conjuncture, the current, and we have to see that emerging is something more intense, I would say. It's different from the first impositions of the neoliberal agenda, but that, the neoliberal agenda has been implemented in different places at different rates. But if we bring together these processes of accumulation by dispossession, we see that they underlie what we're seeing in terms of war, the seizures of land, disaster capitalism, urban regeneration, the credit industry, and the migration industry. That all of them are ways of trying to obtain, extract value not through the direct production at the point of surplus value at the point of production, but instead through these other mechanisms, and they're mechanisms of desperation. So, as I'm saying, dispossession happens in specific places in different times within multi-scalar fields of power and leads to multiple displacements. I like thinking about this. I think it's very helpful because it allows us to put together what's forcing people to flee war, what's forcing refugees who find their whole economy stripped away, whether it's Eastern Africa or, increasingly, or Greece or Portugal, who are face these economic transformations together with what's going on in other parts of the world where there are part-time jobs, new normals, new flexibility. This is what's going on in the U.S., unemployment or underemployment, temporary work. All these things can be put together in terms of common conditions that people are facing. But we also need, together with a theory of displacement, a theory of emplacement. So people struggle against this. They struggle to find ways of building a particular locality, of building social networks, of reconstituting their lives, and building networks of connection. This is a much better way of looking at it because it'll then integration, migrants and non-migrants, because it allows us to look on the ground as people struggle for finding a way to live and live together in restructured space. Therefore, what I've been calling is an emerging displacement studies that puts migrants and non-migrants in the same analytical frame. Okay, that allows us to see that that many migrants can be central to social movements. It allows us to see the tensions between what someone mentioned before when here's the norms and people are told that you're natives, you're different from migrants, and then refugees come across the border and tens of thousands of people rush to give something because actually they're identifying on some very basic level that is not a toleration of difference, but an understanding of the human condition and the precarity that everyone's that they're facing. So it gives us a theory to understand where that comes from and how social movements can be built around it. If we don't have a theory from where it comes from, then we can't build a social movement. So let me just conclude. What are the next steps? We need to approach migration as process, rooted in the dynamics of capital accumulation, structured within networks of globe-spanning unequal power. We have to remember that our lives, as well as our research paradigms, disciplinary interests, and migration debates, are shaped by and constitute the current historical conjuncture. We need to develop a displacement studies which examines the structure and processes of unequal power that constitute all of our lives. Oops, what happened to it? And we need to contest displacement and precarity and contribute to social movements of the displaced that can build a future of social and economic justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for a very inspiring and intense presentation. Now we'll open questions. We'll take rounds of 3 questions, and we'll have about half an hour, 35 minutes to dialogue.
Okay. I'd like to ask Sergio one question. But in fact, I want to ask 2 questions. I need the answer to the first one in order to formulate the second one. Can I do this? The first one is very short. It's a very short one.
Can I know the second one before I...
The first one is a methodological one. I would like to know what scale you used to measure agreement with multiculturalism. Is it a 1 to 5 scale?
Yeah.
Yeah. And all the agreements...
Or 1 to 7, right?
Well, it's quite different if it's a 1 to 5 or a 1 to 7. Because all the agreements you had were on the range of 3.
On what?
On multiculturalism.
Yeah, but we have different scale, eh?
Okay.
We have the personal attitude.
Yes, those.
We have the perceived norm.
Exactly those.
We have the measure of prejudice.
And they are on different scales.
The first scale to measure attitude toward multiculturalism was developed by Berry, Karen, and Taylor and published in 1977.
Sure, okay. But does it have a...
I was working with them when they developed that. Okay. After that, this scale was used all over the world, in Netherlands especially, in Spain, many other countries. So in terms of measuring personal attitude toward multiculturalism, there's no problem with our research. It correlates.
I did not say it has a problem.
Can you
also, it was published. It's already published. Okay. So I
just
send you the paper.
wanted to know whether the agreement was mitigated or not.
So that's your second question?
No, that's
okay.
my first one. The first was to know whether the agreement was very clear or mitigated. And it seems that we have to leave that question by now.
Please wait.
No,
Please wait.
It depends. You see, we were
We'll take 3 questions and then we'll have around 3 questions, and then otherwise we'll keep dialoguing. No,
and I haven't yet arrived to my real question.
Okay, so could you please elaborate?
Okay. The question, in fact, was what you made a distinction between the social norm. First of all, I'm sorry, a disclaimer. I am a social psychologist. So I am going to talk with you about social psychology. And what you showed was, you started with a distinction between the social norm and the personal attitude, right? And from that distinction, you showed that the social norm was lower. You said, well, when people projected to the French,
they saw a lower agreement with multiculturalism than when they were expressing their own attitude.
You have to consider the first result.
Okay, okay.
Where we
Serge,
compare-
I'm really sorry. This is a dialogue. It's not a debate. So,
Yeah, sure, I
okay,
understand.
so I have to give room to everybody. So could you please
I would like
conclude
to-
your question?
I would very much like to. So
Okay.
there is this distinction between the personal and the social norm. Sometimes it happens, and it is shown in the literature of social psychology, it sometimes happens that this distinction and the difference happens because people want to push a devalued idea away from their own positions,
Self-projection.
and they, when the idea is seen as good, they want to be better in that idea or higher in that idea than the others. This would be an alternative explanation to the data that you showed. This is an alternative explanation I'm offering to that data. And my question is, would you agree with this? And perhaps, if you do, this can take us away from the position of telling people what they really think, which would be a good idea.
It's a great question, but we'll wait and we'll take two more questions. No, you have to wait. Okay? I'm sorry, but it's supposed to work like this. So, Christiana? Do I have another question? A third question? Okay. Christiane goes first. Okay.
It's a very different question. It's for Nina. Nina, I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on the scope of the proposal of displacement studies. How far back would you put it? Would you consider indentured labor for plantations as possible to be accounted in the category? Simple question.
Okay, now, José Carlos.
Thank you for the fantastic presentation.
No, you go ahead.
So it's more a comment than an action when Serge was talking about the way Canada or Central Canada answered in favor of multiculturalism. So the way I understand your study here went what, from Ottawa to the Greater Toronto area?
Yeah, it's
Okay, I forgot. Okay, so that's the first question, followed by, I would like Serge to comment on this idea, because we have different Canadas. We have Central Canada, Nina mentioned that. I'm thinking about Alberta, which is a very conservative province. Within Quebec, we have the island of Montreal, which is very multicultural with a strong Anglophone community, versus rural Quebec. And on the other side, we also have Vancouver. So, Serge, let me know if you are planning other studies and if you are taking into consideration the component geography, urban, rural.
Perfect. Serge, now you. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I answered this.
Whatever you want first.
It's easier with biologists.
Okay.
Yeah, much easier.
Okay. So I don't want. Can I answer now? Yeah.
You're
no.
Totally allowed to answer all the questions now.
Well, thank you for the question. Thank you. So these are very good questions. But I mean, we've been working on this for a while. So this is a very important issue. And you have many studies showing that we are biased. We are biased, and biased in favor of ourselves, usually. So we perceive things in a way that will make us feel good and things like that. And many studies show this type of bias by asking people, what do you think and what do you think the others? Are you intelligent? Do you think the others are intelligent? Usually we think we're more intelligent than the others. So this bias would go with your interpretation. And there are theories talking about self-projection, that people would project onto others what they personally believe. So this was something that we were wondering about when we started our research. And that's why we did the research, because there was no evidence for this particular norm about how it's working. Our result came out very clear in the first study. You have Canada, where we predict that they're going to be high on the norm. And Germany, we predict they're going to be low on the norm, and it fits on that hypothesis. So that when you look at the norm and the self, in Canada, there's practically no difference. Canadian students are not biased like the other, so it is not a psychological bias simply in that case, you see? Because the Germans show the bias, the Germans say, I am in favor of multiculturalism, but the others are not that favorable. So this is the bias in Germany. But in Canada, no, we don't have that. So we did other studies, and I'll give just another example on that. We're doing research on, and this comes back to biology, because I was not happy with the conclusion of the last biologist speaker.
Sure.
I think feeding the planet, this is a choice, a social choice, a choice about what kind of world we want. You cannot decide that on biology alone. So we're studying organic farming. In our area in France, which is a big farmers area, and there is a bit of organic farming, but not very much, so we're trying to understand what is going on. Why do the farmers who could benefit economically don't want to do organic farming? So we measure the attitude, personal attitude toward organic farming, and we measure the perceived norm. What do you think the other farmers think about organic farming? And we ask young people in farmer school, if you want, or a lycée agricole, where they learn about these things. Would you like to become an organic farmer? Young people. If you take those who say, no, I would not like to become an organic farmer, there's no difference between the perceived norm and the personal attitude. There's no bias, again, on that sample. They perceive the farmers are being against, and they tend to be against themselves. So they don't do anything. They don't want to become organic farmer. Those who say, yes, I want to become organic farmer, there is a discrepancy between their personal attitude and what they perceive others believe. They are more favorable than the others. So they're motivated, you see, the discrepancy, we think, motivate them to act. Talking about social movement, a psychological basis of a movement could be this. When you feel personally very strongly about something, and at the same time, you perceive that the others are against. So you want to do something about it. Whereas if you perceive that the others are in favor also, you're in favor, well, what can I do? Did I answer this? No?
Not directly, but it doesn't matter.
So
we are in the same hotel, we have a conversation about it.
Yeah, let me just briefly answer the question about displacement studies. Well, I'm suggesting this should be a collaborative project, but I don't, and I'm building on what Bella Feldman-Bianco has suggested and on her work, but I don't think it's just a substitution for the word mobility or migration. I do see it as linked to specific kinds of processes of capital accumulation, and that's accumulation by dispossession. When people are stripped of their land or resources, in some way. As I said, from urban regeneration to wars where they have to leave, and that has happened across history. That's an old process and includes colonialism, and includes the enclosure acts at the very beginning of industrial capitalism. So we could rethink history and look at the ways in which populations came together. But it is a way of moving beyond the migrant, non-migrant, citizen, non-citizen divide, and looking at how people experience various forms of precarity together, and when they come together in social movements and when they don't.
Yes, very shortly, I wanted to go back to some points Serge and in this discussion made. Of course, there is a disciplinary organization of our analysis, and as a social psychologist, Serge is asking questions I, as a political sociologist, I'm proud of it, would ask. But then this discussion should be also clarified, because when we say norms, maybe we say different things, and maybe we should think about how we could connect our different discussions. Because what I think very important, and that goes back to what Nina emphasized very strongly, the issue of power is everywhere. And I think it's very impossible to discuss the question of norms without connecting it to power relations, domination, the political organization, and electoral interests. So I think that then this issue of norms, in the way it was shown by Serge, need also additional discussions about how norms are used by people who have an interest in using the norms. And I think it's also part of the story. And that goes back to something I tried to emphasize at the beginning of my talk, which is you can think you speak about the same norms over time, and yet you're not discussing about the same things. Laïcité, which is one way to emancipate dominated people from a certain perspective, in the late 1980s, answered to the question about laïcité in schools with the following answer: yes, the veil and religious signs are allowed in public schools. There is no contradiction between students being veiled or showing big crosses and the principle of laïcité, which was very different, the answer, in the mid-2000s with the law in 2004. And now, after the debates about national identity, the burqas, which were not burqas, by the way, but full-face veiling, etc., it ended up as an answer: laïcité is about the non-right of certain type of people not to belong. These people do not belong. Okay? So the same norm, laïcité, let's say, a way to organize diversity in general, religious diversity in particular in the French public sphere, can be either inclusive or very exclusive. And I think this is what attracts the interest of people like Marine Le Pen, but Manuel Valls and all people, and the effect of the extreme right wing in setting the agenda about nativism as a way to think about, immigration, etc. This is there. The power of norms, but also the power of people to get people think about certain framing of these norms. And so I think we should discuss also the power dimension of this question you raised, Serge.
So João, and then Angela.
Hello, I have a question to Nina Glickschiller. Thank you very much about your interesting proposals for migration studies. I think you are right, and I think we have to give more importance to process, to structures, to power inequalities, and process of accumulations by dispossession that David Harvey proposed. Some researchers propose the notion of translocalism to define the dynamics, practices, and networks between different places. What do you think about this proposal? I think the fact that transnationalism contains the nation-state concept maybe turn more difficult, for example, understand the differences between international migrations and internal migrations. Translocalism is a concept that is similar to the notion of transnationalism from below, formulated by Guarnizo, and globalization, for example. Without refusing the concept of transnationalism and all the production, do you think that is useful, the concept of translocalism?
I have a small question to Christophe Bertossi, and then another one that was came up to my mind after listening to Nina Glick-Schiller, but it's a more general question. To Christophe is, well, these experiences, these cases that you were telling us about on institutional experiences in France, if you are using the questionnaire of Serge and applying it to the people that were the clients of hospitals or a French person that was caught by an Algerian policeman, what kind of answers would you expect? Because yeah. And the other question is, well, we are talking about transnational, and I fully agree with this idea of having lots of attention to the national bias in social sciences. My question is, since we know that nation states are a very recent Western experience, and mainly Western experience, I wonder whether, if there is any way of escaping to this kind of self-referentiality of social theory, and because the majority of the world was not composed by nation states, and many of European nation states were also imperial states until the end of the Second World War, more or less. So it's not only for you, but it's in general, because we are talking about transnationality all day long. But, well, I was thinking about China and all the boundaries about that had nothing to do with nation states, but they existed also much before the European nation states were set.
Okay, I really enjoyed Nina's presentation, although, and it has to be made in 15 minutes, although I have some remarks to make, because I felt that this was really dominated by a narrative about how capitalism is changing. It's changing our world, or globalization is changing, and how neoliberalism as an ideology is reshaping social life and social processes, with other important factors that remained outside that rounded picture. For instance, I would disagree that not only borders, but boundaries, which is a different thing, really have hardened only at the close of 19th and 20th century. If we look at the history of racism and imperial domination, colonialism, we see all those boundaries there, and very hard since the inception of the colonial expansion in late 15th century, for instance. But also I think that this narrative centered on capitalism excludes something that what Manuel Castells called the cultural communities, that he saw as very active in the age of globalization. By cultural communities, he designated nationalism, religion, and even ethnicity. I think that those identities are really still very powerful. They are mechanisms for inclusion and exclusion, and they have to be considered nowadays when we talk about transnationalism and about mobilities and displacement.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Translocalism. I'm not comfortable with the term because I really think we need a multi-scalar analysis. And translocalism makes us look like networks between two different places exist without looking at the ways in which all places are being restructured by a range of different institutions that extend across space. So if we look at a village, someplace and then we look at ascending village and we look at migrants who have settled someplace else and we start talking about transnationalism from below, we're not looking at the fact that that the remittances that people are sending back and forth are part of now a futures, let's say Mexico, a futures industry that Mexico is betting on what kind of remittances they'll get in the future in terms of taking out loans. So we've got multinational banks, we've got the nation state, we've got money sending corporations that are pushing out small money carriers. You know, we've got all these different actors coming to bear on these different places. So we need a multi-scalar analysis, and I don't think translocalism really captures that. The term glocal is an attempt to do that, I would say, but not translocalism. And I prefer multi-scalar, but we could talk more. Is the nation state too Western a project? Of course, the nation state is a project that has a particular time and place and was disseminated through the colonial projects, and has a different resonance in different places, and has. And I've written about that, what that means in Haiti, what it means to wave a Haitian flag if you're poor, and it means you're struggling to stand up against racial oppression all around the world. It's different than an American flag. So we have to look at the nation state and how it's come out and its history in terms of other kinds of oppression. But people linking up across long distances, that's a very, very old project. It has a different politics at different times in human history. So we wouldn't want to use the word transnationalism before there were nation-state building projects. Once there are nation-state building projects, then concepts of race and ethnicity are brought into those projects in specific ways. Different than the earlier periods of the beginnings of nationalism and the beginnings of colonialism, so it develops over time. We have to have a sense of how structures of power change over time and how concepts change over time, and I think that's what Christophe was trying to say, and our migration studies have been sort of devoid of this sense of change, and that's a real problem. So in terms of, and that links to the last question. Yes, borders are different from boundaries, and I agree with what you're saying. So I only had 20-something minutes and cut out a lot of what I usually say about theorizing concepts of race and difference and those binaries, but and how they look once they're taken up by the nation state and how they look in different contexts. But I do think that the concept of nation, and I've written about that, the nation and race are very closely linked once nation-state building comes up. And the roots of the concept of nation are a concept of blood in biology. And I don't think it's very hard to have a concept of nationalism anywhere in the world without that. And in terms of the historical experiences of Chinese identity, again, that changes over time. So China before the expansion of the West and their concept of empire and belonging it changes once there's once there's Western concepts of race and nation. I hope that answers a bit of what people wanted to know.
Yes, to your question in particular, what I said earlier maybe emphasize the political aspect, the uses, etc. But still, there is this question of the objective position of the people, and does it vary when? Okay, so I don't know if what would be the outcomes of doing the study search carried out in his own way, but. What was striking as a finding in the field work I did about that particular aspect was the clash, if you want. The clash I found, on the one hand, you had very surprisingly an institution in France promoting notions such as visible minority and multicultural types of reasoning, about recognizing, the belonging of people with different backgrounds, etc., etc. And the clash was not necessarily with the white Catholic men, which were in the forces and also reacted quite strongly against this new narrative. The clash was also came also from the very target groups called Muslims, by this new military recruitment policy, who didn't want to be labeled or framed as Muslims because of a particular structure of expectations or a particular structure of motivation of why, in the first instance, they wanted to join in the institution. If they wanted to become soldiers, it was primarily because they wanted to escape the racial discrimination they were facing on the civilian labor market, because they were seen as Muslims. So the very first motivation they had in joining in the army was to disappear as Muslims. And there they were looked in terms of Muslims. So I think this would change a bit the conclusions of Serge's research, because the one who were the most in favor of a colorblind approach, a Republican approach, an assimilationist approach to diversity were these people, the so-called Muslims. But yet, it doesn't mean that they were for discrimination neither. They were for some sorts of accommodation also. So I think that in the end, to answer your question, is on my field, with my tools, I would not find that the opposition between assimilation and multiculturalism for defining the norms would be sufficient in itself. It would rather show that the categories of assimilation and multiculturalism in themselves are politically constructed. So they are not neutral, and people will react to these categories according to their objective positions they have in the social hierarchy, which is in turn produced by the uses of these norms by many institutions and people. So that's, of course, not the same answer.
Last round of questions.
Yeah, maybe you want to answer, to react, sure.
Yeah. The French model is not purely assimilation. This is a fiction. It is in part. You cannot deny it is in part, but there is another part which is multicultural. And the colorblind aspect is strongly related to the multicultural aspect. It is not. This is what was assumed in the U.S. also, that colorblindness is the same as assimilation. We distinguish between the three because the colorblindness is a positive. People who support colorblindness support multiculturalism, whereas people who support assimilation are against multiculturalism. So there is a distinction to be made there, and it can help us to understand what is happening in different contexts, like in the French context, where some people in France are very much in favor of the French model, and they're very equalitarian. And what is the connection between multiculturalism and colorblindness? It is equality. It is equality. Whereas assimilation is not an orientation that is favoring equality. So this is just one dimension.
Sorry again, I don't know if I should ask. Anyway, my question is to Nina. At the heart of social science is these binaries, and I just wanted to find out if it's possible to run away from it, because it doesn't look like it's possible to run away from it, because it is really at the heart of it. So what you're offering, I do think is really, really good, but I don't know if it's feasible to my view, because you're always going to run all kinds of trouble. I think my questions pretty much relate to what he just said. So what kind of alternative are you offering? And obviously you can give a practical answer to it.
Yeah, my question is for Christophe. I really found interesting the way you put this relation between the dominant discourses and the practical schemas. And you already showed in one of your answers that the dominant discourses have their own historicity. They don't have the same values throughout time. Then I'm asking the same thing about the practical schemas, meaning what I want to know is the practical schemas are a kind of reaction to the dominant discourses, or if something that goes on intersecting with the dominant discourses. And in this sense, it brings me to the question, because you said how you want to understand how the process of moral and cultural boundaries have impact on the process by which structures are produced. And then I would ask if it's not, can be the other way around. If it's also the way the institutions are produced are constantly impacted or clashed by what we will say will be the vernacular ways of saying, or the daily confrontations that people have on the daily life. So for me it's an important question, because it's a question of know if these reactions of when the people are in the practices of conviviality, if this is a reflexive movement, or if this is a non-reflexive movement that is called resistance to any discourse that is more of a power relation. Thank you.
I love the question. To summarize it, I would say that my answer is that the issue of Muslims in institutions such as those I've been talking about is less an issue of Muslims than an issue of institutions themselves. And I think that how Muslims are framed in the setting of institutions has to do above all to how members of these institutions discuss about what these institutions should be. So it's in many instances a fight about what should the military today be, how it should evolve in order to adjust, how schools should be organized in order to provide what schools are supposed to provide, since we all believe that schools should provide something. There are many disputes. It's not a given what is the institutional program each institution should develop. There are intense fights about what institutions are about to do. Okay? And you have, according to the different positions, because one institution is not one block neither, you have many segments in the institution, that might fight about various or contradicting definitions of what a school should do, what a hospital should do, etc. And my point is just to say that if we look at how these battles are fought in this particular setting, not according to grand general ideas about, you know, the place of Muslims in France according to the eternal value of emancipation through universalism, but through the lenses of people have to do the job, and at some point of their objective of doing the job, they face the issue of there are Muslims somewhere. And here you have the constraint that these people are facing in the context of institutions doing their job, the constraint that comes from the public debate. Because whenever they have to have the job done, and when they need to face situations involving a Muslim, in hospital as a patient, in hospital as a nurse, in the police force as a member of the forces whatsoever, they have to justify what they do also at some point according to what the Minister of Interior, what the Prime Minister, what the medias are discussing in terms of Muslim blah blah. So I think it's very not one way, either ways, but it's really a mutual converging dual process, which is the same process, and that's what I'm interested in. How symbolic boundaries are produced is a way to look maybe better at how institutions are produced. But if we want to really understand how institutions are produced, we should look also at how the society is morally and culturally organized. So.
I agree.
Thank you.
So it would be interesting to know who's in power, who has power, and what are the military is mainly male also, whereas other institutions you can have female. But who has the power?
Have something to add? No, there was a question here. Did you want me to go on next? The question of whether binary is at the heart of social science. Well, they have a history in Western social science, for sure. So part of my answer would be naya. I mean, there we go. In German, you can say yes and no at the same time, so that's not exactly a binary, is it? It's something else. So I would say more seriously that efforts in Southern theory, theorizing outside of the West, theorizing not separate ontologies, but how to look at relationalities of power is a way of theorizing beyond binaries, and there's actually a lot of that going on. There's a lot of excellent theory if we step out of classical Western theory and we look at what people are doing. So, and networks and relationalities of power fit in there.
Okay. I think it's time to close our conference. We are all very tired, and also at the same time also very inspired and with a lot to process. I'll thank you all for coming. It was a great pleasure to have this auditory almost half full, which is always great. And I have to thank all the speakers again. It was very, very good to have you here. We had diversity and an originality of perspectives, approaches, and questionings, which was very intense and lively debated by all of us. And I think we are happy. I'm talking. Can I say we are happy? We are happy with the outcomes of this conference, and thank you and well done, everybody.
I think we should thank the organizers for bringing together such a stimulating project.
Okay, we're gone.